Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice, safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm. No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end, folks. So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human. The test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to change what we define it as well. It's not just text based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on artificial intelligence?
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product and then 5 seconds later an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. When we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence, of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly
and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking artificial intelligence today. So and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into two categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You can even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. The couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them off. So
Oh, that's helpful.
they're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI.
Mhm.
And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting into like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know what we'd ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, most of what we do now, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Gary Kasparov would differ from that.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On this show, we like to say theater of the mind. It's kind of like that. Theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require a thorough understanding of the people and the things within an environment, including understanding feelings and behaviors. There's no examples because they don't exist, but attempts at mimicking human emotion in automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this and and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for Chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, but everybody expresses emotion in different ways. So you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name of it. We learned it in college, but it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? You know, that's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or
Right.
certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like I don't know if I as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right, right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already and some of the challenges we've had where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input: voice inflection, body movement, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are, but you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. One of the implementations that people have talked about with this is customer service. They had the one hotel in Tokyo that didn't last very long, that the front desk was entirely run by automaton.
I'm sure that was a blast.
And it was because they thought the automatons would interact better with people than people would, which I'm not really sure why you would think that. But the problem you run into is you get into that uncanny valley scenario where people are just creeped out by it. It looks enough like a human to make you think it is, but not enough to know it is. So it made people feel very uncomfortable. But I could see in a situation like that where you're implementing emotional stuff, detection, where you want to know if someone's angry. Do I really need to get a manager? Are you like stuff like that where you're interacting with people?
I could see that.
It's funny that they're exploring that path now when you have grocery stores that are doing away with their self-checkout because people dislike not having a human to deal with at a register now. So it's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, if it's a regional thing or what, but it seems people are kind of finicky.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, it's like, is it cost effective to build a robot to talk to people than to just hire someone for minimum wage to work at the front desk?
Right. That's a
And
very good
I know
point.
the argument is that, well, the robot could do it for forever, whereas we have to worry about this person, their livelihood, and they need to go to the bathroom, take a break, things like that. Robots don't have to do that. But it's like, I mean, come on.
You don't have to contribute to a 401k with robots either.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to swap out a few parts every once in a while.
Right.
So I don't know. And the practicality is where I get hung up on of how are we really going to use these things, and are they going to be worth the effort and time we're putting in to try to figure it out.
I agree, and I think it's almost like it's a fun school project people are working
Yeah.
on. But the golden ring, or the prize of artificial intelligence, at least as far as sci-fi tells us, is self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Self-awareness is where the AI, they only exist hypothetically right now, and only in science fiction for the most part.
Yeah.
But these are the types of systems that can understand internal traits and states and conditions and perceive human emotions. And these machines are smarter than the human mind, which is really what's terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. They'll be able to understand and evoke emotions in those it interacts with, but it'll also have its own emotions, its needs, its beliefs. This is where we get into things like a HAL 9000 from 2001 or Skynet or something like that. I don't know if anyone's shooting for self-awareness. Is self-awareness possible with today's technology?
I was actually just thinking about that because, you have in here about it having its own emotions and needs, and I think it would be more terrifying if it didn't have emotions, if it was purely logical, right? Because, you make a AI and it instantly determines that humans are bad for the planet and decides to wipe us out.
Right.
Because, we could make that conclusion, but we're also, we are humans. We're not going to wipe ourselves out, intentionally. So it's like, I don't know if we would get to the point where that's possible. I don't know. I obviously don't know anything about programming, but how would we program emotion? I guess, you're seeing the baby steps with this facial recognition software, but at what point are we able to program emotions? Is it something like using a human brain as the blueprint? I have no idea where this would go, but it sounds like fantasy, but one that is close enough to reality that, maybe, but I just don't know how they would do it.
And you make a very valid point there. I think humans in general have a very difficult time dealing with emotions, recognizing emotions, and coping with them already. I don't know how you would possibly translate that into software.
No, I think it would have to be. You can't. I mean, it's all math based, right? So you can't. That's the whole point of emotion. You can't quantify it, right?
Right.
Unless you measure heart rate, I guess, if you're angry or sweating or biological reactions. But when it gets to the thinking about interpreting emotions, I just think it's too nebulous. And if we did have a self-aware AI, it would have to be, maybe based off of personality, or it would just be purely logical.
So then we're talking something more along the lines of RoboCop, where we take the ex-con and we stick his brain into the robot there, and that's the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or in Halo, if you guys are familiar with that, they use a human brain to then make an AI.
Right.
So the AI is part human, kind of. Something like that, but I don't think we can do that yet, and I don't know how we would.
And you know what? I think that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now, I think, is our computing power.
Yep.
In order to produce the amount of computational power that the human brain has, you need the fastest supercomputer right now to even approach it. And I think until we get to, real practical quantum computing, I don't think we have much of a hope of even reproducing that. People, I think, don't understand how remarkably capable the human brain is.
A lot going on.
Yeah, how fast it operates, how many different things it can do at one time. And computers just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yes, computers are very good at doing the same thing over and over again. And they're very good at doing math. But they're only that good because humans make them that good.
Yeah, and it's when you get that line of where what we're creating is superseding us, that it's like, okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point. We can take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about Is artificial intelligence dangerous in its current form and future forms? We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So Elon Musk, wrote, "The pace of progress in artificial intelligence," he says, I'm not referring to narrow AI, "is incredibly fast. Unless you have direct exposure to groups like DeepMind, you have no idea how fast. It's growing at a pace close to exponential. The risk of something seriously dangerous happening is in the next 5-year time frame, 10 years at most."
Where was this quote from?
So this was from Elon Musk. I didn't see
Okay.
where the quote.
I just wanted to see if we were still in the window or not.
I didn't get a date on that, but I have to imagine we're pretty close to that window.
Any day now, the robot uprising is going to happen.
Well, the fact that he made cars that are self-driving and running people over and
Yeah,
killing
right.
them tells me right now that AI actually physically is danger.
He can make himself sound smarter by just becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So, what do you think of that? I mean, I think there's a lot of scholars, there's a lot of scientists that talk about AI. Elon Musk is a guy who's neck deep in it. He's building them. He's releasing them. You see what we do. SpaceX has rockets that fly back to Earth and land themselves. Tesla has cars that can drive themselves and park themselves and stuff. So that's real practical AI that's in the world now. How serious do you think you take this kind of warning from Elon Musk?
Not that seriously. Just because I don't see any like real world application of this idea, right? I also don't know what DeepMind is, but it sounds very scary. But I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like we would be seeing more examples of it other than the Teslas running people over and causing traffic. But that's just faulty hardware. That's not necessarily, the AI thinking for itself and choosing to kill all humans. That's a functionality issue, right? So I don't know. I don't think it would be this quick. I just think we would see more implementation of AI in our day-to-day lives for it to then turn into something dangerous. The most I could see it being is like an over-reliance on computers and AI instead, and when then they malfunction, then you have problems like the recent airport, the FAA systems went down, things like that, things where we have large-scale operations being run by AI, and then the AIs break, and then we have a problem.
So Musk was quoted in a separate quote comparing AI to the dangers of the dictator of North Korea. Now, yes, it's Elon Musk, so there's a lot of
Take it with a big old grain of salt.
there's a lot of self-promoting, angles that he goes through here. But we've got artificial intelligence in machines that are capable of killing people, not designed to, but capable.
Right.
We also have it designed into devices that are designed to kill people. You've got Predator drones that are AI driven. You've got Tomahawk cruise missiles that are AI driven. You've got Phalanx Sea-Wiz close-in weapon systems on ships that are AI driven. These are machines that are built already to kill and are powered by AI. Are those potentially dangerous, or do you think we have enough control over those?
Well, I mean, they're weapons, right? So they're inherently dangerous. It would be more about, again, I just think, are we shooting for the notion of them like rising up and like actively trying to kill people? Because I think it would be much more realistic for them to just be taken over by another human, right? To have somebody hack into them or to have them malfunction and instead of targeting here, you're targeting somewhere else where you're not supposed to. I just don't think it would be the AI necessarily choosing to kill a bunch of people. I think instead it would be a malfunction.
So to paraphrase, we're hoping that it's humans that are the problem,
Right.
and not the AI that's
Exactly.
the problem.
And we can count on that.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that logic makes sense because you can count on that human factor. Like, it's very likely that you would have a foreign entity attack our infrastructure here
Mhm.
before I think you would have an AI go rogue and shut down the power grid.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you're not going to, like, you talked about the Predator missiles. Like, the Predator missile's not going to wake up one day and go, hey, I'm going to go blow up that town. Someone's going to have to tell it to go do that. We're not at the point where these things can, like, actively, pursue missions or pursue goals on their own unless they're told to by somebody else, like an operator.
So, all right, let's run with that for a second. So they're not going to rise up. You're not going to have a Skynet take over the world and nuke the entire world. But you have machines that are trusted to go do a job that may involve violence.
Mm-hmm.
If those machines can then be usurped by a nefarious third party, and our trust in those machines allows them to continue to do their job, when they get usurped, we have a new target designation.
Right, exactly. And that's I think where you get into the real world danger of this. But I mean, that's our world in general has a heavy reliance on computers, right? And so I think that comes with the risk, right, of the ease of use and the scale of our operations. You need something like AI to run it because it's not feasible for people to do it all the time. And I think that just comes with the territory of, if this is how we're going to run things, then there's a chance that someone could take it over. It's no different than, well, it's different, but we're reducing a little bit. But if you had a gun and someone took your gun and killed you with it, it's the same thing.
So AI is the tool.
Yeah.
It's not the intent.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Until we get to the point where, we have a fleet of drones that are, flying around the globe just taking pot shots wherever they want, that are programmed. Well, I guess they wouldn't be programmed at that point. But I'm saying, like, instead of a fleet of jets flown by pilots, if it was a fully automated, a bunch of drones where they could all communicate and make their own decisions, once they get into that level of autonomy, that's when you're running into more of an AI-based issue, I think.
So Russia's president, Vladimir Putin, everyone's
We're getting
friend,
all the banner people out here today.
he said at one point in time, artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world.
That's a little extreme.
First off, do you agree with that?
I mean, I guess, because at that point, wouldn't you just have the strongest army too? If it's he says it's got enormous opportunity, right? So then by that logic, you would, unless
I would think, yeah.
those unpredictable threats like make it worse for you. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's any different than having the strongest standing army, right? And whoever has that, you're by default the most powerful, unless you control like the economy. That's different. But in terms of like military force, if you have a bigger or more effective army, yeah, you're going to be more powerful, right?
So, do you think that in order to combat nations, like assuming Russia's gearing up towards
Right.
artificial intelligence, do you think the only way to combat nations like that is with your own artificial intelligence?
I think so. I mean, that's how these things usually go, right? Like an AI arms race, which, hey, sci-fi authors out there, that's a free title. But, yeah, I just think it's going to... And you're going to dig yourself into a hole, right? Because the more we go into this AI route, the more you're getting into these threats that are difficult to predict, like he's talking about. So the further we go with this technology, the more we're getting on that edge of accidentally making something that could either get its own intelligence or something that is more likely to be, like you said, usurped and used against whatever country's making it.
Okay. Now we're talking AI in actual active weapons there, but there's potential danger elsewhere too. What about social manipulation? What do you think AI could do from a social manipulation standpoint? I mean, so far we've had social media. I don't want to say usurped because it's being used as it's designed.
Right.
But you've had situations where you've got Facebook and the whole Cambridge Analytics, and you've got Twitter trying to, all the Twitter files coming out now telling us how people try to manipulate elections and stuff. Where do you think AI falls in there? Is AI, is that algorithm as you go through your social feed, is that AI manipulating you in such a way that it could be dangerous?
Absolutely. And I think that this is where you get into the things that are much more real world dangers, right? Especially when it comes to things like social media, you run into that echo chamber issue where you're only hearing ideas and things that reinforce what you think. So you never hear anybody else's ideas, for better or worse. But generally, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should be able to, see ideas from everybody and then interpret them how you want. But when you get into this with social media where you're seeing the same things over and over again, it just reinforces your own beliefs and makes you double down. And it makes everybody closed-minded and more isolated from each other and more extreme in their beliefs, too, in certain situations. So I think when you're getting into things like that, and like you said, the Cambridge Analytica thing where it's straight-up manipulation of people, I think when those have real-world consequences, which they did and still do, I think that's much more dangerous than worrying about a drone going rogue or something like that.
Well, surely manipulating the mindset of common citizens isn't something that's unique to AI. I mean, you had the Nazi Germany had an entire propaganda ministry that was designed to do that. You've had this type of thing that was driven by humans for hundreds of years now. What does AI bring to the plate that makes it any more dangerous than just humans doing this type of activity?
I think it's the scale and the pace of it, right? So AI is very good at learning. That's what it does, or at least whatever. I'm talking about the algorithm in social media.
Right.
It's good at learning what you do, what you look at, and I think it can do it at a pace and with an effectiveness that humans just can't do, or can't do as fast, or on such a big of a scale. I mean, a human could look at what you do on Twitter, what you click on, what you like, but it would take them much longer to figure out, okay, well, what should I serve them next in their timeline that they'll click on, versus an AI looking at it and figuring it out like that. So I think it just makes it more effective and efficient, honestly.
That's a very good point. So the other one that they talk about is invasion of privacy and social grading. I don't know if we've never really talked about social grading in the past here. It's being done in some Asian countries already, where depending on what your reputation in social media is how you're treated in society. But I've seen this in sci-fi as well, where it's extremely emphasized in how people treat you. But from an invasion of privacy, you brought up a very good point of, well, everything's listening, and if I say something, I start getting advertisements. Is that a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I know people that feel like they're being manipulated. They'd rather it be not targeted and just give me what I want.
That's what targeted advertising is they give you what they think you want. Without targeted advertising, you're just going to get a bunch of crap thrown at you there. I mean, is that really a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think when the people that have issues with it, I think they see it as of being manipulated, that even if it's something I want.
Well, advertising is manipulative.
It's true, which is why it's so effective.
That's the definition of advertising.
I know. I just think I think people have an issue with it because it's that invasion of privacy of, even in my own home, I'm being sampled for data and it's being regurgitated back at me so I can become a better consumer. It eventually it just feels like it's all boiling down to you just pumping money into the economy.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It is effective though if you're a business owner.
Absolutely.
From a capitalist standpoint, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones they talk about is misalignment between our goals and the machines. And this one, I don't know how much of a problem this was. The great example they give is you get into a self-driving cab and you say, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. Okay. But if the machine itself is doing what it thinks you've asked it to do, that could involve exceeding the speed limit. It could involve dangerous driving. It could involve driving into the river that's between you and the airport to try to get you there. I think this is kind of a silly example of, I mean, this is no different than people following their GPSs off the road, you know. Is this something we need to worry about, where if we're putting our lives in the hands of these machines at some point in time, and you know, they're already talking about having air taxis to the airport and stuff like that. So you're ramping up the level of complexity and the level of danger associated with the reliance on these machines. Is it possible that somebody misses a line of code that says stop at stop signs? Is that a danger?
I mean, not really, right? If these things are being put out on a global scale, surely they would test them, right, and see if that's an issue. You've had some issues with this with self-driving cars where they have malfunctions, where they'll, you know, I saw one the other day where a Tesla was in like a tunnel and just stopped, and I don't know why, and then like 8 cars hit it. So things like that will happen, but I think if you're talking about like the foundation of the code getting out there, that's something's wrong with it, I don't really think you have to worry about that. I feel like it would be extremely irresponsible of whatever company is making it to put it out there, not having it be fully vetted, especially when you're getting into like transportation and things like that.
There was one example of a Tesla that was driving on a highway at high speed, which they supposedly excel at. They're very good at that because that's how the sensors work best and the computer works best and everything.
Going fast?
On a highway situation where they're not doing stop and go traffic a lot. And what happened was there was a vehicle that was in the left lane that this thing was driving in, and it wasn't expecting a vehicle. It wasn't expecting a stationary target. And because they use LiDAR and they use radar, and they'll gauge the distance between themselves and the next machine. And the assumption is that machine's going to be moving so we can make calculations based on timing. And what happened was this vehicle was stopped in the left-hand lane. The device, the smart car, saw that the machine was there. But because it wasn't moving, it assumed that it was a glitch in the sensor, never tried to hit the brakes, and literally accelerated right through the vehicle. And it did everything it was supposed to do based on the rules that it had. And someone had missed a rule that said, hey, there's a chance that something could be stopped in your lane. You have to stop for it.
Yep.
And that got out there after all this extensive testing. That still got out there into production. So there's a chance that you can get code that's broken out there.
That's true.
How do you deal with that? Who's liable at that point in time?
I mean, probably the company still, right? I mean, it's still their self-driving car that rammed into it. I think the onus is still on them. Even if it's something that they could never predict, then don't make the technology. If there's a chance that something like this could happen, then maybe it's just not meant to be. Or we just go through the trial and error of, you know, potentially people losing their lives until we figure it out and put out enough software updates, if you want to look at it in like a morbid sense. But I mean, there's things
that could be a high attrition rate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just think maybe at a certain point, if the body count gets high enough before you get version 4.0, maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just stick to driving ourselves around, or we limit it to, you know, certain public transportation options instead of every consumer having their own self-driving car.
And that's certainly a consideration to solve some of these things. And the last danger I wanted to talk about was discrimination. You know, we had already kind of talked about this to a certain extent with
the social grading,
and with the malfunction of the Microsoft camera system for minorities. How do you think this would have an impact on society itself from a discrimination standpoint? Either facial recognition AI. We had one situation very recently in our area here where somebody was arrested and held for, I think, 48 hours based on facial recognition that was completely wrong. So it's already happening. Is that a danger that we need to be aware of? Is there checks and balances that can be put in place? Should we not be relying on AI for this type of thing?
I mean, yeah, no, we should not be. if this is gonna happen, yeah, I mean, sure, there's mix up with, you know, people getting held when they're not supposed to, and that's an issue for another day of, you know, the justice system and things like that. But I think that when it comes to things like this, where you're affecting people's lives, you should probably have a double check system or like a backup to be like, okay, well, the robot figured it out, but let's just use our own eyes and see if this is the guy.
Well, and I see something like this being used extensively in high traffic areas, airports, right? So you want to be safe going through the airport, but you want to be expeditious in moving people through. So a lot of things that we do, we rely on technology to accomplish that. If you get a certain failure rate of that system itself, is that tolerable, or should that be 100% accurate?
That's a good question. I mean, if you're going to be the 99% effective and you get that 1%, there still needs to be a human element so that person isn't held for 3 days because they got the wrong person. Like, there needs to be, if someone gets pulled up on facial recognition, someone needs to look at it and have that person come and I'm just saying there needs to still be a human element. We can't let it totally be run by the machines if they're not going to be 100% accurate.
So you need a path of resolution
Yeah.
as human involved. And I have my own story. There was about 2-3 years ago, I got a ticket in the mail for a vehicle that I didn't even own. And it came back as a red light camera somewhere in North Jersey, which I knew I'd never even been to the town. It's like Amboy or something like that. So they send it with a picture, and you look at the picture, and there's a link to the video for it, and you look at the video, and it had, 5 characters, 6 characters on a license plate? It had all the characters on a license plate that I hadn't had of the vehicle in 20 years. And that plate was originally registered to me, but there was a glitch either on the camera or on the plate. You couldn't read one of the digits in the middle. So the AI just assumed that it was my plate, generates a ticket, and sends the ticket out to me, and I get an order to appear in court. That's AI-driven problems that you have that should have been looked at by a human being, but because of the number of tickets that they produce, you can't. The whole point of having an automated system is because you can't have a human looking at all these things. However, to your point, I was able to call them up, explain to them what it was. They were able to resolve the ticket on the phone, and I didn't have to go for the court appearance. So that system at least had that path to resolution, whereas I think as long as we have that in place, we're safe. But do you want to be that guy that they make that mistake with?
No, and that's the territory, right? If we're going to rely on these things, and it's like, it's something similar to getting on a plane or something where you're giving up a amount of control for convenience or for, convenience, honestly. If you're going to give up that element of what you can control, then there's a risk that comes with that, no matter what it is. And I think that this is an example of that.
That just sounds like a really poor way of explaining the way airplane crashes.
Hey man, you get on the plane, you gotta expect it. All right.
We expect the least expected.
I bring a parachute every time I travel.
All right. I think we've kind of exhausted where we can go wrong with AI at this point from a danger standpoint. Let's take our last break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the impact of AI on our world today and moving forward. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, and thank you to today's sponsor, the Second Sith Empire.
Really paid for all that airtime, huh?
They are an awesome guild. I recommend everyone look them up. Anyway, moving right along.
Hit it one more time.
Anyway, so let's look at what the impact of AI on the world today. So some quick figures I dug up here from simplylearn.com. So the revenue from artificial intelligence software market worldwide is expected to reach $126 billion by 2025. That's significant. Not huge, but significant. Gartner predicts 37% of organizations have implemented AI in some form.
I thought they'd be higher.
I would have too. The percentage of enterprises employing AI grew 270% over the last 4 years. And according to Servion Global Solutions, by 2025, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI.
So we got 2 years to figure that out.
That's right. And a recent 2020 report from Statista reveals the global AI software market is expected to grow approximately 54% year over year and is expected to reach a forecast size of $22.6 billion. Which doesn't really make sense because the other one's 126.
Sure does. Hey man, data's weird. They all got different conclusions.
It's numbers, right?
Don't worry about it.
I think the conclusion here is that AI is very much embedded in our lives now. Are we better off for that, or are we worse off for that?
Oh, that's a good question. We've looked at like every aspect of AI, and I think it's good in some aspects, right? We're taking the load off of humans if we can run things with an AI just to make our lives a little bit easier. I think that's a good thing because at a certain point when we're talking about things on a global scale, it's just not practical to expect humans to be able to run all that 24/7. But then when you get into the more dangerous aspects of social manipulation, we're about to get into the discussion of how it affects creative endeavors. I think that's when you start getting into the dangerous territory, and it's really going to be a question of where does this go in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we getting that full on AI integration in every day of our lives? Or is it still like it is now where it's more in the background, it's not necessarily as prominent?
And I agree. I think we're very, very much on the cusp of something significant here. I think we're kind of nipping around the edges right now until we get deeper into it. Some of the special projects that I did want to talk about, one that's in the news now, is ChatGPT. Their tagline is optimizing language models for dialogue. And this is a chatbot that is human-like interactions. You can ask it things, it'll answer them. One of the things, this happens to actually be something that I had directed my developers at the office to dig into a little bit. One of the functions that I see with this is helping to automate and personalize communication for our sales force. So the concept that we had come up with a few years back, and the technology wasn't there yet, was our salespeople know their customers. So the salespeople can go in and drop in notes. Tom likes the Phillies. His wife's name is this. His kids' names are this. And they're going to these They can put in this metadata about the person. And eventually, the idea was to have this technology that could take this metadata and write a monthly email to each one of your customers that's personalized, that might have specific information as far as offers that we might have, but it looks like it's coming from you. And we want to write these, hand them off to the salesperson, let the salesperson read it and okay it, and then send it out. And we're literally within months of being able to have the system start writing emails like that. Is that, in your opinion, is that a viable, good way of using AI, or are we stealing some of the human element there? Are we muddying the waters?
I mean, it depends on how much you care about these handwritten or emails, these personalized emails. If you're okay sacrificing the human element of it, then it's fine. It still has the human element, right? The salespeople still have to know their customers. They still have to know
exactly
the things that make it personal, and they still okay before it's sent off. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that.
But if I have a salesperson who doesn't compose emails very well,
mm-hmm.
is it ethical for them to use this system to compose their emails for them, or is it the same as having an assistant doing it for you, or is it different because it's AI?
That's a good question. It's like cheating on homework, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, in the real world, you're not like, I don't know. It's cheating on homework in the real world isn't as big of a deal as it is in high school. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to make these sales, right? So if you're not good at writing emails, first off, I don't know how far you would have gotten as a salesperson. But second, it's like a tool. I think in this instance, it's like another tool to use. If emails aren't your thing, but when you're in one-on-one interactions, you can make the sale. Good for you. You can use this as a tool. If you are relying on this to do your job for you, that's a little bit different, right? If you're relying on it to make sales pitches for you and to reach out to customers, and you're kind of just sitting back and maybe putting in a few inputs, then you're relying on it too much, and it's becoming an issue because you're not doing the work.
So it's just a matter of pacing how much you use the tool.
Yeah, and implementation.
So the next one I wanted to talk about was Canva. So Canva is a AI based image generating software out there, and there's a number of them out there now. And you basically give it text input and say, give me a picture done up like Van Gogh of a horse in a rainbow. And it'll go out there and it'll source thousands of different images, and it'll come back and it'll generate what's considered an original image for you, so you don't have to make it yourself. But that image itself is a compilation of all these other works. Is that something that is going too far, or are there any moral implications to that we have to worry about?
Yeah, this is actually the whole reason I wanted to do this episode was things like this. I know we covered the doom and gloom of AI taking over the world, but this is where I think it really is. It strikes a chord with me of it's essentially making like art sausage, but like if you didn't make any of the components of the sausage to begin with, you kind of just put it in the blender and called it your own. It's really devaluing art and the human element of it. And when people feel that they can get this app and make art like with no effort, it kind of defeats the purpose of it in general. There's also Lensa, which is similar to it. And I had an article linked here where there was cases where you could see artist signatures on the final product what Lensa would create because it was just stealing artwork from other people. And that's how a lot of these AI work, is that you put in what you want and it scours the internet and will take from other artists' pages, usually without permission. It just kind of steals it and then, incorporates it back into itself and spits it out for you, but you feel like you've made this and you really haven't. You didn't do any, you don't know how to do digital art or anything like that. It's like putting it on easy mode, but also the bigger thing is stealing from the people that did make something. And I really think it's an issue.
So let me ask you something, and we'll kind of go down the moral path here. If I don't have any artistic ability whatsoever, but I need to come up with a picture, and let's say I need a picture of a tree, and I don't know how to make a picture of a tree, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to look at other people's samples, and I'm going to find one that I really, really like, and then I go and I kind of try to recreate that as my image of a tree. Is that the same moral ambiguity as what a Canva is doing? Because Canva had the same problem. They wound up getting sued by Getty Images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they weren't even pulling the watermarks out.
Oh,
It was
man.
so bad. Is me using someone else's inspiration to make my own different than these AIs going out there and grabbing these? Because they don't always take a one-to-one image. They may take portions of an image, almost like sampling a track in music, and then they assemble it together from multiple different sources. What's the difference in the two of those?
Well, I think, in your example, I'm assuming you're like drawing it yourself.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's the thing. That's where I think the line is. With the AI generated art, you're just typing in what you want and it just appears, and it's compiled from other images. With the inspiration, you are taking inspiration from that thing that somebody else made and then making your own interpretation of it. Even if it's not very good, you still put in the time and the work to make it something original, even if it's inspired by something else. Like you said with sampling music, you can take a sample from another song that somebody else made, but then you incorporate that section of it and you make a whole new thing out of it. It's its own thing, even if it's borrowing from something else. And I think that's kind of where the line is drawn.
That's a good point. The other thing with Lensa is Lensa has one of the big functions Lensa adds is what they call their magic correction. So you take a picture of someone, you run it through the Lensa filter, and you have the filters with Snapchat and stuff like that that can make the googly eyes and all that crazy stuff that you can do. Is the AI that's doing that different, or do you take exception to that from a creative standpoint when it's taking your art and enhancing it because maybe you don't have the technical capabilities to do that?
I mean, that's a good question. It's similar to, photoshopping an image, right? Or using a filter on Instagram, where it's not authentically the thing, but it's, I don't know. As long as you still made it from the beginning, I think it's a little bit better than just straight up stealing the art. But I still think it's messing with the authenticity of it, right? And it gets into our perception of what is made by humans and what is made by AI, and what does that mean for art if we can't tell the difference. And I think that's sort of the road we're going down at this point. When it gets into the enhancement, it's not as bad. It's still not great.
Well, and I'll counter that and say if you can't tell the difference between whether it's man-made or machine-made, isn't that really the ultimate goal of AI at that point, is to make it indistinguishable from human hands?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Because if you can't tell the difference, but it still stole a bunch of other people's art, then it is actively devaluing all the art that it just stole from, even if you can't tell the difference. Even if you don't know that it took from, 10 other artists to make this, it still happened, right? And it's still, even if it's indistinguishable, the consequences of it are still real.
So the dilemma that you're referring to here is more the sourcing of where it gets its material from, rather than the generation of that material.
Right, because it's not magic, right? Like the AI is not making, it's not like physically drawing it, but it's not necessarily entirely originally from the mind of the AI. It's taking from other people to make it, and that's kind of where the issue is.
So it's just creative copying.
Yeah.
So all right, let me ask you this. If you were an artist and you had a vast portfolio of your own artwork and you use that solely to power your AI, and you decided that you're going to recreate your art in the AI style, is that legitimate?
Yeah, as long as it's only taken from your stuff. Like if that's things that you made that are, I'm not going to get into the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer, but if you can guarantee that it's only pulling from your art and you are totally signing off on it, then yeah, that's fine. It gets into it when it's taking other people's art without their consent or knowledge.
So, all right, being a Star Wars fan and a Eagles fan, let me throw a couple examples of non-AI out there where both of those entities have taken what they've modified those and regurgitated back out to the public strictly for money purposes. There wasn't anything to enhance the art. There wasn't anything to make it better or different or really anything. It was literally, I just want more money, so I'm going to re-release it. Do you have a moral issue with that, with people basically exploiting their own material for money there, trying to, I'm going to say, con people out of buying it again, because I'm one of those idiots who does it.
I was going to say, yeah. Not really, no. I mean, morally, yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, you shouldn't be scamming people, but these things have value, and there's a reason that, they're getting the money that they are. They wouldn't be re-releasing if they weren't making money. But it's not like fundamentally impacting how we view art, right? It's just someone making a quick buck because they're re-releasing their greatest hits for the 1,000th time. It's not like, it would be like if the Eagles released a record that was music that was all samples and they didn't credit anybody. Like, that is what we're talking about here. But everybody loved it and acted like it was their original music.
So are we really to the point where Canva and ChatGPT and Lensa are making us fundamentally reconsider art at this point?
I think we're getting there. And I think the Lensa specifically, at least in my sphere, really took a lot of people by storm of like, this is awesome. Look how cool I look. I'm a cowboy. I'm a robot. but then it came out of how it really works, and everyone was like, oh, so it's not magic. It's not a computer making, like, it's not a computer coming up with this art itself. It's a computer interpreting other forms of art, stealing and chopping it up, and then mashing it into one new thing. And that was kind of where the issue came in. So I think it is, we're getting there, right? And I have like a soapbox I wrote on here, but looking at things like the Indiana Jones 5 trailer, where it's a wholly digital younger Harrison Ford, and you really can't tell the difference. Like, we're now there where in movies these CGI creations are getting close enough where you can't really tell the difference. You know, we're past the days of Rogue One where it's zombie Tarkin and all that.
That was terrible.
But we're getting to the point where the CGI creations or de-aging in movies is becoming so realistic that it's becoming legitimately hard to tell the difference. And it's, you know, between that and the AI art generation, it's like, where is there room for people at this point, for the human touch of it all? And that's what really, you know, interests me and kind of scares me.
So, for years now, before AI existed, before computer-generated graphics in movies and TV existed, people have been using makeup to make you look older or make you look younger. That never caused us to question the purpose or the place of art in the world. Why would de-aging someone digitally cause that kind of conflict in the art world now?
Well, because for makeup, like, you have to apply that, right? It's a physical thing you have to do. With this, it's less about the de-aging and more about the, like, making someone young again so you can make more movies with them. Like, Harrison Ford is like 80 years old. He can't be Indiana Jones like he was in the 80s. But if we can de-age him and, like, make him look young again, even though he's an old man in real life, we can keep making these movies and keep pumping them out. That's where I think the issue is. When you're doing old age makeup or trying to make someone look young with makeup, it's a little bit different because you still know underneath that makeup is still the person, right? Whereas with this, it's not. It's a robot.
So, okay, I will counter that with Chris Pine in Star Trek. So they didn't use makeup, they didn't use digital de-aging. They just changed the actor and they relaunched the entire franchise. So it happens. There's different methods of this happening in doing what they did, because they did the same thing with Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
Where they didn't even bring Mark Hamill in to play the role, or even to do the voice, because in Boba Fett, whatever, Book of Boba, or Mando 2.5, or, you know, in that episode where he comes in, his voice is even digitally redone by an AI voice manipulating.
And now Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, is no longer the voice. It's all signed over to AI.
So he signed it over, and they can generate James Earl Jones' voice through AI. I'm struggling to understand where the issue is with that.
I think when it comes to, we'll use James Earl Jones as the example. When you get into like a vocal performance, when you get into the human element of it, there are things that he might do when he does a read for the fifth take that he does something different, and it's way better, right? And it was a fluke, but hey, he read it this way, and that's the line we're going to use. When you get it with AI, I don't think they're going to be able to do, like, there's that human element where you can get that random spark of creativity or performance that elevates a role more than it would just be if it was a human doing it. I think it's really that loss of the human element that I think is the dangerous part.
Well, and I think the ultimate goal of AI is to not have the human element injected into it, but have its own unique element injected into it. So I think you still have the potential for that. It didn't just have James Earl Jones record every word in the English dictionary and it just assembles them together like a really bad AI.
They should do that. That'd be pretty funny.
It basically recorded his inflections and his ability to say certain syllables. You know, it was a much more sophisticated thing than just recording words. And then the AI assembles those sounds, but it doesn't do it the same way every time.
But, like, isn't that weird? Like, James Earl Jones is still alive, right? And unfortunately, he's going to die one day. but they're still going to use that after he's dead to make Star Wars movies with Darth Vader. Isn't that weird? It's like putting him in it's like the Ghost in the Machine.
You know what? They embalmed Lennon's body and they stuck it on display in the public square for decades.
Yeah, but they didn't Weekend at Bernie's him like a puppet in a movie after he was dead. Like, I don't know. It's something about like when it comes to real life people being like turned into AI generated things, whether it be the Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 or James Earl Jones and now with Darth Vader. When you're taking real people that are in real life and harnessing them using AI for creative things, it doesn't sit right with me. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? To play devil's advocate here, James Earl Jones it wasn't just James Earl Jones who was the voice of Darth Vader. There was so much audio work that went into that voice that it wasn't just him talking into a microphone. So there was already more to it than just James Earl Jones. If they can get that out of a computer and James Earl Jones doesn't have to show up and he already got his paycheck.
Yeah, but like, sure, there are other elements, but his voice is still the core of it, right? So if he died in the world where we don't have AI, that'd be it.
So I will counter that argument with every other element, every other example of Star Wars that Darth Vader shows up in and it's voiced by someone beside James Earl Jones. It's not believable.
I don't know, man. We got to figure something out then. Like, at a certain point, you got to, like, the real world has to have some kind of impact. Like, we can't, like, I don't know. Was Carrie Fisher alive when they did that Rogue One thing? I think she was at the time, right? Like, that's so weird. It's so weird that these are real people that are aging, that we are just plucking, like, the best version of them and putting them in, like, CGI. And now with the voices is, like, eternalized. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Well, all right. So I'll give you a different angle on that. So you have, as an actor, especially a female actor, you have a finite lifespan that the industry will tolerate your aging to, right? So if you get to a point, let's say you're 50, okay? The number of roles that you run into when you're 50 are severely limited. If someone could extend their acting career and their opportunity to make money in the business by allowing digital manipulation of their features, don't you think that's at least a worthwhile endeavor for it?
Yeah, I guess, but like, do we just want to completely give in to like ageism and not try to fix it? Like, do we just want to submit to like the industry-wide like issue? I don't know. It just seems like we're compromising just to not have to like tackle the real problem head on.
Well, and I agree that it's a problem that needs to be tackled. But in the meantime, you're robbing people of opportunities if you take that tool away.
Yeah, but you're robbing them of opportunities by like being ageist too. So it's like
I agree, but the problem is a role may require somebody of a certain age to be convincing.
Wouldn't you be taking away opportunities from potentially another actress that is right for the part if we're going to instead use AI or robot Carrie Fisher instead of recasting someone that might be good at it?
It's possible, but if you were doing a Star Wars film that was after Rogue One and you needed Princess Leia in there. Now granted it's a little different because she's passed away. But if you needed someone that's age appropriate who was that actor, wouldn't it be easier and more convincing to age reduce that actor so they could do that role?
No.
Well, why not? Because then you'd wind up getting like somebody who looks nothing like Han Solo showing up in a Han Solo movie, okay?
That's true. That movie had other problems. I think that was, I don't know. This is not the Solo podcast, but I don't know. For me personally, I think it should be a recasting. I don't think it should be using AI. People cling, especially when it comes to Star Wars and properties like it, people cling to that past so hard. The past, what did Kylo Ren say? Kill it if you have to. Like, I think, I don't know, we're getting like, it's like the metatextual level of this, but I think like we can't just like keep digging up these people and putting them into computers and like Indiana Jones.
But you can. That's the point.
That's the beauty of it. We can. We never have to move on.
Nobody has to die now.
No one's ever really gone. I don't know, man. I guess we'll see when Indiana Jones 5 comes out and they just make a whole movie with CGI Harrison Ford and call it a day.
Okay. So
hey, man, support your local artist, all right, before the robots come for us all.
So that's really what you're getting at here. The risk that you're seeing here is that it could severely negatively impact actual artists with what.
Yeah, it's like the old auto factories, right? Once they figured out how to automate all that stuff, all those people got fired. If we can automate writing a script for a movie, the people that are in the movie, their voices, the effects, if we can automate all that stuff, we don't even need people anymore. And at a certain point,
so that's a twisted idea of what history is. When they automated factories, people, instead of doing menial, repetitive tasks, were trained to do better tasks. What killed auto factories were unions that kept trying to get more and more money for people. Okay, so let's just put history aside for a second there and not distort it that much.
it would still be the same outcome, though. With if we found a way to automate all this stuff where people couldn't tell the difference, we wouldn't need people to do it anymore. And
No,
I think,
but instead of being a makeup artist, you become a digital effects artist.
what if they don't want to do that? What if they like makeup? They shouldn't be forced to change because of.
So then you work in stage, okay?
They go work at Walmart.
They're not digitally enhancing anybody on the stage in a play, okay?
Not yet. We have holograms.
You're killing me.
I'm just saying it's something to think about. It's really important that we keep the human element in these things because that's where we get sparks of creativity that you couldn't get from a robot. There's things that they don't understand. There's ways to perform, ways to say things, ways to create that AI will never know.
Until we get to the self-aware AI, and then you got to worry about other things.
Yeah, then they're coming here and they're going to get me first. They're going to turn me into AI sausage.
You picked over most of your soapbox here. Was there anything else that you wanted to sum up there?
No, that's pretty much it. Watch out. Just be weary. Anything AI, I think you should be weary. Make sure you're making sure where this stuff is coming from. Don't just look at it like it's like science magic. It's not. All these things have to come from somewhere, real tangible things.
I agree. And to be honest with you, the point of support your local artist, I absolutely agree with. That's why one of the things that I really enjoy when we go to these comic book shows and these pop culture shows is interacting with some of these artists, looking at what they're doing, watching what they're doing live, communicating with them, talking to them, what inspires them. I find that to be one of the most rewarding things of going to these shows and actually seeing the brilliance that's out there in a lot of the young artists today.
Absolutely. I don't really have any artistic talent, so I have a lot of admiration for people.
You have a lot of pent up frustration.
Yeah,
on that.
Why couldn't it be me? I want to use a robot. No, but people that can just pick up a pen and just make something brilliant. It's incredible, and I just think that we need to make sure that sticks around. Also, when you're going to these shows, make sure that whoever you're buying from isn't using Lensa to just make this art and sell it to you, because that is for sure going to happen, because people will try to swindle you. So just think about it.
All right. I think that was all we had today, unless you were...
No, that was it.
You still worked up? You get all off your chest?
Hey, man, I think we fixed it.
Okay.
As with every show, we've solved all the problems.
You know what? We didn't end with doom and gloom.
That's true. We
though.
led with it, and then we worked our way back.
There you go. A little reverse psychology there. All right, so that was it for the show today. Before we do go, I do want to once again ask that you subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate if you threw that our way. You can find us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the book.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts. by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 169, Living a Happy Life. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my happy and healthy co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everybody.
How are you doing, Maddie?
Fine, I guess. How about you?
You guess. You always guess. You should know these things by now. Anyway, I'm doing well. We are back in the studio after several weeks of missed opportunities to podcast. We've been having some significant technical difficulties.
Yep.
We managed to work those out last weekend when we did Insights into Tomorrow, which will be coming out on Monday, as will this podcast. And then this week, actually, they might not be coming out on Monday because we're actually renovating the studio this weekend.
Yep.
So we've got some new decorations to do. We're going to be redoing the audio tiles in here. We've got some new equipment to put in. We're going to be rearranging the desks a little bit. We're actually going to put a quiet, cool air conditioner in here so we can actually do podcasts, because I think one or two of the podcast days we missed out on was because it was just so hot in the studio I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So anyway, if we don't get these out on Monday, I will get them out on Tuesday. But hopefully Monday. We should be all done with the studio by Monday. And we'll get back on that horse. And we got a whole bunch of podcasts lined up. And a lot of good stuff coming at you. But in the meantime, we are talking about living a happy life. We all want to be happy, right? But we sometimes think of happiness as a thing that happens to us, something we have no control over. It's easy to link the idea of happiness with the situation we're in. We might tell ourselves, if only things were different, then I'd be happy. But it's not really how happiness works. Research shows that a small portion of happiness, only about 10%, depends on a person's situation. So where does most of our happiness come from? Well, that's what we're going to talk about on today's episode of Insights into Teens. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find links to all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things, both audio and video. You can also find just audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would ask you to give us a thumbs up, give us a vote, give us a review on your favorite podcast application of choice. Let folks know where we are and that we're doing a good job here. At least I hope we are. You think we're doing a good job?
Maybe, sure.
I hope so. We got a lot of listeners now.
That's
We're
good.
getting about 3,000 downloads a month now, it looks like.
Nice.
So we're doing pretty good. You can also contact us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Or you can go to our official website at www.insightsintothings.com to get links to all of our social media. Are we ready?
I guess so.
Okay. Sounds almost decisive.
I know, right?
There we go. So this is the last episode we're getting from kidshealth.org in this series of emotional intelligence, or EQ, IQ, I forget what it was.
Uh,
10 episodes.
something like
10
that.
episodes of dealing with emotional well-being that we got from Kids Health. So we thank them once again for being such a valuable source to us. So they tell us that part of happiness depends on personality. Some people who have a naturally happy demeanor, or some people have a naturally happy demeanor. I guess I should read it the way I wrote it, huh?
Probably, yeah.
Would make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
But we all know people who are cheerful and optimistic most of the time. Their upbeat personalities make it easier for them to be happy. So what does that mean for people who are born with a personality that's on the grumpy side? They might see the faults in people and situations instead of the good. Their mood might be glum more often than it's cheerful. But if they'd like to be happier, and who wouldn't, is it possible to get there?
Happiness is up to us. Researchers have found that more than half of happiness depends on things that are actually under our control. That's really good news because it means everyone can be happier. A big part of how happy we are depends on our mindset, the habits we practice, and the way we live each day. By learning the key ingredients of happiness, we can use them to become happier.
So why does happiness matter? Happiness is more than a good feeling or a yellow smiley face. It's the feeling of truly enjoying your life and the desire to make the very best of it. Happiness is the secret sauce that can help us be and do our best. Here's what researchers found when they studied happy people. Happy people are more successful. They're better at reaching their goals. They tend to be healthier and live longer as a result. They have better relationships and they learn better. So let me ask you a very basic question. You know, we joked around with before the show how accurate my description of happy and healthy being attributed to you is. Would you consider yourself happy?
For the most part, yeah, I live a pretty good life. I'd say I appreciate it, for the most part. While it's definitely not perfect, nothing really is, so I'd say that, well, I guess based on my way of life, I should probably be happy.
You phrased that in a very interesting way. You say you should be happy. What makes you think you should be happy? Is it expectations that Mommy and I put on you that make you think you should be happy?
No, I guess it's really just the position I am in my life because a lot of people would really want to be in my shoes because it's like, I have a good home. I don't have to worry about food. I have good grades. I'm in, the good classes. I have a promising future, I have a lot of good things and I feel like I should be happy for them or because of them.
But I sense that you're not happy. Is that what you're alluding to? That you should be happy? You acknowledge where you are, that you should be happy for the things that you have, but you're not. Is that true?
I mean, not to the point where I think I should be, I guess. I'm not there's still points where I don't really feel great and, I feel like I should be feeling great because it's like, hey, even if you have problems now, you're still way better off than other people.
Well, and there's a certain amount, like they say here, only about 10% of your situation dictates happiness. So if you're not happy, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not happy with your situation. There's a lot of things that affect our happiness. So it's okay if you're not happy. If there's a reason for you not to be happy, you don't have to feel bad that you aren't happy. There's a lot of different things in my life that make me happy or make me sad. And sometimes I think a good portion of what it is that makes me happy are things that I have to find happiness. After a long week at work, a frustrating week of work, maybe some setbacks, maybe I had some fights, a couple of weeks ago, I had the misfortune of having to lay off one of my employees who had been with me for a long time. And he'd been with me 6 years, 7 years. So he was more than just an employee, he was a friend. And that takes a lot out of you emotionally. And yes, while, career-wise and family-wise and house-wise and everything, I should have been happy. There are things that happen in our day-to-day lives that rob us of that happiness. So it's a good portion of that is experience. So it's not unusual to go through periods of being unhappy. And a lot of times those periods of unhappy are based on experiences, or they're based on just feelings that we have of different things, inadequacy, lack of confidence, social awkwardness. It could be any number of things that make us unhappy. But it sounds like you have an idea of where happiness is, at least, because you can recognize that you're not there right now. Now, if you can recognize where happiness is, do you have an inkling of what it would take to be happy?
To some extent, yeah. I know what stuff makes me, feel good and stuff that doesn't make me feel good. Like, getting a good grade, that makes me feel good. Spending time with friends, that makes me feel good. Watching videos, spending time with cats, or playing games, that makes me feel good. And then, there's stuff that doesn't make me feel good, and I'm able to recognize, why that stuff doesn't normally make me feel good.
Okay. Well, and we're going into a kind of a long holiday weekend right now because you're out of school tomorrow, you're out of school on Monday. Is the lack of, because you're a perfectionist, I think we've clearly established that on this show over the years, is the lack of pressure of not having school that drives you something that makes you unhappy, where you don't have, you spoke earlier before the show about not feeling passionate. And one of the things that you feel passionate about is when you have that pressure of school, is the prospect of that pressure not being there for the next 4 days or even at the end of the school year. Is that something that maybe robbed you of some of that pleasure that you get from overcoming some of those things and makes you happy?
I honestly wouldn't really say that. Being honest, I found that, there are other things that give me a lot more gratification than something from school, even if, I did something that I didn't think I could do, because, I tend to normally do that kind of stuff, yet I still psych myself out. The fact that not having to worry about school is more something that's going to make me happier than having school, really.
Okay, well, that makes sense. If you were unhappy because you didn't have school, I'd really be worried at that point.
Yeah.
So what do you think you need to do at this point? Do you have a vision of what you need to do to get to that happy place? If you want to draw a line in the sand and say, by Sunday I want to be happy, what would it take to get you happy?
I don't know, spending time on stuff that I'd enjoy, like art or playing Rock Band or just doing, some kind of small things that I normally get gratification for.
Is the fact that I'm making everybody work in a studio this weekend making you unhappy?
Not really. I mean, I'm kind of interested in taking all the tiles down because it's kind of one of those things where it's like... The thing is, I can find enjoyment in, cleaning in some way or another. I don't like the prospect of having to do it. It takes me, a while to even get up and decide to do it, but then when I do it, I can get into a rhythm, and, doing something like unpinning all the tiles, that sounds like it's something that when I have the energy for it and, actually do it, I won't be too bad with it.
Okay, fair point. So we're going to take our first break here, and we come back. We're going to talk about what some of the ingredients for a happy life are. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, The Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about living a happy life. And now we're going to discuss the ingredients for a happy life. Happiness is so important in our lives that it has its own field of research called positive psychology. Experts in this field have found that there are key things that make people happier. One of those key things is kind of obvious: positive emotions, such as joy, gratitude, and love, amazement, delight, playfulness and humor, inspiration, compassion, hope and calm, creativity, excitement, and enjoyment, being a few examples. We all like to have these positive feelings. Besides feeling good, positive emotions do good things for our brains and bodies. They lower stress hormones, help ease anxiety and depression, and improve our immune system.
Feeling some positive emotions every day has a big effect on our happiness and well-being. That's why it's so important to do things that give us positive feelings. Even simple actions like playing with a child or a pet, like you enjoy time with the cats, going for a walk outdoors, any of these things can inspire these feelings. Knowing how to manage our negative emotions is also key to happiness. Difficult emotions are a fact of life, but the way we handle them makes all the difference.
Another key aspect are our strengths and interests. The things we're good at and like to do are our strengths. We all have strengths, even if we haven't discovered them yet. Some of the strengths include the things we're interested in, like music, art, science, building things, cooking, and reading. Any skills we have, like painting, playing an instrument, or playing a sport, as well as our good qualities, such as kindness, humor, or leadership.
Happiness increases when we discover our strength and practice it. The more we practice a strength, the better we get until we really master it. When we get really good at doing something we enjoy, we can get lost in it, like cleaning or art or anything else that you've done. That's called flow. Experiencing flow helps boost happiness. Finding daily ways to use our strengths is a key ingredient for a happy life.
Another key is good relationships. The people in our lives matter. Good relationships are one of the best ways to enjoy happiness, health, and well-being. Developing certain emotional skills can help us form and keep good relationships, which we've talked about on the podcast before. When we are there for the people in our lives, and when they're there for us, we feel more resilient, resourceful, and successful.
Here are some of the skills that help us build good relationships. Learning how to understand and express our emotions. Using empathy to understand how someone else feels. Using kindness. Showing gratitude. And developing assertiveness to say what we want and need.
Another key is also finding meaning and purpose in life. Our lives can be busy with day-to-day activities and responsibilities. Many of us multitask, so we might race ahead thinking about the next place we need to be. But slowing down to pay attention to what we're doing and why builds happiness.
Pay attention to the effects of your actions. Notice the ways, big or small, that you make a difference. Live life based on the values that are important to you. Take time to think of what really matters to you, like helping others or protecting the planet. In what way do you want to make the world a better place? Notice any small daily actions that point you in that direction. They help give your life a sense of meaning and increase happiness.
The final key point we have is achievement. When our lives are rich with positive emotions, great relationships, strengths to practice, and a sense of purpose, we are ready to accomplish things. Setting and achieving goals gives us something to put our energy into. It lets us see how we make a difference.
Put effort into things that matter to you. Do your best at whatever you try, without a need to be perfect. If things don't work out at first, keep an optimistic mindset and try again. Believe in yourself and your dreams. Set realistic goals and some action steps to turn dreams into realities. To make a success even sweeter, celebrate it with people you care about. So a lot of these things that we talk about here are things that we've really addressed numerous times from different angles on the podcast. What do you do if you feel like you're not happy? What's your first reaction? What's that one go-to thing that you do to try to get to a happier place?
The first thing I normally go to if I'm not feeling great is to find a way to distract myself from something that has made me unhappy, normally by spending time with the people I care about, spending time with cats, playing games, watching videos, doing art, really anything that I enjoy, kind of to just get my mind off of it.
Okay. And typically, what's the trigger point for you? Like, everybody has a tolerance point for unhappiness. At what point do you get to that trigger point where you have to do something? Whether that's go pet a cat or go have a conversation with mommy or I or cry. I mean, sometimes that's what we do when we get sad is we'll cry sometimes. How do you know when you're to that point that you have to take action to do something about your unhappiness?
When it builds to the point where I don't know if I'm gonna be able to really hold it anymore, it gets to a point where, I either feel like constantly, this one emotion is just incredibly, overcoming me, and it's, affecting how I act. I, have to restrain myself when I'm around other people without, the need to lash out. I get to a point where it's it's the only thing I'm thinking about, it's the only thing that's on my mind, and I can't get it off. And that's when I get home, I normally have to vent in some way or another.
Okay, and that sounds familiar. I mean, I've been there many times myself. I think one of the things that I do to try to, I guess, regulate that happiness a little bit more is I try to find waypoints, in the future of, if I finish this task, then I could have this reward. Or if I get past this point in the day, then I know I'm going home, or something like that. And when that doesn't satiate that unhappiness anymore, when looking forward to that reward, whatever it happens to be, doesn't make me feel better when I think about it, that's kind of when I know I've reached my breaking point. Oh man, it's 11 o'clock in the morning and I've had to deal with 12 problems already, and I haven't even had lunch yet, and that's when I get frustrated and I have to do something at that point. And for me, sometimes that's just getting up from my desk and walking around just to blow off steam or to cool off. Or, I mean, there's not a whole lot I can do in situations like that at work, but if I'm at home and I get frustrated or something like that, I'll come upstairs and I'll sit on the couch and I'll talk to mommy, or I'll pet the cats and let them, get in my face and give me an allergic reaction. Then I've got something real to worry about at that point, right? So when you get to that point, it sounds like when you get to your breaking point, it's probably a little bit further along than is healthy to be honest with you. Do you think there's an earlier point that you can get to that helps you regulate that negative emotion or that unhappy state better?
Probably when I'm first starting to kind of feel stressed, because at least when it comes to school, I have class after class, and basically the stress from one class kind of builds into the stress of the other class, and the only time I really get a break is during lunch, but then I have 4 other classes after that, so I kind of the stress kind of builds, and I don't normally have the time to release the issues of the stress from one class until when I go to another one. So really, I think what happens is whatever negative emotion I experience in one class, it tends to build onto other negative emotions from other classes, build onto it until I get to my breaking point.
So you talk about stress a lot causing unhappiness. Is stress the primary source of the unhappiness that you seem to encounter?
In a way, I would say, yeah. While I do think that in, controlled doses, stress can be, a good tool to improve yourself, I tend to be very stressed when it comes to school to the point it affects, how I feel about a lot of things. And, that stress tends to, influence my emotions in a more negative light than it does a positive one, motivating me to, complete tasks and so forth.
Well, that makes sense. Even a diamond can only take so much stress before it crumbles. So I think really what you need to focus on is getting to that, recognizing that stress point, recognizing that unhappiness that you're getting to sooner, and then doing small things to get past that, to relieve some of that stress. I think that's probably one of the things that we're going to have to work on. What can you do, especially in school? Because just like I'm limited in what I can do for stress relief at work, you're limited in what you can do at school too. But there are things out there that you can do that we could try to make those things a little bit easier. So, if by the end of the day, you're not ready to come home and explode, if, we've used the teapot analogy many times in the past, if you let that stress off slowly throughout the day, by the time you get to the end of the day, it's much more manageable. You come home, you have a support system at home, you've got cats at home that can help you to focus on the calm things in life. You have mommy and daddy that can help with any assignments that you may be running into. So it's really one of those things where we have to find something that you can do. Is it going to see a counselor? Is it, regulating that stress by talking to friends in different classes strategically throughout the day? There's something that we'll find to get you through that day. And again, we're getting to the point where it's almost the end of the school year now. So whatever we find, we're going to have to find again when the new school year starts anyway. But I think if we get into that practice of finding those little stress breakers for you, it'll make life a little bit easier. So we're going to take our last break here. And when we come back, we're going to talk about different ways to get happier. All right, we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about living a happy life, and now we're going to talk about how to get happier. Okay, so you can learn how to get happier by managing your mindset, calming your mind, becoming more confident, using your strengths, building your self-esteem, doing things you enjoy, and creating good relationships. That's a lot to think about. You can tackle them all at once. No, sorry. Not what I meant. You can't tackle them all at once. But you can start small and pick one thing to work on.
The best way to reach any goal is to begin with small, specific actions. After doing these for a while, they become habits, things that fit into your life. Nope. Things that fit into your day without you thinking about them too much. That's when you move on to build a new daily habit. Achieving small, specific goals can add up to big happiness. So, I want to take a moment to kind of summarize these last, 9 episodes, not 10 episodes, because we didn't do them on the 10s. The one thing that we've tried to do through this last series is kind of show you how, one, recognize your emotions, right? I think that's probably the biggest starting point.
Yeah.
And once you can recognize them and identify them and describe them and label them, then you can start to deal with them. And once you start to deal with them and you start to manage that stress and you learn the different techniques to solve some of that stress, you eventually can work your way up to ultimately what we were shooting for in this series, and that is a happier life. Everybody faces stress. You face it, I face it, everybody gets to deal with stress in their life. At different points in our life, we face different stress. The stresses that you face now are very different than the stresses that I face. And I think part of the problem that we run into is I've been in your shoes, but it's been a very long time since I've been in your shoes. And I think I am guilty of losing perspective on that sometimes. So I may encourage you to, appreciate the stuff that you have now, and that should make you happy. While those things are nice, those things aren't what make a 16-year-old happy. They're not the things that solve the problems that you're running into. And I think I'm guilty of losing sight of that sometimes. So I want to apologize for that. I don't do it neglectfully, and I don't do it out of malice. I do it trying to help, but sometimes the perspective from which I'm coming from in my help is pretty divorced from where you are right now. And that has a lot to do with different times. Lord knows I don't remember things very well at all. You already know that. So the way that I remember the stress when I was your age is probably not the way it really happened to me. And I'm pretty sure that when I was your age, I thought everybody that's my age now didn't know what they were talking about and didn't help my situation at all. And it's probably true. So instead of doling out advice over and over again to you, I want to try to be as open a book as possible to try and help find these solutions. So bear with me sometimes to try to regain that perspective. This podcast has helped me a lot with that. And we haven't had these kind of talks in several weeks now. I think I may have drifted a little far off the path as a result of that. What do you think I can do, or Mommy can do, or anybody can do to help deal with these stresses and help with the happiness?
Well, I definitely understand where you're coming from a lot of the time when you're trying to help me, deal with the stuff that I go through. But I definitely think the one thing that I feel is important for a lot of people to understand, especially some specific people, is that sometimes there isn't always a solution. Sometimes people who ask for help don't always want a solution to their problem. They kind of just want to, just confide in somebody they trust and, vent their emotions.
And I think that's another area that I'm guilty in, is that I've always been a solutions person. I've always been the type of person that I'm presented with a problem and I feel compelled to solve that problem. I can't not hear about a problem and try and fix it. That's just not in my nature. And I've run into this issue with mommy. There are times that mommy has a stressful day and she just wants to come home and vent and tell me about it. And that's how she copes with it. And I'll listen to her and the wheels immediately start turning in my head as to, all right, this is what you should do, or this is what you should say, or this is who you should go to. And it's not helpful at all. Now, it's no secret that I'm not particularly helpful when it comes to these types of things. I admit that right off the bat. But sometimes I lose sight of the fact that not being not helpful can be detrimental to the situation at times. So I totally understand how I can probably aggravate the situation from time to time on that. So I'm here to listen. If it's something that you don't want to talk to me or mommy about, let's figure out who you can talk to. Is it the counselors at school? Is it somebody else? Is it friends? Is it other family members? Is it maybe there isn't someone that you want to talk to about it? Maybe you just need to deal with it yourself sometimes. And if that's the case, that's okay too. Maybe mommy and I can be here kind of as that distraction that you need sometimes to back away from those stresses, to take a break, because when you get so embroiled in it and so immersed in it, it can tend to bog you down. Some of these are pretty dark emotions sometimes, and we don't want you to get bogged down in there. We need to reach down once in a while and pull you out of that quicksand and let you come up for some air. So that's kind of what we're trying to do here. The next week, we're going to be doing one of our Perspectives on Parenting podcasts. And I think it's important, as much as I need to understand what your stresses are, it's important for you to understand that you're laughing. Why are you laughing?
Nothing, I'll tell you later.
Okay. It's important for you to understand that when you become a parent, you don't get a handbook. There isn't a training course that you can go through. A lot of the things that we do as parents is we're learning on the fly. And the only thing we can do is kind of apply what we remember from being a kid to that. And sometimes we get it wrong. I'd like to think we get it right more times than we get it wrong, but sometimes we get it wrong. And sometimes we're just making it up as we go along as best we can. So the important thing is we do it together, right? So did you have any response to that? Did you want to tell me what you were giggling about, or is that an off the air type thing?
Yeah, we'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post, okay.
Or we'll talk about it in post or whatever, I don't know. But to what you were saying, yeah, I'm definitely excited for another perspectives on parenting. I can't say it. Perspectives on parenting. Say that 5 times fast.
That 5 times fast.
Anyway, I'm excited for it because I had the idea that, while we definitely get the teen's perspective when it comes to, various issues, which normally the teen never really gets a voice when it comes to this kind of stuff, I feel it's also important to have it come from the parents as well. And, because, the parents can have very valid concerns for the kids as well, and I don't want to, say that the kid's always right or whatever. So, it's important to get both perspectives because, knowing both perspectives is what makes a good relationship. And, I think it's important for all of us to be open and communicative with each other in order to make our relationship work.
Okay, I can't argue with that. I think the one closing thing that I want to leave you with, and then we'll come back for your closing thoughts, is the biggest challenge is recognizing unhappiness. Because if you can't recognize it, you're not going to solve it. sometimes those solutions aren't canned out of the box solutions. Sometimes you got to figure it out as you go along. So the first thing you have to do is recognize that you're unhappy. Recognize there's a problem. And if there's a solution to that problem, you work that solution. If it's something that you just have to get through, then you just get through it. But you get through it with other people. I think that's the important thing, is that you're never in it alone. And hopefully that knowledge will help get through it. So we're going to take just a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts.
Alrighty. Okay, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that overall, emotional intelligence is an important thing to kind of understand, and it's not something that needs to be overly complicated. It's really just kind of taking the small steps in order to get to a point where you can better your life. And it's important to understand that, even in, hard times that a lot of people can experience, there's still points that can cause everyone to have some sort of happiness. And I don't want to make it seem like it's something that, you need to be happy now, because it's an entire process. It's not something that happens overnight, but it's something that can happen over time. And the important thing is just at least to first recognize it.
Okay. Sage advice, as always.
Thank you. Kind of got inspired by you, so.
Oh, thank you. I think that is all we had for today's episode and for this series. Like I said, we'll be back next week with Mommy as a guest on the show. We'll talk about perspectives on parenting next week, and then we get into some more hard-hitting, what did we describe them as? Controversial topics after that. So that should be interesting. So we'll see how they go and how much hate mail we get from those. But until then, I do want to once again invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find both audio and video of all of our podcasts listed on as Insights into Things. And we're on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite you to rate us, give us a thumbs up, a like, a star, whatever the rating system is on your podcast platform of choice. You can also email us. We encourage you to give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions. You can I might not give this out during the controversial ones too, just so I don't get yelled at. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter 5 days. We're on Twitter all the time at twitter.com/insights_things. We are on Twitch 5 days a week, as well as YouTube streaming. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. On YouTube, we are at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Where you can get links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I gotta explain this one.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, which I have no idea when you guys are going to do another one, and Insights into Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast that you guys actually have an episode for, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Wow, that is approved by our marketing department there, folks. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 147, Disney Dissected. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So what makes you patient and understanding for this episode, dear?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
It's because you were patient and understanding with me when I was down in Disney.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't completely sure. I didn't divorce you while we were away, so
that is true. And welcome back to the show, by the way. You did take a couple of episodes off while Sam sort of stepped in for the topics he wanted to do.
Yep.
So this is your first time back in the studio recording for almost 2 months now, isn't it?
I can't even remember because I did an Insights into Tomorrow episode.
Right. You stepped in for him.
We kind of filled, and then we were trying to find other topics to talk about to give Sam some more time doing the entertainment stuff, and me, and it just never. There wasn't anything that
nothing jumping out.
Yeah, nothing jumping out.
But so. he kind of took to the entertainment side, so he may come in and fill in for you more often. We'll see.
There you go.
Today we are talking about dissecting Disney, and this is really about our trip to Disney.
Right.
So as previously promised on this podcast, this week we bring you our review of the current state of Disney parks in Florida. Having spent a week down in somewhat sunny, often rainy, and oppressively hot Florida, we've had a chance to see if Disney has been able to bring the magic back. We'll take a look at the resort we stayed at, the amenities offered, and the service at the resort. And then we'll take a look at some of the technology that Disney's trying to throw at its guests to justify the drawbacks of a lack of service in some parts, but a cost as well, as they pretend to give you more services.
Right.
And finally, we'll talk about our experiences at 3 of the 4 parks, because we don't really go to Animal Kingdom because it kind of sucks. But
other people enjoy that park.
Other people do enjoy it. We don't.
We don't. It's not one of our favorites.
It's not, and it's not an all-day park for us, even if we do go.
Right.
And we'll talk about where those parks stand compared to our previous visits. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Give us your show suggestions, what you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things, or you can visit us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's go. So the resort. So this was our first time back since COVID hit. It's been over 2 years since we've been back. Tried to take it kind of light. We didn't go overboard on this time. We actually did sell our DVC in the interim since our last time down.
Correct.
So we weren't staying at a DVC resort. We stayed at All Star Movies.
Correct.
So what was your first impression of the resort itself?
Overall, I really didn't notice much of a difference. one of the things that they've been pushing even before COVID started was getting you to do online check-in in advance of your reservation so that you didn't have to go to the front desk for check-in. And again, like I said, that's been something that was going on before COVID even happened, because we would normally do that where we would check in a couple of weeks beforehand, and then usually once we got down to the area, we would get a text message saying our room was ready and we could just go to our room because we already had Magic Band. So there was no need to go to get a key or anything like that. So that was still in place. So again, we didn't go to the front desk. Basically, the only thing that we checked in with was security. Once we first got there, showing our ID, they basically, yep, you're here. And, we kind of went on our merry little way. And probably within, 20 minutes of us getting to the physical resort, we got a text message that our room was ready, but we had gone to the main building to go get lunch and kind of walk around a little bit before we actually made our way. So again, nothing really seemed that different from the last time. Of course, it's been probably 3 or 4 years maybe since we've been at an All-Stars or a value resort, because again, we were using our DVC for most of the trip. So again, I didn't notice anything major, different in it. Obviously, and we'll talk about it, that the rooms have obviously been updated since the last time we had stayed at a value resort.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest thing I think that I noticed about the resort was they pulled out all the carpeting because it was always themed rooms. It was always some kind of, print carpet on there that was relevant to the building that you're in or whatever.
Right.
We happened to be staying in Dalmatians while we were there. But they pulled it out. You had all hardwood floors. You had all brand new furniture.
Correct.
You had really what was an innovative approach to furniture where you had a convertible bed.
Right. You had sort of a Murphy bed that when the Murphy bed was up, it was actually a table.
Right.
So and it was so funny because I think the first time we went to convert it, we were like, what do we do? Like there were no instructions when all you really had to do was just pull it down. So you just had to make sure that the table was cleared off.
What was nice about it was the use of space was much better than it had been with two beds in there.
Yes.
The problem is that when we come in, me specifically, I come in with
lots
a load
of
of technology. And what I'll do is I'll set up on the table and leave it there for the duration. And unfortunately, we didn't have that option here because the table went away at night because we had to use the bed.
Right. So I could totally see if it was something where you were maybe only, 2 people in a room and you didn't need to have that second bed all the time, that you could, easily leave everything. But I could see for anybody that had 3 or more people, you would always have to transform your room or just leave your bed down, but then you didn't have the table
space.
So that would have been a nice thing if they had something where they had like a flip down table attached to the wall.
Yeah, like an IKEA style table.
Right, where you could just flip it down and this way put the chairs, because you still had 2 chairs.
Right, you had to do something with the chairs from the table.
And that was what was so funny, was like seeing other rooms, what people did with their chairs. Now the other thing too that we had was you rented a scooter from an outside company, so we had it in our room. So that kind of ate up some of the room in some of the surface room of the hotel room. So a lot of people would put their chairs against the window. There was actually one that actually just put them outside. I guess they needed, that much more room. So it was kind of, you didn't know what to do with the chairs once the bed was down. Like there was no specific, area. It was basically, okay, well, we'll put it over here for today.
So they upgraded the bathroom area as well.
Yes.
So traditionally what you had was you have a small bathroom that has a shower and a toilet, and then your sink is outside in sort of like a little prep area.
Right.
And that, for privacy in that area, you typically have a curtain that goes
Well, it was
across.
funny because I remember years ago they didn't have the curtain.
Right, you had nothing there originally.
So that this way, if somebody was brushing their teeth, it was out in the open, but where the bathtub and shower and the toilet are, there was always a door.
Right.
And
right.
then at some point they added a curtain so that this way if you wanted to get changed
right.
and they evolved.
So that's been evolved into a barn door style sliding door.
Right.
For additional privacy. But what really struck me was they replaced the door, the swing door on hinges in the bathroom area with a telescoping door.
Right.
That slid in behind the wall itself, which I thought was a brilliant use of space. Like that's one thing that they really did was when they redid the rooms, they did things to maximize that space. Like over where your cooler, because you don't have a refrigerator anymore, where the cooler is, there's a piece of furniture that's kind of like a little breakfast nook type thing.
Right.
So
because they had a coffee maker,
right?
Like a single-use coffee maker there. They had your ice bucket there, and then there was a drawer
for all drink accessories.
Had like the coffees and the teas and everything to go with the coffee, and that area you could kind of use as a bar,
right?
Your beverage keeping, snack
like a beverage
area.
cart, basically.
Yeah.
So the room was okay. There were a few issues with it. The one thing we noticed when we got in there was the lock plate on the door was loose and eventually fell off.
Right.
The room phone did not work.
And that we only found out because we went to call the front desk the one time and went.
So we couldn't call the front desk from the phone. We tried to use the app, and we'll get into the app a little bit later, but we tried to use the app, and that didn't work either.
Right.
So you happened to find one of the maid service, and they were able to call
housekeeping, and they got a hold of somebody.
We had multiple issues with plumbing there, where they had to come and snake the toilet. And it wasn't just us. There were 3 other instances where I saw them walking around with the snake.
Oh, wow. So it was other people. Okay. So
it was an issue with the hotel itself.
Okay.
What else did we have? Drainage. Oh, my goodness. It rained, and you had literally swampland if you were walking around the outside.
And that's something just in general with Disney you can find on TikTok and YouTube other people posting videos from the park.
Sure.
But
I've never had that experience in all the resorts that we've been
I don't think we've ever noticed.
Because someone would be out there taking care of it.
True.
They may have had drainage issues
in the past, but we just never noticed it.
Guests.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
And the one area by the parking lot that had the big drainage issue, they had one of the grounds crew come through on one of their little John Deeres and track mud all over the sidewalk in the process of doing that.
Right,
And no one cleaned that up. And it's starting to look a little run down and tired. There were a couple of areas there. They were basically fire hydrant areas that weren't maintained. They were rusted. The paint was coming off.
Okay.
So it was very un-Disney like. Disney is always, even at the discount resorts like that, they've always kept up with it. And it just seems like it's kind of run down. The first day we got there, the elevator, one of the 2 elevators was offline. It took them most of the day to get that one fixed.
Well, they were actually cleaning. They were cleaning the, I don't know what you call it, on the top where they had like plastic panels covering the lights, because when we had gotten up to our room or down, I don't remember, I ended up seeing the maintenance, and they were basically just cleaning. So there wasn't anything wrong with the elevator. They were actually just cleaning it.
I see. And then really the only other big complaint I had about the resort was you had someone out there for the better part of a day who was pressure washing one of the staircases at the end of the building.
Right.
And just the fumes, because it was an internal combustion engine compressor they were using. You were gagging as soon as you walked out of your room. Now, granted, it was hot, it was humid, the air wasn't good to begin with.
Right. It might not have been a good day to do that.
I mean, have a little wait for people to at least leave and go to the parks, because this was like, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
They're doing this,
Yeah.
this type of stuff. So room service. So where we normally don't do room service, we'll put our do not disturb sign out there. They used to do daily room service.
Correct.
And now they're down to every other day, every
3 days,
every 3 days
or something. And I think it's every 4 days if you're DVC.
Yeah. And to me, that's a significant drop in service, because they didn't reduce the cost of the room at all.
Right.
In fact, it went up. And you're getting less service there. So that was a ding, I think, in my book. Paying for parking. Still one of my biggest pet peeves that I have there.
Right. And again, going back to that whole, hey, we didn't check in, there was nothing ever said in anything.
Right. It's
like,
just
hey, by the way, because for the most part, this was actually one of the first times that we didn't charge things back to the room. One, because we had done a whole gift card thing,
yeah.
so that was a good portion of our charges, and then we just charged it on to our various credit cards, because in most cases, if you were using a Disney credit card and your bill was a certain amount, you would actually get 10% off, whereas if you were charging it back to the room, you weren't going to get that discount. So it wasn't until the end of our stay when we actually got our portfolio, and I was like, oh, what were all these charges? And opened it up, and it was parking. That was literally all it was. And that's where, again, we've been there since they've been charging for parking, so it wasn't a shock for us. But what if this was our first time and we didn't know? That's something, granted, yes, it's not the security officer's job checking you in, but if you're doing the mobile check-in, if you're checking in, online beforehand, something should pop up saying, hey, by the way, just so you know, if you're driving, you're going to have this $15 a day or whatever.
How did they know that we were driving is what I'd like to know.
Well, because we checked in with security, that was what.
So that could have been a rental car we had for one day and got rid of it, or we could have been getting dropped off by someone. How do they know that you're parking there?
Well,
the
and then
time?
That's the thing, is that we would have had to.
I would dispute that charge because it was never detailed anywhere on the original bill.
And that's the other thing too, because what used to happen is when you would go to the front desk and check in, they would ask you, "Oh, are you, staying on property?" Because they would give you a parking permit. Right. So now they don't even print out.
And they'd get your license plate number.
Right. But they got my license plate number when we checked in, because security there was a camera towards the back that could see my tag.
So they're nickel and diming you there, which was very annoying.
Right.
We bought the mugs, which I didn't want to do, but you thought it'd be a good idea to buy the mugs.
Right.
And the quality of mugs have gone down significantly. They've got the cheapest lids. The lids kept falling off. I almost lost the lid twice. It's just, I was very disappointed at that, but that's there to support the fact that you can't get multiple refills. You buy a disposable cup from them, you pay $4 for it, and you're allowed 3 refills within an hour or two, or something like that, which is idiotic. It really is.
Right.
Because Disney is not losing money on me getting a refill on my soda.
And granted, you almost never got a refill on your soda.
Right. So and the problem that I have,
but
with
the fact that
you're charging me $4 for a soda, where 90% of the cost of that drink is cup.
Just the cup,
and you're putting a chip in that cup now, so I can't get refills, which makes the cup more expensive. It's an idiotic business model that they have there. I didn't want to go on with any other complaints about the resorts. Did you have any highlights, any positives? Anything nice to say to counter any of my complaints?
Well, the one thing I did like, which was new, I think, since the last time we were there, is that they actually have, when you go to the buses, if you're taking the resort transportation, because usually most of the time, if we didn't have the scooter already, we would usually just drive to the park. This way we wouldn't have to worry about waiting for a bus or anything else. But because of the scooter, we had to use the transportation. And one of the nice things was, as soon as you got to the area, they had a little schedule showing you when the next bus estimated time when the next bus for the different locations was going to be coming. So that I thought was very helpful.
And they've had that at the moderate and the higher end resorts.
Right.
This was new for us
at the Value Resort.
Value
so it was
Resort.
that
So
was nice. a nice touch to see. So
all right, so we'll give them a plus for that one then. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the technology that Disney is throwing at some of these issues. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Today we are dissecting Disney. So one of the things that Disney has done to try to enhance the experience is go the technology route. And that technology route is apps on your smartphone at this point in time and bands and all that stuff. So right now, the Disney World app that they have with their nice little 50th anniversary logo on there is the central part of that technology push. You pretty much need it for anything you want to do: booking rides, checking times, getting into your room, pretending to call the front office because it doesn't work for that.
Your photo pass.
Yeah.
Reservations.
I have to say that I was very unimpressed with the app. I found it to be poorly designed. Someone looked like someone gave a 5-year-old a box of crowns and asked him to design an interface. It was confusing. It was not obvious or intuitive to use. Finding the information that I wanted just to go in and look up times or to look up available slots for reservations for different extra services like building a lightsaber or a droid, you couldn't find that stuff. And the whole thing was predicated upon this whole idea of build your experience. And in order to do that, you pick the things you want, and that's all that you saw. If you ever wanted to stop outside of that, you had to go back through the entire wizard and reset all your settings in there to see anything. And I thought it was a terrible experience. Right down to the point that you bought one of the new Magic Band Pluses. And what happened with that? Tell us what happened with that.
So I wasn't going to buy the new Magic Band. But the last day we were in a park happened to be the Magic Kingdom, and at Magic Kingdom they had a Haunted Mansion one. So of course, me being the Haunted Mansion person that I am, all right, fine, I'll get it, just to have it, whatever. And we charge it while we were in Hall of Presidents. You had already bought one and you had no issues getting it to sync up. Everything was fine. I go to sync it up and I get an error. And I try and go through again, and then it tells me that the app has a bug and to uninstall and reinstall the app to try and fix it. I do that, doesn't work. I try taking, because there's a QR code, so first I try linking it by the wireless link. That didn't work. Then I tried taking a picture of the QR code to do it that way. That doesn't work. Then I even tried entering the code manually.
Which is a challenge considering how small those numbers are.
Right. Entering the code, nothing. As soon as I would do it, it would fail and again tell me that I had a bug. So by that point, I was just fed up. And after spending almost $50 on it, I went back to the store to return it. And of course, the cast member there was like, oh, well, if you do decide to, purchase another one, we do have tech support people, located throughout the park that would be, willing to help you. And by that point, it was already our last day. Maybe if it was our first day in the park and I had, the whole rest of the week to worry about it. But this was literally our last day.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm done.
It wasn't the band itself, it was the app.
Right.
So that's really where I think the biggest complaint was. Because there was a lot of things with that app. The calling the front office.
Well, that was
our phone
calling the
didn't
front
work,
desk.
we tried to call the front desk. You can get to it through the app if you could find it, because it wasn't easy to find.
Right. And that was another thing, another challenge of things weren't where you thought they would be.
Right.
If you did a search, it would eventually find it, but it was like I shouldn't have to be searching every time.
It was almost like they did no user testing of this.
And then that was the whole thing too, because when we were having the issues with the bathroom, I was like, all right, well, let me just call the front desk. And I'm like, and I couldn't even like Google a phone number for the front desk either. And then the one day I actually just walked up to the front desk and they were like, oh, well, you could have just done it on your app. I'm like, no, I couldn't. And she didn't believe me.
Right.
And she walked me through it and was like, oh, okay, that is a problem. Yeah. No shit. Like, I know it's a problem. I'm pretty tech savvy. I understand not everybody is tech savvy and you have to talk to, every guest like we're an idiot, but it really wasn't there. And then, so you can't even say, oh, well, it's because you had an Android, because you even had the same problem and you have an Apple phone. Right. So it clearly wasn't user error. No, it's something with your app.
It was app specific.
Right.
So some of the other things I found were an issue was you could look up wait times for rides. Mm-hmm. They weren't accurate. When you guys were going around and doing things, I was riding around the scooter looking at wait times on the app.
Okay.
Oh my God, they were 15 minutes off, 20 minutes off.
So they weren't updating
They
as
were
often.
not done in real time on the app itself, which makes the app useless at that point when it comes to that function.
Right, because especially if that's what you're determining, oh, well, this wait's only, or this wait's 60 minutes, but yet the wait might only be 15 minutes if you actually went there, but then you don't want to go there because...
The entire purpose of the Genie experience is you don't need a fast pass because we can tell you when these times trend here, and it's completely wrong. I lost my Magic Band at one point in time because it was on a little holder on my
original
one. So we kind of panicked a little bit there. We were able to get the ticket to get into the park, but I didn't have a way to get into the room.
Right.
So I was able to use the app for that, and it worked. But it was awkward. It's like 4 screens in, you don't know where on the phone it's transmitting so I'm moving the phone all around the thing to try to get the thing to work.
Right.
It scans the first time and it goes green, but it won't unlock. Well, there's a prompt on the screen that you don't get an audible prompt on where you have to accept the ability to unlock the door at that point.
Yeah, see, I never tried doing it that way. So
it was not good. And the other problem is they don't have any free charging stations that you can use around the park.
Right.
If you want to pay for them,
I was going to say they have the charging rods that I know, and that was something that we knew going in from various other people who had been there and various other YouTube videos and things that said, if you're going to be on your phone a whole lot more. Make sure you have some sort of battery backup so that you can charge your phone. And honestly, there was only, for me, there was one day that I had to charge my phone, but I really didn't even need to. But that was also because we really weren't using the phone as much.
Well, and we'll talk about that in a second, too.
Yeah.
And the last big complaint that I have about the app is they have this device where they're tracking the vast majority of people because you're dependent on it to use the park. Mm-hmm. And they're not using the data. We wind up outside waiting for a bus. It took us almost an hour to get a bus when the entire line was full waiting for buses? How are you not using this? You're tracking these people.
Right.
And you're tracking them for the purpose of taking a picture and tying it to their account.
Mm-hmm.
How are you not using that information to dispatch buses?
Right.
Or crowd control for different rides? Like, I don't understand why you would have all this information and then not use it for a constructive purpose.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it to try to sell you stuff, and that's all they're using it for. And that's a huge insult to the guests.
No, I agree. Especially when it comes to the end of the night where everybody is tired, everybody is cranky.
Yep.
Why you would have all these empty buses. Now, granted, maybe you didn't have enough bus drivers, but maybe that's what you need to plan, is that you always know at the end of the night you're going to have a rush of people wanting to get out. Why not put that extra
and in the past, they've had instances where you've had cast members at the bus stops.
Mm-hmm.
And the cast members are calling in the dispatch saying, I need a bus for this resort.
Right.
I need a bus for this resort.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have that.
Right.
And they didn't need it because they have the technology. They just chose not to use the technology.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that massive scam that is Genie Plus.
Oh, Genie Plus.
So tell us how much we paid for that and how much we used it.
So we paid $15 per person per day that we were in a park on a regular park ticket. So we only went to the park for 3 days, but the one day was the Halloween party. And because of it being a special ticket event, you don't use Genie Plus on that day. So we only had to pay for Genie Plus for 2 of the days that we were in the park. So $45, so $90 total for the 2 days for the 3 of us, because each individual person has to have it for however many days. And since we hadn't used it before, we figured, you know what? Let's try it. Let's give it a try and see if it makes a difference or helps us out.
We took one for the team so we could review it for the podcast.
Right. And granted, there are lots of pros and cons. You know, there were a couple of friends of mine who had used it before, and they said, oh, it takes a couple of days to get used to it. I'm like, well, I only have 2 days to get used to it. So I either need it to work or not work. And the big push before used to be, you know, buying it ahead of time and making sure you had it, even though you couldn't really do anything with it until the day of. And now there's some other changes that they're making to it. And again, I'm not really 100% sure of what they all are because we're not there anymore. So I'm not really paying attention as to what those changes are. But I know one of the major changes was that you didn't have to purchase it until that day if you wanted to get it. So
doesn't make
again,
it worthwhile.
Right. So
how many rides did we get on using that system?
Okay. So in Epcot, which was our first day, we did the Remy ride with it. We did it with that, or was that with the virtual queue? No, the only thing that the virtual queue you could do with the virtual queue was the Guardians of the Galaxy, and that we didn't get. And that I woke up at 6:45, so because they had a 7 o'clock and a 1 o'clock for the virtual queue. And I got up at 6:45 to try and get a 7 o'clock. And by 7 o'clock...
Well, we already knew the virtual queues were broken.
Right, so that was...
So we got one ride in Epcot?
Well, we technically had 2 because we ended up getting Soarin', and then you didn't want to go on Soarin', so we canceled it, and we ended up doing the single rider, which we didn't know was available.
Well, that's another thing I want to talk about, but when we get to the parks.
So we did have one, but then since you decided not to go on the ride and they had that available, we used that in place of it. So we had gotten rid of that, and then that was when we made the Remy reservation, because the other thing too is when you make the reservation on the Genie Plus now, you can only have one at a time.
Right.
And then once the time frame starts for that reservation, or that lightning lane, that's when you can make an additional lightning lane through your Genie Plus.
All right, so we paid $15. We paid $30. Well,
$45.
$45 because I didn't go on Remy, so I'm not counting myself for that. So for $30, you went on one ride in Epcot for $30.
Mm-hmm.
And how much did we pay for park tickets?
More than $30.
$1.20 maybe?
I think it was about that. I don't remember
Okay,
what.
So $30 for one ride.
Mm-hmm.
Then we did Studios. How many rides did we get on with Genie Plus with that?
We did. Maddie and I did Toy Story Mania with it. We did Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Coaster with that. What else did we do? We didn't need it for... No, we did use it for Smuggler's Run.
For the second run through.
For the second run, because again, we did the
solo rider.
The solo rider. So we got 3. Did we get a 4th one? I think we only got 3.
Okay.
So we got 3 with that.
So that's now $60 for 4 rides.
Mm-hmm.
Was it worth it?
Probably not.
This is $60 on top of $120 per person per ticket to get in to ride the rides anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we're talking about $150 per person for Genie Plus and a ticket. And Genie Plus got you 4 rides. That to me is a scam. The other thing that I found was interesting is we got into Magic Kingdom early on Friday because of the party.
Right.
And it was still regular admission in there.
Mm-hmm.
We walked past Peter Pan.
Right.
And the Lightning Lane. And the Lightning Lane was easily a 20-minute wait at Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of the Lightning Lane if it's a 20-minute wait?
Right.
This is the problem that I have.
Well, when the regular ride is a 60-minute wait, a 20-minute wait is nothing. But again,
still,
yes, we know.
That's not Lightning. I'm sorry.
Right. I understand that.
Lightning is I walk in and should be able to get right on the ride.
Right.
Especially when I'm paying for it.
Right.
What rides were not eligible for Genie Plus?
I don't know if there was anything
besides Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, Guardians of the Galaxy, because that was the virtual queue.
Right. So you could only do virtual. Was Rise of the Resistance one you had to pay to get on, or was that eligible with Lightning Plus?
I think it might have been, because I think what they do with their certain big ticket rides, you know, kind of their e-ticket rides, is they offer the additional pay for me.
Right.
Lightning Lane, and there's so many of those that they put out, and then there's so many regular lightning lanes, and
so here's where the real scam is.
Oh yeah.
So pay $15 for Genie Plus, unless you want to go on this other ride, and then pay another $15 to get on that ride.
Right, and it's not always $15 because depending
they
on
change the rates based on
right, the time of year.
And,
so it could be $20 to go.
Okay.
But all the ones that we saw where they were an additional fee. So like the Guardians of the Galaxy, we didn't get the virtual queue. But now they didn't. So with that, it was only virtual queue or paid Lightning Lane. There was no standby, meaning you couldn't just go and wait for 2 hours on a line to get on the ride.
Thank God for that.
Right. So it was either you got in the virtual queue for free, or you paid $15 to get a time spot.
Comparing the scam of Genie Plus to FastPass.
Oh my God, there's no comparison between.
Okay. I think that ends the argument on that one then.
Right. There was, I personally didn't. Now, if we had done a full Magic Kingdom day, I could see Magic Kingdom.
Well, the problem I have with that is you can only reserve one at a time.
Right.
And you have a 1 hour cooldown after you've either canceled it or used it.
I don't think we did.
In the app, you do.
Because I was actually able, because the one...
Might not have been on canceling, but...
I don't know, because there was one that I had one reservation, and I actually had the next one, and it was actually overlapping, because the one was from like 1 to 2, and the next one was from like 1:30 to 2:30, and I was actually surprised that it...
Well, then they may have changed that.
Or it could have been a fluke.
I had a work colleague that was down there 2 months ago and said that was one of the problems they ran into.
So maybe that was something that...
So let's move on from Genie Plus, because if I stay on that, my blood pressure's going to go up. Real quick, before we go to break, Magic Band Plus.
Okay.
Is it worth the price? It was about $50 with tax.
I wouldn't have done it.
How do you feel about the fact that you need to charge the thing? It takes 90 minutes to charge. When you first buy it, you got to charge it.
You know what? I already have my watch that needs to charge, so that was kind of oh, okay.
Well, and that's the other thing. It's a proprietary charger.
Right, and that was the thing that you said was, oh, great. So now if I lose this charger, I'm never going to be able to charge my Magic Band again.
But they sell extra chargers
But they do
now.
sell extra chargers for you.
But God forbid you give me a device that can charge on an Apple charger or an Android charger or a standard Qi charger.
Right. And the other thing, too, was, yeah, it's cute that you walk past, so they have the different statues and stuff, and if you wave your band in front of it, sometimes the statue...
Or if you walk past it, or if you look at it wrong, you have no idea how to trigger these things.
Right, because there's nothing that I found. I'm sure probably somebody has put together a YouTube video saying, oh, here are the different things that your Magic Band will do. And the thing is, they've been doing things like this for years. Back when they had the 100th anniversary, the 100-year anniversary or the 100th birthday for Walt Disney, they had these special pins that you could get.
Right.
And when you would go on certain rides, the pins would light up. Or if you were watching the fireworks, they'd light up. That so this is kind of the same thing.
They're vinyl. They're like the old ones were. So they're very sweaty. They're very hot to wear.
Right.
Mine fell off 3 times.
Right.
After having put it on, I had to have you carry it.
Right.
Because I was afraid I was going to lose it.
Right.
What else did I have down here?
That it didn't have any sound.
No sound. So, like, the thing would vibrate and the thing would light up, but, like, you have no idea why. Right.
Because when we were walking out of Magic Kingdom, we didn't walk past anything special that I knew, and all of a sudden I'm like, why is the band...
Right.
I already have enough things on my watch to notify me of different things. I didn't need it.
It's almost like, hey, this is really cool technology, let's sell it. And nobody was like, what are we going to do with it? What's the purpose of it? Oh, just sell it. We'll figure it out later. Whereas when the Magic Bands came out, they had a true purpose.
Right. And I could see if we were annual pass holders or we were still DVC and we'd be going down a couple of times a year. All right, sure, I'll get the new band, because that's the other thing too, is that no longer as a resort guest do you get a free Magic Band, because that was what they kind of moved away from, the room keys.
Right. The crack dealers at Disney gave you the first dose, and now you got to pay for the rest.
Well, fortunately, we have enough Magic Bands. We don't need we don't need to buy a $50 one. So.
All right. So the technology to me seems more like a scam than anything else, and it's a money grab. I think we can kind of agree on that to a large extent.
Sure, we'll go with that.
All right, let's take our last break, and we'll come back and we'll chop up the park experience. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or
on the web at insightsintothings.com.
All right, we're back bitching about Disney parks. Here we go.
It's going to be such a great podcast.
So we've got 3 to complain about, and I'll start off with Epcot. So we're still at the point where we have to make a reservation to get in the park.
Correct.
One would think the reason for that was to regulate how many people were in the park, you would think, right?
You would think.
Still packed and crowded as hell. Don't understand that. Got to make a reservation, but I got people crawling all over me still. Someone needs to explain that one. Huge sections of the park are shut down because of the construction that's happening, which isn't unusual for Disney. The problem is it requires you to completely reroute how you get from point A to point B.
Correct.
In a park that has literally the longest walk between rides already. So it's forcing you to extend those rides where they probably could have been a little more strategic in how they set those barriers up. Oh, and the fact that you have to order ahead for food now because you can't even stand in line to buy food almost at any of the restaurants, the quick serve restaurants.
Well, we actually didn't run into any problems with any of the quick serve. They were still
okay, good.
We were still able to. It wasn't mandatory because I know when they first opened after COVID, that was the only way you could.
All right, then I'll save
make
that complaint for
reservations.
studios because I have a very specific complaint about that in studios.
So Epcot, we really didn't do any because the food and wine was going on, so that you had to go to the little individual booths, and they weren't really that busy. And then after that, we kind of cut our day early because that was our first day in the park. It was extremely hot, and there was so much lack of shaded areas for us to go and hide that we just kind of called it a day just because we were just overheated by that point. So we really didn't have a big quick service meal. We just kind of snacked.
So we weren't there long enough for it to really be a problem.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So then we go to Hollywood Studios. Again, crowded. Don't know why. The restriction to the quick serve I had a problem with here because it was hot. Normally when it's hot, I'll go into the ABC commissary just to cool off, sit in a corner somewhere, relax. Couldn't get in if I didn't have a food order. They literally had bouncers sitting outside the entrance, not letting people in.
Right.
How do you do that? It's like getting a reservation at McDonald's. It's idiotic.
Right. I didn't understand that. But you did eventually get in because you said you were just going
they stuck me in a corner, literally between two pillars to charge the scooter.
When I went to go find you, I'm like, where the heck is he?
Now I give total props to all the cast members that were there because they were making sure I was okay. They were offering me water. The one woman comes over and asks if I wanted to have a cupcake. So the staff was fantastic, but the policies I think were terrible.
That's I think what it is it's the policies that other people put into place, and now you have these cast members that are the ones enforcing it and are like, ugh.
So the other thing that bugged me was I was very much looking forward to going to Galaxy's Edge, going to Doc Ondar's, and shopping and buying some of the unique stuff. And they didn't have jack in there.
Right.
Not only did they not have anything cool, new, or interesting, they had a 20-minute wait in line to look at the lightsabers that they had in the case if you wanted to buy something. A 20-minute wait to spend $200 and some dollars.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's ridiculous. And they had a guy sitting there enforcing, almost like he had a cattle prod, making sure people were bunched up on top of each other because the lines were packed so tight.
Right.
That was such a turnoff for me. It really was. What else did we have? Finding a seat at the quick serve was like, almost impossible. You had people just circling around waiting for someone to get up.
Right. Now we did eat at the docking station.
Right.
and that again didn't have a problem, you know, because they asked when you got there, did you do a mobile order or are you placing an order? Because they had 2 separate lines.
Right. They let you get in to order something, which was nice because I could at least get in and cool off.
Right. And then, you know, just like you know, the quick serve, but we've had that before where there weren't always tables available depending on what time.
Well, before our quick serve was always the way that we went because or the mobile ordering was how we went because that was our secret weapon.
Right. And now everybody does it, so of course you need the app to do it, and you know, but it worked out. We still got a meal, we still had a table, you know.
Couldn't book anything with Savi's workshop to build a lightsaber.
Well, and honestly, if we had tried to book it when we had made our reservations, we probably would have.
I shouldn't have to book spending $400.
I understand that.
6 months in advance. I shouldn't have to do that.
Right. But that's the thing is when we went 2 years ago, we made those reservations as soon as we could make them and we got them.
My biggest concern here was I couldn't even see that there weren't reservations or how to make that. It wasn't even an option. Right. It took you a while to find
because I had to search. I did a search for Savi's and
right.
Again, it was a whole secret thing because if I didn't know what to call it, I wouldn't have been able to find it. There was nothing obvious. Again, you had to search, but you had to know what you were searching for. So
there were far fewer character interactions at Galaxy's Edge this time than the last time. Mm-hmm. Everywhere you look, last time we were there was a character you were bumping into them left and right.
Right.
There were 2 or 3.
Kylo Ren and some stormtroopers.
Right.
That was
and
about
at one point in time, Chewbacca and somebody else was up on a platform somewhere.
Oh, see, I didn't even see them.
You couldn't interact with them. They were basically up there just waving at people like it was a parade float.
Right. Well, that even happened when we were in Epcot. Pooh Bear was behind a fence.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
they stuck him out in the sun.
The poor Pooh Bear. Man. He was melting, I'm sure. Yeah. So.
The other issue I had was solo rider times, not single rider. It was solo rider at Smuggler's Run, which I thought was funny.
Right.
They don't publish them.
Right.
You didn't know. The only way we knew it was a 5-minute single rider line was because we overheard someone say it. And we're like, excuse me, how long is a single rider? And they're like, 5 minutes. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Right.
And like one other person did the same thing. And it's like, given how bad your application works for booking these rides, how are you not? It's not up on the signs.
Right.
Nobody's out there. They have one cast member come out and start saying, hey, 5-minute single rider ride if anybody wants to get on.
Right.
How do you not have a provision for that?
Right. And that's something. So going back to Epcot, Test Track has been a single rider ride for as long as I can remember. So most people know about it. So they have, 3 separate entrances for it. And then, of course, as soon as you get close, they're like, oh, don't forget, your party will be separated, blah, 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 and you go on. I had only known about Soarin' having it from watching somebody else's video. So if I didn't watch that other person's video, I wouldn't have known. And I think at Soarin', they're still doing it as a test. It's not official. And again, we had gotten it as the one lightning lane, and when we went up I was like, oh, are you guys still doing, oh look, and they basically just have like a cast member holding a sign saying single rider, and then you go on. Smuggler's Run, I wasn't sure if they were doing it until we got to the front of it and we're like, oh, okay, great. And we, I think it took us longer to walk the whole entrance.
That's just poor planning and poor execution on Disney's part. That's a major selling point that you could be using to enhance people's visits there, especially with the crappy system that you put in place instead of the fast passes.
Right.
So we, at one point in time, wanted to go over to Star Wars Launch Bay and cool off, look at the stuff they had there, see if there's anything to shop for. And it was literally a ghost town.
Right.
They shut down the Little Mermaid thing that was there. They shut down the gift shop that was there.
Right. Little Mermaid has been shut down since.
But everything was shut down. The only thing that was open was a couple of the Play Disney thing.
Right. But they did have Star Wars characters that was still open.
Yeah, if you walked 5 miles back,
well, that was the whole thing, right?
Because they weren't advertising it anywhere.
Right. Well, no, they had the sign when you got to the area, so you had to know. But yeah, that was the whole thing, because the Launch Bay area, there was the whole shop there, and then you'd walk through the shop, and then they'd have the characters and artifacts from the from the movies and things.
It was like just a completely forgotten area.
Right. It was just kind of, and the other thing too was it closed at 5. Right. So then that whole section, even though there wasn't a whole lot to the section to begin with, became even more of a ghost town, because again, you already had the Little Mermaid that they haven't reopened Little Mermaid yet. So the little princess store right next to it, that shut down. Then there's a Play Disney gift shop that hasn't opened yet. So you had the couple of characters, but no gift shop. And then you had...
Like at that point in time, just shut the whole area down and block it off.
Exactly.
You're just... It's ridiculous to even have a couple of things open.
Right.
Like I went to get the scooter. I could have swore I saw a tumbleweed blow through. It was so deserted over there.
Well, the squirrels were more entertaining over there.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was
really
kind of sad. And the other thing too was, like, Maddie and I did the Muppet movie, and there's a Muppet gift shop as soon as you get out. And I was like, all right, as soon as we get out, we'll go into the, gift shop to cool off. And that wasn't open too. So that was really kind of the first, seeing a lot of the gift shops that weren't open, because in Epcot doesn't have as many little gift shops along the way, because you have all of the different countries, so all of those were open. So we really didn't see the effect of things until we got, to Epcot.
All right, 5 minutes, Magic Kingdom, and then we're going to summarize.
Okay.
Go ahead. You go.
Okay, so for the Magic Kingdom, that was our Halloween party. As you had mentioned before, with the Halloween party, they let you get into the park 3 hours before your park time. So, of course, there's, tons of lines to try and get in, everybody to get in. And, of course, because of the holiday party, you have a special band, so it takes longer to get in. And, of course, the storms are coming. So you got people that are trying to leave the park, people trying to come in the park. So, of course, very crowded, at the beginning of it. And it always seems to be kind of disorganized no matter what time you go. So I don't know if it's something where if we actually went closer to 7 o'clock or closer to 6 o'clock, if we wouldn't run into that or not.
Well, and what would make sense if they did that is you do a rope drop type thing. Mm-hmm. And for all the people who are coming in for the party, you get them checked in, you get their bands on in that time ahead of time, because they're all queuing up.
Yeah, because that happened
and then you have a rope drop when you let them in.
Because that happened when we did... Was it when we did the Christmas party?
I think it was a Christmas party.
Where you actually checked in at the Polynesian.
Right.
And you got your band and everything. So you were already checked in. So as soon as you got off the monorail, you went right in. So they need to kind of go back to that system of, checking in someplace else. Mm-hmm. I will say, though, that their security system has gotten better, because they don't do every bag being checked.
Right.
So you kind of go through a metal detector, some sort of scanning thing.
I don't know if that's better or if it's just more lax to get people through.
I don't know, but it seemed to go smoother. So that was at least a positive that I saw. But obviously here was another instance. Now, again, don't know how much of it was because it was the holiday party or not. But again, we saw a lot of different shops that were closed. But again, not every shop is always open for the holiday party.
Well, and some of the shops we know were closed because they turn them into other things.
Right, exactly. And then some rides or certain attractions, they turn over to trick-or-treating areas. The one thing that was bizarre was, because again, they have all these different trick-or-treating sections, and they didn't start handing out candy until 7 o'clock. And at one point, we were in Tomorrowland, and it was 6 o'clock, and there was a line forming for people
form a line, which was
to wait for candy.
Yeah.
For free candy.
For a couple pieces of candy you'd get.
So we were just like, no, we're going to go on some other rides. So that was kind of crazy. But once the party kind of started, and also once the rain kind of died down, we really didn't have too many issues. it kind of spread out, because then you have the people, because there are people that go to the party just to go and see the specialty characters that only come out for the holiday party.
Right.
Then you have people that are just doing the trick-or-treating. Then you have some people that are there to see the special Halloween parade and to see the special Halloween fireworks. So it kind of helps to break it up, because that's when Maddie was able to get on Splash Mountain in 5 minutes. Big Thunder Mountain in 5 minutes. I think Space Mountain was 20 minutes. I think that was her longest wait. Haunted Mansion, I think it was about 20 minutes, maybe even less, for us to get on that.
So let's summarize before we leave here.
Sure.
Give me a score, 1 out of 10, 10 being the highest of your overall Disney experience. Give me that artificially high score you're going to give me.
7.
Really? Wow, I would not have thought it would have been that low.
Really?
Yeah.
You would have thought I would have given it higher.
I thought you would have been an 8 or a 9.
Ha ha!
I'd probably give it about a 5.
Mm-hmm.
And really, my problem was more with management and execution.
Mm-hmm.
Poor planning, and you can blame it on the fact that they haven't brought all their staff back, whatever you want to blame it on.
Yeah.
But there's ways to compensate for that. And to me, it was a disappointing experience.
The one highlight of our trip, and I think we can both agree on this.
Steve from Brooklyn. Absolutely. Steve from Brooklyn. He was so close to restoring my faith in Disney. He was so optimistic. He was the best bus driver we ever had.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was so good, I almost want to use Facebook again so I can follow him. Almost. But Facebook's too evil.
Right. So fortunately, I'm already friends with him. And I had been friends with him already. And when he pulled up, I was like,
I'm
Facebook friends with you.
Magical experience. And I don't use that term very often for Disney, but that was a magical experience. And I thank him for that.
Yes.
All right, that is all we had for today, and probably that's more than enough. We kind of cut some of my complaints short because I, do have a heart condition with blood pressure and everything. So, before we do go, though, I would like to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our network's podcasts can be found under Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 146. Help me, Obi-Wan Filoni. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest once again today is Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Good. How are you?
Good. So we didn't have a chance to finish our discussion in our last episode. We ran kind of long. Very good discussion, though. But we had to kind of cut our third segment out. So we're going to kind of expand on that a little bit here. Today we're going to continue that discussion where we're talking about Star Wars 10 years into Disney's stewardship of the franchise. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the two men who kept the franchise alive and given us a new hope, pun intended. And of course, I'm referring to Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Then we're going to take a look at the future of the franchise based on recently discussed projects that were revealed during Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all the network podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can find a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. We'd love to get your ideas on topics and how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. So before we dig too deep into where we're going with Star Wars, I thought it would be worthwhile to kind of go back and take a look at the two men, I think, that have been attributed to reviving and keeping the franchise alive, and the first being Dave Filoni. Filoni himself has gone back in animation back into the mid to late 90s, working on things like King of the Hill, The Oblongs, Kim Possible, Lilo and Stitch, the series. So he's had interactions with Disney through his animation. But the one big project that he really worked on that I think that established him, because he was moving from a writer role and animation work into directing, and that's Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yep.
In 2005. You're familiar with that show, aren't you?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite animated shows of all time, not just animated. I actually did a recent rewatch of it, probably within the last year or two. It's a fantastic show, and you really can see. It's not just a kid show. I wouldn't even say it's a kid show at all. It deals with some heavy stuff. There's really cool action in it, really cool themes, and it was one of the first shows I remember when I was growing up watching, thinking, okay, this is different. This is what the animation medium can be, and this is what storytelling can be in a lot of ways, where it's complicated, but also at the end of the day, it's very simple, and it tugs at your heartstrings, and it really connects with you. And I think that as we go through and we see what Filoni does with Star Wars, you can see a lot of his strengths in Avatar that is then translated into Star Wars with similar storytelling techniques.
Yeah, and from Avatar, he moves on into the Lucasfilm world with Clone Wars in 2008. And it's funny, he had relayed a very interesting story. When he got the call to meet Lucas, he didn't believe it because he was a huge Star Wars fan.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
To begin with, yeah. And he thought it was a prank. So he agreed to meet Lucas to discuss a 3D animated project for Lucasfilm Animation. Well, animation was new ground for Star Wars at the time, so he assumed that was there to kind of feed the prank a little bit, and Lucasfilm Animation didn't even exist as far as he knew. It was a brand new division of Lucasfilm. So when he went to go meet with him, he wound up telling one of the producers during the call that, I'm in the process of building my own Jedi costume in my garage at the time. Now, he's my age, so he was in 97, 30 years ago now almost, 20 years ago. I don't know. Math is hard.
20 years.
20 years ago. So he's in his early to mid 20s. All right. So I can relate to that because I was going through the same types of things, and there was this lull in Star Wars, and everybody wanted to see more Star Wars after, the re-release of the anniversary edition and stuff like that. So it was kind of funny that he really didn't believe that he was being given this opportunity. But what really caught George's eye was his work on Avatar, because so many of the themes that they wind up dealing with in Clone Wars, they dealt with in Avatar. What are some of the parallels from the two shows that you really see his handiwork in?
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars in general, there's always a theme of found family, especially if you get into Rebels and Clone Wars, the idea of that family doesn't necessarily have to be blood, but the people that you find along the way that then become your family. That's a very big thing in Avatar. The idea of like the sins of parents kind of influencing their children, you get that in Avatar with Zuko and his father, and then in Star Wars with obviously Luke and Vader. I'm trying to think of, I feel like there's another big one I'm missing, but really the found family thing is like the big thing, and Filoni's ability to really capture this tight-knit group of people that, would do anything for each other. And that's more Rebels, which I think he actually pitched Rebels before Clone Wars. Clone Wars is kind of more expansive, but you still have that core group of, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and eventually Ahsoka. But yeah, I think Filoni's ability to really get down to the heart of things and tell those stories is kind of what made him the guy going into this.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned the overarching theme of Clone Wars. Clone Wars was originally a George Lucas concept that came out of Attack of the Clones, Return of the Jedi, stuff like that. Lucas wanted to tell that story that he couldn't tell in between the films, and that first season was really a lot of what he wanted to do with that. After that first season was sort of when he kind of gave the reins to Filoni at that point, and then you really start to see this series get deeper and more character development. I mean, it's really hard to take an army of people that are the same person and make them all distinctive. And every episode did exactly that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the things, and I'll probably hit on it again, but that Clone Wars does so well is that it takes these genre stories of Westerns, I think I said it in the last episode, Westerns and noir and crime dramas and all these different things, and puts it in Star Wars. And that's where a lot of the best arcs in Clone Wars comes from, is, Star Wars doesn't always have to be about the Skywalkers. It doesn't always have to be about, the same, like, three things over and over again, which is where you get some of the failings in the movies because they're so, hamstrung by these couple of topics. But in Clone Wars, because it's a TV show and you have more time to stretch it out, you can cover so many different themes and topics and storytelling devices.
Yeah, and I remember when Clone Wars came out, they had talked about how they're going to distinguish the personalities of the clones. And the big thing that they kind of latched onto was, they're going to have different hairstyles. And it was like, that's really not going to cut it.
Yeah.
And that's what the first season was. It was, this guy's got a mohawk and this guy's got a buzz cut. And it was like they were all the same person in really that first season. It wasn't until Filoni really started to get involved with it that you started to find out that they were all distinct personalities. It wasn't just a haircut.
Yeah, and two things I want to mention in that. I think in the first season we get the episode Rookies, which is where it's all about the clones, and we get I'm blanking on, all the Star Wars fans are going to bash me, but we get that original team of clones that we eventually follow through the entire show. And that's when you start to get their different personalities. And I want to shout out D. Bradley Baker, who does the voice for all the clones. He's like ridiculous. If you watch Bad Batch, he does all the voices there. He does all the voices of all the clones. And the more opportunities they give him to do it, the better he gets at it. Because you mentioned the haircut thing, but it really is the vocal performance too of Baker giving each of these individual people who look the same, aside from cosmetic differences, but who has the same face, distinct personalities just through the vocal performance. And if you have any interest in animation and voice acting, it's like a masterclass in what you can do just by little changes to your voice.
Yeah, it is great. And in fact, when we were down a couple years back at Star Wars Celebration in Orlando, they did it was a continuing storyline that they were doing that was an on-stage read-through.
Oh wow!
And he participated in that.
He was there?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was fantastic to see these guys up on stage, all the voice actors doing a read through of this story. It was incredible. You can probably find it on YouTube still.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. Wow.
Yeah, it was a great experience to actually see that and to see how they work together, because it's not even like, because when they do the show, they're recording their dialogue in separate, studio sessions and stuff like that. But when they're up on stage, they're riffing off of each other. They're looking at the person that they're actually reading dialogue to, and they're almost emoting it out. I mean, they're sitting on chairs and stuff like that. They're not up acting it out, but you can see the emotion on their faces when they do this. And when he changes characters, you can see a change in his posture as he's doing a different character.
It reminds me of Andy Serkis, for all you Lord of the Rings fans out there. He did an interview recently on Colbert where he was talking about recording the audiobooks for Lord of the Rings, which are very good if you want to check them out. But he was talking about, because he does all the voices, so he was talking about, and he was physically demonstrating how when he does Gollum, he has two personalities. He'll go from one side of the mic to the other to do the different two aspects of the personality. And it's things like that where, like, I don't know, I'm like such a nerd for like voice acting and things like that, because I just think it's so cool and it's so impressive. And this show is an example of that, Clone Wars. And like with most things with the show, it gets better as it goes. And not just D. Bradley Baker, but Ashley Johnson as Ahsoka Tano, James. I was gonna look up the other two names of Anakin and Obi-Wan, but they're also great because it's not Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor. They got new actors, and in some aspects, I think they do a better job than Hayden and Ewan did at some points, especially Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan's voice is awesome.
Well, and part of that is the fact that there's so much more character development that happens over this time. You've got so much more freedom to express emotions and regret and development of that character that you don't have that level of freedom in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah. Matt Lanter is Anakin Skywalker, and James Arnold Taylor is Obi-Wan. I just want to make sure I get those names right. Also, a bunch of other people. Corey Burton as Count Dooku is like one of the best voices in the show. It's great, and you should all go watch it.
Just to confirm, it was season 1, episode 5 was Rookies.
Yeah, so I mean, season 1 is definitely rough, and definitely it can be like, you're like, okay, do I really want to watch more of this? But episodes like Rookies really are like, okay, there's potential here.
Sure. And
is it a coincidence that's when George leaves that the quality steps up? I don't know. I don't want to bash him too hard, but
well, George was never famous for his dialogue, right?
Exactly. So I think if you don't have to, you can cherry pick some episodes from season 1. And I would say you could probably skip the whole movie. I don't know if we want to cover the movie, but the movie was rough. It's only kind of worth it to see Ahsoka get introduced, but she's also unbearable in that movie. But she's unbearable at the beginning, but then by the end, it makes her character progression even better. So, and Rex too. We get Rex in that movie, who's great.
Yes, we do, and I'll reserve judgment on Ahsoka.
Yes, we've had discussions about Ahsoka.
The jury for me is still out on Ahsoka. My biggest thing with Ahsoka was she was a character that shouldn't have existed. The only reason she existed was to appeal to a certain demographic for the TV show. That was all she was created for.
I mean, in Filoni's pitches for what was going to be Rebels, George handpicked out Ahsoka and was like, hey, we should have her. Of all the characters he pitched, he picked Ahsoka and was like, hey, let's develop her. And then they did.
The problem that I have with that is canonically, how do you go through the entire episode 3 of Revenge of the Sith? He's still a Padawan in Revenge of the Sith. How do you go through all of that? Or he's an apprentice still. He's not a Padawan. He's an apprentice. How do you go through that? He's never made a master. He never never mentions that he's had this Padawan that went through, 3 years of the Clone Wars and all this stuff. How do you never mention that?
Well, so they kind of tried to fix that a little bit.
Oh, they did a terrible job retconning that.
With the last season of Clone Wars, where you get the animated versions of Revenge of the Sith, and you see, I don't know, I think it's good because you get because you know what's going to happen to Anakin, and it makes Ahsoka like a tragic character because she cares about him so much. And it's like, I don't know, George picked her out of a lineup after he made all the movies, all right?
And that's the problem, is they tried to shoehorn her into a storyline after they had a story.
All of Clone Wars is that, though. We have to go back and retro, that's kind of the thing Filoni does, is he takes what are the movies and tries to make them better with TV shows. And he did that with Clone Wars, where the prequels are of just better if you watch Clone Wars, because you get it's not just one elevator conversation between Anakin and Obi-Wan. It's multiple interactions where you really believe that these guys are friends, and it makes, and the clones in general, you really care about the clones, and when Order 66 happens in that final season, it's really heartbreaking, especially for what happens to Ahsoka.
Absolutely, that I will agree with. However, the one area that he failed to do any justice to in Clone Wars from the movies was Jar Jar. Jar Jar was still annoying.
At the end, Jar Jar gets one arc with Mace Windu that's not awful, but everything else kind of is. He gets one arc.
I still think Jar Jar is a secret Sith Lord who started the whole thing.
Hey, George said Jar Jar was the key to all of this, so we can take that however we want.
So, all right, so he moves on from Clone Wars, does a fantastic job with that. He gets his Rebels, which I liked Rebels. I think Rebels worked very well. I think it wound up falling into that same siloing issue that Star Wars tends to do, where you have this entire galaxy and this whole thing takes place basically on one planet.
Yeah, Lothal.
And it's not a particularly compelling planet.
No, it's just like a field.
Right. Like there's literally nothing there.
Until the final season when everything's there.
Right. So that's kind of where it was a stretch for me, and it kind of fell off. But one thing they did that was really good with that was they gave you the expansion of the understanding of the Force.
Yeah.
When they tried to do that in Clone Wars with the
father, daughter,
yeah,
son.
I forget the name of it.
It starts with an M. Mortis?
Mortis, yes. That was interesting because they actually tried to tie that into the novels that were happening at the time with Legacy of the Jedi novels, I think it was. And they had this ultimate villain, and she was associated with the father and all that stuff. Very interesting. Shows up as one of the monster villains in Star Wars role playing.
Oh, really?
SW5E.
Huh, that's neat.
So he does that. He does Forces of Destiny, which was the.
Can I talk about Rebels a little bit? Because Rebels,
I was just going to skip right over.
I noticed that. We're just going to blow through Rebels. Rebels is definitely worth watching. I think in a lot of regards, it's on the same tier. We talked, we spoke very highly of Clone Wars, but I think Rebels is right there. I mean, Rebels. The problem with Rebels is it's like a kid show in the beginning, and it does, which is that a Filoni thing? Is it like a network thing? Who knows? I think it's a network thing.
Well, let me stop you there for a second, because I read the prequel novels before this that introduced the characters.
Okay.
They are not kid friendly.
Yeah.
Like, he's this addled former drug addict, and he's working in the underworld, and he sees her and has a crush on her. It's really off the wall.
Okay.
And then when I saw the series, I was like, wait a second, these aren't even the same characters that they introduced. So that was kind of a shock for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's definitely the hampering of it, is that it is a kid's show for a lot of it. But it also does, I mentioned it earlier with that found family thing, and that's something you don't really get a lot in Clone Wars, but the crew of the Ghost is like a family, and it's almost from the very beginning, and it's really, really genuine, and you get a lot of really good moments, and every character gets their own arcs and things like that to really flesh them out, and it's really, I think that's cool. I also like the original trilogy era, even though the art style in that show is weird because they tried to do the rough Macquarie stuff, but that just doesn't translate to animation very well. So if you look up a photo of Yoda, he looks like a monster, more of a monster than he actually looks like. I would definitely say watch Rebels, especially if you liked Clone Wars and you want kind of more of that similar storytelling. Season 2 is really good. We get Ahsoka back, and we get Ahsoka Vader fight, and it's really cool. It's one of the coolest finales I've ever seen in a show. But yeah, definitely don't just skip by Rebels. I would say definitely check it out.
Okay, so I won't skip by it. Sorry.
Forces of Destiny we can skip because I didn't watch that.
Well, Forces of Destiny was more a marketing campaign than anything else. They had to come up with some stories to sell some toys, and that's really what Forces of Destiny was. And it was catered to young girls and stuff like that. I don't really have much to say about Forces of Destiny.
Same thing with the next show, too. I also didn't watch this.
Resistance was terrible. The animation was terrible, the storylines. This was one of the things that they tried to do to bridge the gap from Return of the Jedi to Force Awakens, and it was just awful. It really was. I mean, this is one of the ones where Filoni kind of fell flat on his face.
Well, yeah, like I said, I never checked either of those two shows out, but I mean, I'm sure someone had a good time animating it, so hopefully they got something out of it.
Well, there you go. And then we have Clone Wars 2, otherwise known as the Bad Batch.
Woo! I talked very highly about Bad Batch last week. Maybe not very highly. It's good. It's more Clone Wars, like you said, Clone Wars 2. You get characters from Clone Wars and Rebels. It kind of becomes a thing that they do now where it's a cameo fest, but you get more D. Bradley Baker crushing it as all the clones, Rekka, Tech. He doesn't do Omega. That's somebody else. I forget her name, but it's a young girl or a woman. But if you liked the family aspect of Rebels and the actiony war tale of Clone Wars, it's kind of like a merging of those two things.
Yes, that I would tend to agree with. And Bad Batch, I think, is pretty good. The only complaint I have about Bad Batch, and you and I disagreed on this last week, is how much they devoted the last season of Clone Wars to setting this up as an offshoot. They wasted a lot of episodes that they could have used to really wrap up that story arc better than they did, because they wasted a lot of episodes of that last season of Clone Wars that they brought back.
Yeah, I mean, they could have. I think they wasted way more time with the Rava.
Absolutely.
Rafa, and I forget her sister's name, but those people that show up in Bad Batch.
Yeah, because they got to reuse them.
Yeah,
they spent all that time animating them, so.
Especially that with this is it, Ahsoka's back, and we see where Ahsoka's been, and then she's hanging out. There's wacky adventures with these two sisters. It's why? And
that was almost felt like an extension of Forces of Destiny, the way that it went down. That's really what it felt like.
The stuff with the Bad Batch, like I said, we talked about it last week, but those episodes were basically already scripted and made and blocked. So I think that they were in there because we had already shown the fans this, and people are going to expect that. If we're going to give it the full budget that this final season got, which is why it looks awesome. In terms of visuals and animation quality, it's a huge step up.
See, and the problem that I have there is you're retconning. Okay, the Bad Batch.
They're like X-Men.
Right. How were they never mentioned before? They come into Clone Wars with this reputation of being the A-Team. And you've never seen them before. You've never heard of them before. They don't show up on any kind of news feeds, nothing. They just come in with this reputation.
Well, this is what happens
you're supposed to believe it.
When everything's a prequel and we never move forward. When we're constantly backtracking to fill in gaps, this is what's going to happen. It's inevitable. When the movies are the blueprint and then we try to fill in every possible second of the timeline with new characters, there's just not a whole lot you can do.
And I get that, and I accept it. I just don't like it.
We tried moving forward, and no one liked that. So,
well. All right, so let's take a quick break, and we're going to come back and kind of do a recap on Happy when we come back. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. We are talking Disney and things. Star Wars mostly, but everyone starts out in Disney at some point.
Yeah,
right?
the large looming shadow of the mouse.
So 10 years in, since they've owned it, and we're talking about where they came with it. And the other person who seems to be the man of the hour with resurrecting Star Wars and keeping it going is Jon Favreau, who started out with Disney back in 2008, directing Iron Man and portraying Happy Hogan in Iron Man. And he had a rather storied career with Marvel, What are your candid thoughts on Jon Favreau?
Yeah, I looked ahead at the notes and I saw that we were going to talk about Jon Favreau. I'm not a big Jon Favreau guy. I don't think he's that talented of a director. I think he's, I use the phrase Disney hack off air, maybe. But I like Iron Man, the first one. He also did a movie called Chef. That's pretty good. He stars and directed that. Those movies are good. I don't know. You look at, we have the list here. Iron Man 2, no one likes that movie. Jungle Book, the 2016 remake, The Lion King 2019 remake. Both of those movies just felt like such, corporate kind of cash grabs, especially Lion King. Because
the live-action remakes that were 99% CGI.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's a whole nother... They're not live action. They're just not. They're animated, okay? Just because it looks like a real lion, which it doesn't make it live action. They didn't, cast a lion. It doesn't matter. The Lion King especially was a personal offense to me because I'm a big fan of the original movie, and the new one was just so... I didn't watch it, so you can disregard my opinion if you like, but it's just so soulless, and I think it's the epitome of Disney as a corporate machine, and I think Jon Favreau is on the front of that face of that.
Because they didn't have the songs in it, that's why.
They only have 4 of the songs, and they redid them and they were awful. Anyway, I'm sure Jon Favreau, he made his money. He's a very successful guy, and I'm happy for him for that.
Happy, I get it.
Yeah.
So what about producing? So producing, he did pretty much everything with Marvel so far. He's been involved with Avengers, Iron Man, Infinity War, Endgame, Age of Ultron. Do you think that his hand with Marvel has been worthwhile? Has he contributed to it? Has he detracted from it? They keep him in it, so he must be doing something right.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways he's similar to Filoni, where if you look at a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, and, it's all manufactured, so take it with a grain of salt anyway. But Favreau seems like he is a fan of the Marvel source material, and when he gets to stuff with Star Wars, he seems like he's a fan of that source material too. And even if he is, the corporate shill I make him out to be, even if he's
don't hold back, tell us how you really feel.
Even if he's a little bit of a fan, that's going to translate at some point. He's not someone that's totally unfamiliar with these properties, coming in trying to shoehorn it into whatever story he wants to tell. He respects the source material, and he has also, he's found a way to adapt it to a whole new audience. So there's credit there.
So as a fan, he did participate in Clone Wars as the voice of Pre Vizsla.
Yeah,
which actually he told an interesting story about this. He was on set doing some post work for Iron Man 2 at the time, and was invited to come in and do the voice for him. And all of a sudden, he adopts that persona, moving forward in the shows. Then they bring him back in for Mandalorian. Now, everyone kind of really got juiced about Jon Favreau because of what he did with Mandalorian. What are your thoughts on? Obviously, you're not a huge fan of his Marvel work or his other Disney movie work. How is he done with Star Wars?
I'm a big fan of Mandalorian. I talked about that last week. It's I think it's the best modern Star Wars thing to come out of this whole, the acquisition and everything. I think it's the most promising thing going forward of what we can do with this universe. And it's, Favreau's been a big part of that. And, I give him a ton of credit for that, because it's kind of like what he did with Iron Man, where, this is the guy for this universe going forward. And we're going to center things around him and have that property be the thing. And I think Favreau's good at that. And I think he did it again with Star Wars. So
now, did you ever get a chance to watch the Disney Gallery documentary on the Mandalorian?
I did not.
That's worth watching, because he hosts it and he kind of does all the interviews with all the other directors. Because remember, Mandalorian Season 1 was directed by 5 different directors. Yeah. So it wasn't him directing everything. He was really the showrunner for it more than anything.
Okay, so I was thinking of something else. I did watch a couple of these. I didn't watch all of them, but I did watch a couple of these episodes. Because I remember that's where you get a lot of the cool behind-the-scenes stuff that I...
Yeah.
So those were fun to watch, especially hearing the Filoni one. I remember being really good, because he talks about you get, he's just a fan. So it's 2 fans just talking about Star Wars.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do remember those now.
And I have to say, that's probably where the magic really happens, is each of these guys alone bring an element that's contributory towards the success. But I think the 2 of these guys together as a team are what really have made this what it is. Filoni kind of had this early on when he had that mentor-mentee relationship with Lucas, and he was kind of like the Junior George type thing. But I think the relationship that Favreau and Filoni have together is more, they play off of each other's strengths. And I think that's really where a lot of that value comes from. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially if it's, if Favreau is more of the business side of things, having a background in producing and directing and, having a foothold in the corporate world of things at Disney, for better or worse. I think that could be an asset when you've got a creative like Filoni that can do the writing and the story blocking and things like that. Putting those together, that's how you get things made at the end of the day. So,
and I think ultimately that's where we're kind of at with the situation here that we're at now. I mean, we've got Book of Boba that was a collaboration between the two of them, which that was probably not the best thing that came out of it up until about episode 5.
Yeah, whenever the Mandalorian showed up.
when Mandalorian season 2.5 started. The one thing I think that we get from the two of these guys is that we don't get from the movies that we saw, the sequel movies, is there's an appreciation for the history and for the legacy. They're constantly trying to put little pieces in to connect it back to the original series. I went crazy when the Mandalorian lands on Tatooine in season 1 and the little red R5 droid comes out with the scorch marks from the blown motivator from A New Hope. And I pointed it out when we were watching it to the rest of the family, and they're like, oh yeah, whatever, you're just sort of making this up. And then in the documentary, he talks about that specifically.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's cool.
And he insisted that they actually paint that on there so that you would be able to tell that that was where he came from.
Yeah, speaking of Tatooine callbacks, in the 2.5 episode of Boba, he gets the souped up Naboo starfighter that's like a hot rod,
right?
Which is like so dumb, but I fell for it. Like, it was so cool. And then you see it flying next to X-Wings, and it's like the merging of prequel and original trilogy stuff that, I think is really neat. And there's just so much potential that if they would just kind of capitalize on, and like what I imagine the Mandalorian will do, moving the story of Luke forward, moving the story of Ahsoka forward, things like that.
Yeah.
But, moving forward with things. Well, I guess for Luke, he's still, we see where he ends up, but the Luke that we all wanted.
Right. Well, and it's funny you mention that, because even that scene where they're putting the ship together, he goes to the Jawas and they have to go get some kind of stabilizer, or I forget what it was called. But it's the bar that they used in the trash compactor scene in A New Hope. It's the same exact thing. And they did that just so you had that visual reference to the original trilogy. And it's like, the fact that they go out of their way to do stuff like that, I think, to me, shows their appreciation for it. But it's that little bit of fan service.
I do think you can go too far with that. That's how you get a Solo, where it's like the dice.
I agree.
But, at least that the people doing it in Mandalorian actually care, because you see the behind the scenes stuff, and, it's not like as in your face.
If it's subtle.
Yeah.
If it's subtle and it's there to provide accent to the scene or context to where you are or something like that,
And it can make the universe feel more connected, I guess. Too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you do something like a Solo, or even what J.J. Abrams did, as much as I want to say that Force Awakens was the best of the sequel trilogies, it still wasn't a very good movie. And it was really there for fan service, just for fan service, for the sake of fan service.
Yeah,
it was basically a remake of A New Hope. And they even make fun of it, Like, in the movie, they're making fun of, oh, there's got to be a way to blow it up. There's always a way to blow it up. Like, lines like that are kind of, it's that slap in the face that where you're going over the top.
Yeah.
All right, so I got a giant Death Star with a big laser. Oh, well, this is what the original Death Star looked like, and this is what, so it's a bigger Death Star. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, that was too much. Seeing an R2 or an R5 droid that I recognized and thought, wow, that would be awesome if it was the one from A New Hope, and it turned out to be the one from A New Hope.
Yeah.
There wasn't a plot, line around it. There wasn't a twist to it. There wasn't dialogue around it or anything. It was just there. We
didn't get a 6-episode miniseries about the droid like dealing with...
Right. The droid didn't get his own series like everyone else seems to get.
Coping with the blown motivator.
So, anyway, but I think the bottom line here is that while they each bring their own to the equation here, I think the two of them together is really where that that creativity is benefiting the franchise.
Yep, absolutely.
So we're going to take a second break here. We'll come right back, and we're going to talk about the future of Star Wars.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So the future of Star Wars under Disney. So they had a ton of announcements at Celebration. I watched a bunch of the panels. Couldn't go because it was in Anaheim and, flying and all that stuff and pandemic and Corona and all that. But I found when we were down at Orlando, it was better to watch it on YouTube anyway because you can't get close to the stage for anything. So they announced a bunch of things, and some of these we already knew were coming out. So the first one that we have to talk about here is Star Wars Rogue Squadron, which was announced back in December of 2020. It was going to be a Patty Jenkins movie. Then she was on again, off again, on again. She's got Wonder Woman that she's working on, a whole kind of thing. And it almost smelled a lot like Solo, where we're having problems keeping directors again for some reason. Rogue Squadron's still scheduled for a 2023 theatrical release, but it's not clear if they're going to keep that, especially with Taika Waititi's film moving forward that we'll talk about in a little bit. Do we need a Rogue Squadron film?
No, I think my thesis for this part is I talked about it last week, but I've kind of fallen off the movies and TV shows, and I think this is like the peak of that. No, we don't need a Rogue Squadron. If you're going to do it, it should have already came out, and it should have ripped off Top Gun. People would have been way more invested if that's what they did. If I had to guess, I'd say they're probably going to make it a TV show now, because what was it, Kathleen Kennedy? They said they're moving away from movies and they're moving into television?
That was, yeah... They did, but they did because they announced a whole bunch of movies at Celebration.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't check any of that stuff out. But no, I don't think we need that. I never was really into the whole Rogue Squadron thing. I never was really into the games because they were, flying games. And I was never into them. They had the new Squadrons game that was fun. Very complicated though. And again, it's just I don't know the flying thing as a topic never really interested me.
It was a great series of novels. I have to say I did enjoy the novels themselves. And they had a Rogue Squadron video game that came out in the, I want to say, 90s or so, somewhere in that time. But none of the storylines from those books or that game is going to be included in this from what they said. So
awesome.
It's going to be something completely new. So next we have a movie that's to be determined. It's a standalone movie from director J.D. Dillard, who did the 2016 sci-fi hit Slight. No details about this. The fact that he got his own movie, because apparently everyone's getting a Star Wars movie now. Not only do you get an offshoot of a series if you're a character, you get your own movie if you're a director and apply for it at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure our letter's in the mail.
Yeah. I'm waiting for our invitation to come do our own. Because the next one that we have to talk about is another one that's to be determined, and that's a Kevin. How do you pronounce his name?
I was looking up J.D. Dillard. Kevin Feige.
Feige. Okay. So Kevin Feige is also getting his own standalone movie.
Okay, people were jazzed about that. He's the Marvel guy, so
he's the Marvel guy.
I mean, he is. He's like, again, we talked about it off air, but you don't want to point fingers at one person for everything wrong or everything right with a franchise. But Kevin Feige seems like he's the one that is like he steps in and he says, "Hey, let's do this to make the MCU a cohesive universe." And it's weird they're giving him only one movie, but
Well, and that's the thing. Like, he's not. Why is he?
Has he directed before?
I don't know. If he's the Marvel guy, why is he doing a Star Wars?
Okay, it's Disney. They own everybody. Let me look up Kevin Feige and see if he's directed. That could be interesting, though, if he, does it right. I don't know. Did they give any information on what it could be about?
No, there aren't a lot of details or any details at all. They talk about him being the man who built the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah.
There was a 2020 conversation in The Hollywood Reporter from Joe Russo, the Endgame director, where he talked about Star Wars in Kevin's debut, and he thinks he's going to do great at it, blah, blah, blah.
It's mostly producer credits on his IMDb, but there's so many of them that I'm having trouble finding anything else. There's 67 of them, and I can't figure out how to sort. So, maybe, he did his time at Marvel. Maybe he wants a shot at directing a Star Wars film, and that's why it's a standalone movie. We're like, hey, here you go, buddy.
That's the only thing that I could think. Michael Waldron's being tasked to write the script of the film. They did announce that. Deadline announced that in January of 2021.
Oh, Loki executive producer. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of producers doing things that aren't producing makes me kind of nervous.
Yeah, and kind of they're moving down the food chain. Usually you move up to the producer role in the food chain, don't you?
Yeah, but directors get more critical acclaim, so
I guess, yeah.
If they're good.
And that brings us to another to be announced movie that they're looking to do. So this kind of all plays into that whole theme of Kathleen Kennedy, where Star Wars is moving away from movies. They've got a bunch of movies they want to do. They just don't know, or they're not releasing information. Now, we already know that Taika Waititi was confirmed to be making his own movie here. He was already out during Celebration. He was out scouting locations and filming. It's slated for a late 2023 release. I don't know if I want Taika Waititi doing a Star Wars film. Now, he did get a Star Wars episode. He did get an episode of Mandalorian, which he did great with that.
Yeah.
But I'm terrified that we're going to get a Thor comedy version of a Star Wars movie, and I don't know if that's going to go over very well.
I mean, I'm more open to the idea just because I think Thor Ragnarok was good because it made Thor more interesting and it made the universe more interesting by not taking it as seriously. But also,
it helped that every other Thor movie sucked, though.
That did help. Yeah, it's hard. It's a low bar. I have not seen the new Thor movie, which he also directed, so I'm not sure if that quality's still there.
It didn't get very high ratings.
I saw that. I try not to read that stuff, but it's everywhere. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think Taika's a pretty talented guy. I don't know. I think if they did something where it's not, like a main character that we know, if he kind of got like his own thing that's a little more quirky, maybe that would go over well. Or just fully commit, make a Star Wars comedy on Disney Plus. We've never seen that except for like droids.
Droids.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that could be interesting. That's what I've been saying. Let Star Wars do whatever it wants. Take away the restrictions and make something weird. And if you throw everything at the wall, which it seems like they're doing anyway.
Visions is. Visions is everything weird.
True, but make a comedy.
Well, and they did with Visions. There was elements of comedy in some of the Visions episodes too, which is fine because it's its own self-contained little box there, and it doesn't break the rest of the universe. And that brings us to the last and certainly the least desired movie project, and that is the rumored Rian Johnson trilogy. At least from my perspective, I have zero respect for Rian Johnson after The Last Jedi at this point in time. I'm sure you'll disagree to a certain extent there.
Yeah, people harp on Last Jedi pretty hard. It's not as bad as people say it is. It has bad elements, but there's good things about it, everybody. All right, there's good things, and one of those is the directing. The writing is not great, but there are great shots in it. There's great direction. Maybe not with the actors, but with the action and the cinematography and things like that.
Oh, especially like that Holdo sacrifice scene where it goes completely silent.
It's pretty cool.
And they actually had to put a notification at the movie after it premiered that the sound is okay.
Oh, really?
That's funny. That's how bad the direction was with the cinematography.
Or people are just dumb. I mean, who knows?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of
I think that's
stupid out
much
there.
more likely. Yeah, because everybody, especially if you're going to a big premiere like that, people have to clap and throw their popcorn at the screen. So, I don't know. It could be all right. I don't think it's actually going to happen, though, because I think people are way too turned against Rian Johnson for them. Like, he's like corporate, like, he's like a bad apple, I don't think they give him another chance.
Well, and I think that's a reputation it's well earned after Last Jedi.
Well, the same thing happened with the guys from Game of Thrones. One of them, right? Benioff or Weiss, one of them was supposed to get a trilogy. And then the final season of Game of Thrones came out and everybody hated them. And they were like, well, we're just going to scrap that.
Well, and then they're coming out with the offshoot, the spin-off.
House of Dragons, something like that.
But anyway, that kind of concludes what we're looking at. We have a whole bunch of rumored movies that we have no real detail.
Yeah, that's like way less information than I thought there was going to be. Like, not like plot, like, they do the Marvel thing where it's like She-Hulk 2023, Thing 2,
And the setup here is that they're focusing on streaming.
Yep.
Because they have to keep people paying for streaming to get their money.
Because that's guaranteed money as opposed to releasing something in theaters.
Absolutely. So streaming, it's ridiculous how many projects they have for streaming.
And I'm not going to watch any of them.
They need to come out with another network to stream all this stuff on. So you've got Andor, right? So you're going to get Diego Luna coming back as Cassian Andor. That one's already set. They've got a release date for that for August 31st. We know we're getting that. Do we need that?
No, nope, we don't. Anytime you ask that, the answer is almost always going to be no. Yeah, no. I forgot this second show we're going to talk about. I might actually watch, so I might have to retract my earlier statement.
Yeah,
but
just so you can disagree with me, right?
Well, no, I have my reasons for this second show, but no, Andor does not need to be a thing. I mean, it could be. And here's the thing: we talked about this last week. It doesn't all have to be like important to the lore. It can just be an interesting story. If Andor turns out to be like a gritty war spy thing, I don't think it will be, but if it was, and like they actually raise some questions that haven't been talked about in Star Wars before, like the more interesting parts of Rogue One, that could be something worth your time. I don't think it's going to be that.
and rumor has it that they're going to be doing that. They're supposed to be depicting the origins of the rebellion, and the rebel cause, and They keep referring back to the one scene about he's been in this since he was 7 years old or whatever it was.
Since I was 6 years old.
So it was really 7. It was
Time is hard to keep track of. Space time.
But it's supposed to kind of go into that, what he sacrificed and what these other people sacrificed, and how like Mon Mothma had this idealistic idea that she could change things from within the organization, and she comes to the realization that so there's a lot of
drama,
There's a lot of that drama that they're trying to establish with this. Whether or not they pull it off or not, I don't know. We'll have to find out.
I just hope they commit. I hope they don't shy away. Like that, what you just pitched me sounds great. That sounds like that could be really interesting and deep, and really great character drama. I don't have faith in them to do that.
It's not disputes over trade lanes.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
So then the next one that you'll argue with me on is Ahsoka. And I'm actually excited about Ahsoka.
We got like the whole Rebels cast coming back.
We do. And what I like about Ahsoka is the character's finally interesting to me.
Yeah.
She's matured. She's not this annoying little
kid
anymore. Yeah, I'll use that word. But she's mature. She's a wizened Jedi at this point. Not a Jedi. I don't know what the hell she is. She's a gray Jedi.
They let her keep the lightsabers.
Yeah,
so.
But they're white now. So
yeah, it's pretty cool, huh?
But I think the time period that we're seeing here needs to be explored, and I think it's a great opportunity.
And this is after Return of the Jedi?
This is set in the same time period as Mandalorian, which is 10 years, 15 years after, or 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
Okay. Yeah, because like I like Ahsoka, obviously, and I also keep forgetting the show's going to happen. But also they've announced like all these Rebels characters are coming back, and Ahsoka's appearance in Mandalorian, she's looking for Ezra. She wants to know where Thrawn is, and like that's the stuff that like interests me because Thrawn's cool.
Yeah,
and like if we get an adult Ezra who's like again not super annoying because
he was as annoying as she was at that age.
Except he was the whole show. I should have mentioned that when I talked about Rebels. Ezra, the main character, is the worst part of the show, and he never stops being the worst part of the show. He's insufferable. He gets like 3 good moments, but I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm curious how that's going to translate to live action because everybody always harps on the translation from animation to live action. And the real answer is because it's not meant to be that. It's not supposed to happen. But like imagine Zeb, who's the big furry dude, like in live action, he's gonna look like a monster. So I don't know what any of that's gonna look like. But yeah, I will probably watch that show. And that's it. That and Mandalorian.
All right, so we got you hooked on that. And then we've got Mandalorian Season 3 coming in with the big mistake, I think, is they're bringing Baby Yoda back in, which...
They had to.
You didn't have to. You didn't. You absolutely didn't. Everyone accepted the fact that Baby Yoda went off the train with Luke.
He's back.
Right. And they killed that in Mandalorian Season 2.5, otherwise known as the Book of Everyone But Boba.
But like right away, which is we talked about this last week.
Stupid. So stupid that they did that.
They should have done. I'm not saying a whole season without Baby Yoda because I'm not a big Baby Yoda guy. I can't stand the kid. But
you don't like any young people in the
because it's so. At least Baby Yoda was just so, I don't know, cheap and like just a way to sell stuff, which they did.
But they didn't, though. That was the funny part. They released the series, and it took them 12 months to get a piece of merchandise out. Everybody else was selling Baby Yoda stuff.
That is true. I think if we would have gotten like half a season without him, and then he shows back up or something, just to give the Mandalorian some more character time alone,
See, and I think they had set it up perfectly. All he had to do was take the damn lightsaber. Who doesn't want a shiny lightsaber?
I thought he was going to take both. Have cool armor and a lightsaber? Well, no, I thought he was going to... For those of you that don't know, Luke presents Grogu with a lightsaber or a set of a tiny Mandalorian t-shirt. and his choice is essentially you can either stay with me and be a Jedi or go live with Mandalorian.
I survived the Empire and all I got was a stupid t-shirt.
It's really funny, guys. Look it up. It's a small... He holds it up like this.
T-shirt.
Yeah. Anyway, so Grogu ends up choosing Mandalorian, and I thought he was going to pick both.
I think it would have made such a better story if he picked the lightsaber and he realized he had to put that part of his life behind him, and then Mandalorian can go off and shine on his own.
Yeah.
What the hell is he going to do with this kid now? The kid was nothing but a draw to him.
Well, now we're going to go full... I think, isn't the idea he's going to go full Mandalorian? We're going to get... We're
going to get him in a full Mando suit now?
Yeah, it's going to be a mech suit. No, I imagine they're going to go to Mandalorian and kind of make all that a thing, because, they said the Mandalorian isn't the Mandalorian anymore, even though he has the Darksaber, things like that. So I imagine it's going to be...
But you don't need Baby Yoda for it.
Well, now he's a foundling, just like Jin was. And he's going to get a mech suit.
Okay.
But I'm in because it seems like we're going back to Mandalore. And every time that's in anything, I love it.
Okay.
We'll get Bo-Katan back.
Yeah.
And,
she's coming back. But...
The Armorer, the Destiny character.
No, because the Armorer is one of the mean ones now. She's one of the Death Watch, so she's not Death Watch anymore.
He's going to have to fight her. And she's going to have all different swords and stuff because she's an armorer.
Is that what she's going to have?
She's going to have a weapon wheel like Grand Theft Auto. Anyway,
so the next one we have is Skeleton Crew.
There's more?
Yeah, there's like 12.
I thought Mandalorian was the last one. All right.
We got Skeleton Crew. Jude Law is set to lead John Watts' first foray into Star Wars canon. The series follows the fall of the Empire through the eyes of 4 children, which I'm sure you'll love.
What?
Yeah. The series is previously named codename Grammar Rodeo. It's described as galactic version of classic Amblin coming-of-age adventure films through the 80s, which clearly you're not watching this one.
Well, okay, so I talked about earlier how you can make Star Wars interesting by taking other stories and, putting them in Star Wars. This isn't quite what I meant. This is not what I meant. Although John Watts, he did the Spider-Man movies. He's pretty good at doing that, that Homecoming movie is very much like what's the guy's name? Like Breakfast Club, all those.
Right.
All those movies. So yeah, it could be interesting, I guess. Why? But sure, Jude Law's in it, so he can be like the principal, I guess. Anyway.
So that's another one that Filoni's involved in, as is Rangers of the New Republic, which was on again, off again, on again. This was the one that was supposed to have the 2 guys that we're seeing show up in Mandalorian, and it was supposed to, they set up Gina Carano's character, and then she pissed them off because she was tweeting stuff they didn't like, so they fired her. Then they canceled this, and then at Celebration, they indicated that this was back on. Don't know what they're doing with this one here or why they're doing this one.
Just combine this and Rogue Squadron, and no one will know. You know?
This was really what Rogue Squadron should have been.
It sounds like it's like a procedural, like they're gonna like investigate, like yeah. It's like these kind of
Law and Order for Star Wars.
These shows just sound so boring. Like, is it just me? Like, these sound like really boring.
But wait, we're not done yet.
We're really not.
Then we're gonna. Don't know if we're getting Donald Glover for it or not, but we're coming out with a Lando series, which if you don't have Donald Glover or Billy Dee, it's not going to be a Lando series.
Well, this was announced back when like Solo came out, right?
Yeah, but they talked about it again.
This is all just to keep the shareholders happy. None of this is ever coming out.
Well, and that's the problem. It's like, it's almost like, well, let's throw all this stuff against the wall and see what sticks. And, you know, we're going to tease all this stuff and see what kind of reaction we get.
And it's because they have to, you know, they got to keep people, Star Wars fans, like, oh, here's this content's never going to, the pipeline's going to keep on flowing, everybody.
Then after Lando, we have The Acolyte. Now, The Acolyte actually sounds kind of interesting because they're taking a different route with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of described as a mystery thriller that will take audiences into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic era.
Vague.
Nobody cares about the High Republic.
No, because it's all books. I don't want to read. But if it was a show, I might check it out.
Right. So this is where they're going to introduce High Republic into the series.
They should have held off on High Republic stuff until this was ready.
You would have thought, right?
Because nobody wants to read.
No. I'm struggling getting through the second book of the High Republic. I really am. I've read every novel out there.
Is it bad?
It's terrible.
Oh.
It really is.
Well, maybe they'll do better.
It's boring. It's more boring than some of these TV shows.
These descriptions, these very vague, good will fight evil.
Like, they don't even have good villains. You can't have a Star Wars novel without good villains. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this one is it's going to be a Sith apprentice who's training to become a Sith Lord.
Mm.
So you can easily tie in elements of Plagueis and Palpatine and the history of the Sith. You can get some, who was the ruler two?
Bane?
Bane. You can get some Bane tied into this stuff.
Sure.
So there's a ton of lore that you can tie into this, which I like. Then the next one that you're going to hate, a droid story. An animated feature, a droid story will combine original Star Wars animation with new visual effects from ILM.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. It sounds like they're remaking the old animated stuff. But the film will premiere on Disney Plus and introduce a new hero guided by the iconic duo of R2-D2 and C-3PO, with Anthony Daniels confirmed to reprise.
He's got nothing going on.
I know.
He's working at Taco Bell. He's Sorry, Anthony, if you're watching this, but come on. I've heard you're very unlikable, so it's all right. That sounds terrible.
Well,
that sounds like a ride. Like, that sounds like a Star Tours edition.
It does. So that's another golden oldie.
More. There's more.
We got 3 more to go through here, believe it or not. So we have Tales of the Jedi.
Oh, this one's good. This is more Clone Wars.
Maybe. Tales of the Jedi will land on Disney Plus at some point in the fall of 2022. IGN describes it as a new anthology series that will tell stories of Ahsoka and Count Dooku. It's supposed to be a bunch of one-offs.
Yeah, there were some screenshots of this that leaked, and it looks like it's the Clone Wars animation style. So
yeah, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
And then we have Star Wars Visions Season 2. Did you watch any of Season 1?
I watched like 3 episodes, but I am happy it got a Season 2 because it's something different, and I'm glad that they're giving it more time.
They did a really nice job. There was, I think, 8 or 9 different stories that came out of it. They were all standalone stories. And of those, 5 were really good.
Yeah, I watched like the first 2 or 3.
Yeah, 5 were really good. 2 were okay, and the rest just throw away.
That's pretty good.
And that's a good, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think it was based on that idea of, here's 9 stories, and 7 of them were good. Oh, well, let's have 15 new series and see if we can get a couple good ones out of it.
Let's dedicate 7 episodes and 15 shows. That's not how that works. Just spend billions of dollars.
And the last one we have to talk about is
oh my God.
Young Jedi Adventures. First full-length animated Star Wars series created specifically for preschoolers. Because that was, there was a a market there that we weren't serving, right?
Yeah, somebody in like the team was like, you know what demo we're missing out on? Preschoolers.
The series will follow younglings as they follow the path of the Jedi in the High Republic era and learn about compassion, self-discipline, and the power of friendship.
Hey man, if it teaches kids something, sure, you know. Good thing it's not the other Republic younglings, because then the kids would ask, what happened to all the younglings?
So it's worth noting that in the first novel of the High Republic that I've read, they slaughtered probably 50 or 60 Jedi in the first novel. I'm not sure that's preschooler material, to be honest with you.
Make it like Sesame Street. You know, just don't talk about that stuff.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I guarantee you, a third of these shows never come out.
They won't. Well, I mean, some of them are already confirmed. You know, the first 4 are confirmed. So you've got Andor, Ahsoka, Mando season 3, and Skeleton Crew are confirmed.
And Bad Batch season 2, which isn't in here.
It's not. Bad Batch season 2, Acolyte's confirmed. Visions season 2 is confirmed. So there's only like 4 of these that are speculative.
Yeah. Okay. The pipeline, the content will never stop.
So we talked in our last episode about whether or not this is overkill. Is this overkill?
I mean, it looks really bad seeing it all on paper like this. So yeah, it is. And we talked about Star Wars fatigue. You know, people are already feeling that after 3 sequel movies and all these shows already on Disney Plus. And I think depending on the release schedule of this, it's only going to get worse. I think the only way not the only way, but a big way to save this would be something like an MCU Thanos buildup where everything is tying into this larger thing. I think these scattershot shows and movies are just not going to grab people like they think it is.
Yeah, and I think the philosophy is that Star Wars is in a universe, and it's a big universe, and it's more than just a Skywalker story. So let's tell everybody's story in the universe. And they're really kind of close to that at this point in time.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think they're always going to fall back on, you know, the Vaders and
you have to, because that's the moneymakers.
Yeah, it's tough.
You know, at the end of the day, they need to make profit, right? The one thing, and we're already pushing up against the time, but I don't care. We're not gonna go to another episode. We're gonna finish it up here.
Yeah.
So Star Wars in movie and television is one thing. Now you can live Star Wars, right? So you can go to Disneyland, Disney World. You can go to Galaxy's Edge. You can stay at the new Star Cluster.
I have no idea what it's called.
I don't forget what it's called. The Halcyon, the new hotel you can stay at. When I heard about all this stuff, I was so excited because I've loved Star Wars my entire life, and I thought it would be great to be able to live in that environment, or at least visit it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it needs to come off the silver screen? Do you think it helps to add to it? What are your thoughts on that?
Just theme parks in general for me, I have a really hard time getting immersed. You know, I'm a jaded, cynical old man now.
We dragged you to Disney enough to make you hate it?
Well, it's just like, for me, there was definitely a time in my life where this would have been awesome. It would have been like, hey, I'm going to get fully into the same thing with the Marvel Avengers Campus, where it's like you see the dummy of Spider-Man fly across and hit the brick wall because the thing broke.
You saw that.
Yeah, it's a very funny video. Those things, they do nothing for me, and they're all way too expensive. And it's not that interesting to me, unfortunately. But if you can get in there and you can really feel it, and if you enjoy it and it can do something for you that movies can't, where you're in that world, more power to you. Harry Potter World was pretty cool, and I'm not even that big of a Harry Potter fan, but that was very neat. So, you know, something like that I think could be interesting. It's not my cup of tea.
And I tend to agree with you. You know, I've only been to Galaxy's Edge once at this point, and I enjoyed it. I had a good time. I could have spent the entire day just soaking it up. The promise of the interaction that they offered you when they first launched it's not there. That's where the hotel comes in. So now you got to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay to get that. To me, it's a lame attempt to capture the nostalgia that you get from the movies and TV. And what bothers me more than anything is it's not my Star Wars. You know, that Galaxy's Edge is set in the sequel trilogy era, and It's not my Star Wars.
Which is interesting, right? Because they know that. I feel like they have to know that most people don't like the sequel trilogy, or at least the people that are going to spend $6,000 for a 2-night stay. So why would you not? I think if they made an original trilogy themed area, maybe they're saving that for other parks. You get a prequel one, you get an original trilogy one. I don't know, but I think it's a strange. I don't know. Maybe they decided to double down, right? If we make a hotel, maybe it'll convince people to like these movies more.
It's really hard for me to go to a Star Wars land and know I'm not going to see Darth Vader.
Yeah.
It's just, he's Star Wars, and he's not there.
That is very strange.
And it just seems very cheap, and it's a money grab to me. So
yeah, I mean, that's the theme of the sequel trilogy.
What's the one drink cost at the hotel?
Oh, the Kai Burr crystal, the $5,000 drink.
Yeah, which is just, it's insulting. The fact that you're asking me to spend $6,000 to stay in a room smaller than our studio here, for 2 nights, it's insulting. Like, I have the money. I could go there today and book that and stay there and not blink an eye at it. I refuse to spend that kind of money because of how insulting they are.
Yeah, and they're counting on the Star Wars fan that has the money like yourself, but that doesn't have the free will, the free will in their brain to say, wait a minute, they're just bleeding me dry. They don't care about me. Yeah, they just yeah.
Well, and we're going there again in August. And I'm going to spend a lot of money there. I'm going to come back with a boatload of merchandise that I don't need.
Do you have a good time though? Do you enjoy it?
And that's the idea. I'm going to, I don't know, in August I might not enjoy it so much. In
Florida.
But yeah, I mean,
and that's really all that matters.
It's disappointing that it's that money grab. That's all.
It's okay to fuel these corporate monopolies as long as you're having a good time. As long as you don't think about it.
Thank you so much for helping me justify it.
As long as you have that dopamine hit when you buy a new figure or something, it's okay. Just spend money and don't think about it.
Thank you. I feel so much better now. That'll change my life now. Thank you.
Use your Twitch Prime sub to subscribe to this if you have it.
So I think that's all we had. I think we beat this topic to death.
Yeah.
Today with our second episode. Before we do go, though, I would want to just once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video and audio of all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can get a podcast. Write in, give us your feedback. Tell us what you'd like us to talk about. Tell us, if we're doing a good job or not. Do you want us to? Do you want to bash me for hating Ahsoka? Write in and tell me about it. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free monthly Twitch subscription, and we'd appreciate you throwing that our way. You can also find high-res versions of all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. You had something else?
Yes, I would like to issue a challenge to everybody out there. What's the best metric? Twitch follows or subs for us? If we get 10 Twitch subs by the time Andor comes out, I will watch it and we'll do a review on this program.
Wow.
That's a challenge for all you people out there.
That is bold.
I will abandon my principles for 10 Twitch subs. That's not even that much money. You can do it, everybody.
Good to know you got a price.
But yes, if August 31st is when the first episode comes out, if we have 10 Twitch subs by then, we will be doing a full review of Andor.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. That's all we have for today. Another one in the books.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to, that was kind of a sudden intro there, wasn't it? Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than the technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just fine.
That's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here.
Unintentional.
We just haven't had a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be. And we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories.
We want to add value.
Right.
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again and find some entertainment value from it. So,
and I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind. It got to the point where we were struggling to find things.
Right.
To include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's once a month, it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month, I think we can come
Probably.
up with enough things to talk
Probably.
about. Especially now that convention season's going on.
Yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to Zolocon. Zolocon.
It's your most favorite convention, toy show to go to.
So we
Just
we
so
have
you
a
can
little
say
bit
that.
We have a little bit of footage from both of those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile, since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. Thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now, and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
Last weekend.
last weekend, which was that opening?
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend.
Second weekend.
They
Second
opened
weekend.
the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting it.
And let's be fair, since they always do the D23 in California, the least they could do is give the East
right,
Coast something.
exactly. And that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else, it's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia, so really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like Behind the Vault or all these different shows. There's a couple of different ones.
You mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already watched.
The other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them. There was one that you left me out of. I know that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives. Look at stuff that, unless you work for the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it? What did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What did they call it?
The different themed galleries, the different galleries that, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology, even showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to.
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th.
Okay.
So you have quite a while, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right.
So two other locations.
Two other locations. So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
so they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich's show and part of Philly's show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure.
out?
So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White and because that was really their first musical. And so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect. And then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there? And then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones again where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors, it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around
we
together.
kind of blew through a good portion of that, because most of the interactive, so the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways. And a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those, in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very
Right.
crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks.
Right.
So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that
Right.
stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. You know, that's the eye pop.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books.
Right.
These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did. Which, if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never realized.
And that was one that I had missed.
Right.
Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie. And then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that. And that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line to see because, you know, so many people were going to see. But if you went past it, you would have missed it because, you know, they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit and what were some of the things that they had?
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan. So that was really cool to see. And really, that hasn't changed much over the years if you know, have gone to the park. You know, recently it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened. And I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them. And they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, you know, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are gonna yell at me because I'm.
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride.
Oh.
But the little model, it's the Doom Buggy. It's, you know, but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom Buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it.
Maddie did catch that.
I was like, oh look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom Buggy, you know. But I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any like one.
What was the most impressive thing?
What was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think, you know, Walt's name badge, you know, his name tag was probably, you know, from a sentimental,
totally
you know.
The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus. Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet long.
Right.
It was monstrous.
Right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been like
But they didn't, and that was kind of disappointing.
But that's the whole thing is I don't know if
it's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do. He was so involved in doing that.
Like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics and a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted Mansion. So they did have that.
Let's run the video.
Sure,
you can kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
Sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, walked in.
And it was neatly done because it was when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen, 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So of course, being able to see, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in it all the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
Then move along.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical. And
that was
the original.
They had the original scores there for.
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the...
Right, so they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
Some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course, BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little, though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again. Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of it music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
this is neat because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual ride there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
in a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the video. And then they had, a little bit of a Marvel section, so that was kind of nice to
When
to
the
be
movie
included.
franchise makes as much as it does, you have to
put something in from that. And then, of course, when you get to the end, there's a gift shop.
There is a gift shop.
So, they're very Disney of them.
Surprisingly poorly stocked gift shop, though.
Yeah. Not as many exclusive things as I would have expected.
This was me actually seeing things from the musicals, too.
Yes, they did a whole, so along with the musical, they also had the Broadway aspect of it. And then here's that Nautilus. The Nautilus.
Like, it's literally 12 feet, 15 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
It's monstrous. And here's a creepy Olaf to go along with the other creepy characters we saw.
Because, again, this was part of the Broadway show and they developed it and made the character. And then this was, this really cool Cinderella's castle that was kind of towards the end of it with, the fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
And you never get to watch fireworks when we're at the parks.
I very rarely do.
So this was
I never get to see them from the right angle. I'm usually seeing them from the backside of something because our daughter is not a fan of loud sounds. But now with, AirPods, she could.
Right.
And maybe I'll actually get to see fireworks the next time we go. So what was interesting about that Mickey doll was, again, one of the specials that's on Disney Plus where they kind of do a behind the scenes thing. And this is from one that was from a couple of years ago, so it's not new, but if you go on Disney Plus, you'll find it. They talk about that Mickey doll because when his shorts, became available, there was this woman who sewed this doll and had sent it to Walt, and he loved it so much that he kind of hired her to make them, but she couldn't make them fast enough, so she actually sold the pattern to McCall's, so that's what that doll represented there, where you could go and buy the pattern to make your own Mickey Mouse doll. So that was kind of, an interesting, side note of seeing that and then seeing it on the television show too.
So to wrap it all up, what are your final thoughts on the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute?
If you're a fan, you have to go. You can't miss this opportunity, especially if you're somewhere within the East Coast, or if you're out on the West Coast and you want to fly out to Pennsylvania to Philadelphia and make a weekend trip of it. There's obviously enough stuff to do in the area. We're pretty historic in the Philadelphia area. We've had a couple of things happen here, so you could definitely make a week. A long weekend trip. What's nice is that if it's something where you don't want to do the rest of the museum, because if you if you go during the day with the exhibit, you get the rest of the Franklin Institute included in it. But if it's something where you don't want to do that, they do evening hours Thursday through Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's a little bit less because you're just doing the exhibit. But if you want to have, a full day, then obviously you can do the museum as well as the exhibit. And again, up until August 27th in Philadelphia. Then, unless you're in Munich, then that one starts in April. And then this fall, it'll be in London.
All right. And, like you said, we're going to probably go back again in the evening just for the exhibit.
Right.
Hopefully it won't be as crowded, but fortunately we have plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about ZoloCon. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, The Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Now we get to talk about ZoloCon. Sorry, can't help myself.
I know.
So, ZoloCon is a sci-fi and fantasy expo that focuses on vintage toys and comics from the 1970s and up. Tell us about it. Tell us about your experience. How did you enjoy it this year?
So this past weekend, it's funny because as far as we knew, they only did it once a year. And then I guess last year or the year before, they started doing it twice a year. Now, this year, they'll actually doing 3 different events. So this happened to be what they consider their winter edition. And it was actually the largest one to date. And we could definitely tell vendors all over the place in various different places, even in some parts of the building we had never even been to before. And every area was jam-packed. I don't think there was really any empty spaces this year.
Usually you'd go through there and you'd see like empty vendor tables or vendors that didn't show up for Sunday or something. Everybody was packed.
Yeah, everybody was there.
You have the main room where the centrifuge is, which is the highlight of the whole thing.
Right.
You have another room at that level and then a hallway that was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the upstairs room.
Right.
Where you've got 2 rooms split by a bar, which, by the way, they had alcohol on the main floor this time.
Right,
so
right.
You can get drinks the whole time and get sloshed while you're buying lots of toys.
Right, right.
And then down on the first floor, they had vendors there, which they'd never had before.
And they were also doing tattoos.
And they were doing tattoos.
There were a couple of different tattoo artists, which that seems to be like the new thing at toy shows and conventions is to have a various tattoo artist. Go buy a Luke Skywalker and get a tattoo while you're here.
So not only did we find the exhibition area downstairs, we also happened to find the restaurant they had there that we never knew they had.
Right. And I think that's relatively new as well. So that might have, been something that they started. Well, I did see the one sign that they were normally open just like Fridays, I guess, during the week. So maybe on the weekends or if they have an event and they know there are going to be people around. Because I can't see just going there for a meal. It's kind of out of the way.
Well, and that's it. The complex that they're in.
Right.
Is an office complex.
Right.
There's a school in there. There's a manufacturing in there.
So I could see like on a Friday.
There's a lot of different stuff that's actually in there.
Right.
At what used to be the Brewster Aviation plant before World War II, and then it became the naval testing station as well. So again, Philadelphia, a lot of history just in that one little area there.
Yeah.
How were the crowds?
It was crowded, but it wasn't, it wasn't unmanageable. It was because everybody kind of flowed through, and it's done in such a way in the main room because it's where the centrifuge is. It's a big circular room. They do 2 rows. So they have the inner circle and they have the outer circle.
So it's like a dartboard.
Yeah. And they leave enough room in between so you definitely don't feel like you're getting, claustrophobic. And usually what we end up doing, because there's so much on both sides, is we'll do each aisle, each circle twice. We'll do, the outside. So we look at just that,
So you do the left side, then you do the right side, then you come to the inner circle. Do the
right.
left side, do the
And
right
so that
side.
this way we get to see, everything, so that we're not, oh, did you see that? No, I was looking over here. And I never felt like there wasn't enough room to do that. They do have stairs to get to the upstairs area, but there's also elevators, which were very spacious, because we ended up taking that.
It was like a cargo elevator.
Yeah. So.
Which was themed, by the way.
Yes, it was. It was space themed, so it was just so. That part is kind of cool, but they have something for everyone. They have if you're into Pops, which that seems to be a big seller, almost everybody, you'll find a handful or two handfuls of vendors that are selling that. Then you have brand new toys that are out. Obviously the vintage toys, and that's what a lot of people obviously are going for. There was the one vendor, I think this was the first time we saw, who does pins.
Yes.
Beautiful pins. So between Maddie and myself, we bought a bunch of different pins.
Well, and even the pendant guy that I had bought the one
I was going to say the pendant.
I don't want to talk about because he hasn't gotten his
he hasn't gotten his stuff yet.
But the pendant guy that's there who hand makes his own pendants.
Right.
And it was neat because he's there interacting with it. He's not just selling his stuff.
Right.
He's soliciting input for what you'd like to see him make in his next show.
What would you like me to make? So that's what's always so cool about these events is it's that unique item that you didn't know existed maybe, or you did and you're like, the one guy who we've seen, because again, we go to so many of these now that we run into a lot of the same vendors, but it's like, okay, well, what do you have for this show? And the one guy, he sells Lego minifigures and he makes the Lego figures. This time around, I didn't buy a Lego figure from him. He was selling purses and wallets, and he had a Haunted Mansion purse, and I was like, all right, take my money.
Yeah.
So it's, again, something you never know what you're going to find when you go. And like you said, part of the whole ZoloCon experience is the venue itself. Sure. Just, knowing the history of that building and what happened there. And that was what was kind of cool, too, this time around, was because we were going to these other areas of the building, there were more pictures and plaques and different historical things about what had happened at that building in the past. So that's really kind of cool.
That I had noticed was while it was vendor heavy, it was kind of light on artists this time around. There wasn't many. Like last time there was probably 3 or 4 times as many artists on that inner ring there. Didn't get as many artists this time. So I don't know if it's really it's not a comic book show. Right. Even though there are guys that are selling comics. Right. So you don't get a lot of artists. They had the one author there who Maddie had bought her book last time.
Oh, okay.
There, but not really a lot in the way of artwork.
Right.
Which I don't have enough room on my walls right now as it is, but
right.
Kind of noticed that was one of the big changes. They also changed the refreshment area up here this time because they put the alcohol down where the refreshments were, so you didn't have the seating area there. So
right.
For someone like me who I can't stay on my feet that long, it was kind of difficult trying to find little nooks and so forth here. And in fact, when we left, I had to send you guys back up for the last piece I wanted because I couldn't do all the walking.
Right.
So happy with what you got? Did you get anything that was good?
Yeah, like I said, Maddie and I got a couple of pins. I ended up getting some Star Wars Pyrex, really for you, for lunches. So, interesting, unique things that wouldn't have thought to find.
And cue up the video.
Sure.
We can. This was video footage that we took while we were there, and I had Maddie walk around with the camera for a little bit. just to see what some of the things were that they had.
Yeah, so it's neat to see, because again, here's the big giant centrifuge and various space stuff just there while you're walking around.
But you can see how wide these aisles are.
Oh,
So
yeah.
there's plenty of room
Yeah.
for the aisles, which is nice. So you're not elbow to elbow with people.
Right,
like you are at
right.
Some of the shows.
Right. Some of the sections, with individual vendors, if they had like a little corner and you wanted to go into the corner to see, then it might have been tight. But other than that, for the most part, and there were a lot of people there when we were there, so it wasn't like it was...
And this was Sunday that we were there.
Right. We usually always tend to go on a Sunday.
If we're not going for panels or for celebrities, which we usually don't go for, we'll almost always go on a Sunday. We'll go on the last day of the show because the vendors tend to be a lot more interested in selling their stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
and you have, a bunch of the vendors with homemade,
a couple of vendors with D&D stuff, dice
Right.
and dice towers, which, it's kind of nice to see that coming into its own now.
Right.
I really need to coach her on how not to make some movements with the camera. A couple of these I had to slow down.
Go slow. Yeah, it's just such a nice, because like the one vendor selling coffee, he wasn't there at
Right.
this one. So, here was
There's
the
your
pin.
Yeah.
And
Ton of pins. too.
ton of different types of pins, and more on her website, which is nice. A couple of people dressed up, not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
But there were some. They were doing a custom toy.
Well, they usually do a costume contest. Did they do that on Saturday? Is that why?
I don't know, maybe, but they were doing a custom toy contest.
Right, like a action figure.
Right.
Toy. Yeah.
Right. So again, lots of different pops.
I was talking to that particular vendor. He said he's got 3,000 pops back at his shop.
Oh, I bet.
right now.
I bet. And then you have different video games. So if you play any, older systems, there's usually always a couple of different people selling that. Sometimes you get a t-shirt person
Yep.
selling things. The one t-shirt guy who does t-shirt artwork and pins, he happened to be there, so I picked up a t-shirt from him. Maddie picked up another pin of his because I follow him on Facebook, so I knew he had an Owl House, which is one of the shows that she and I watch on Disney Plus. So he had a pin that had come out a couple of months ago, so we knew he was going to be there, so we definitely made a beeline to go and get something from him.
Well,
so.
and the thing that's really nice is that when you have that many vendors there, you don't get a lot of duplicate vendors. You get
Yes.
a lot of variety, a lot of different things to choose from. And the vendors, like the interaction with the vendors, I think since COVID, really, I've noticed, has been very positive. They're very outgoing. They're very engaging now.
Because everybody misses being around
Yeah.
people and talking to people and
Yeah.
and doing
And
this.
I struck up a conversation with one of the vendors. I was there for 15 minutes just talking about, how the shows have been going and how business has been and, different types of customers. And they're not just vendors. They're people that love the same things that you love
Right,
too. So
right.
it's almost like a community at this point.
Oh,
which is kinda
absolutely.
nice.
Absolutely. And that was, they one of the Facebook groups, they have another ZoloCon Facebook group, and it was one of the organizers of it, and he was just over the moon about how well it went, and that this was their largest attendance to date, and that they couldn't speak, they had so many nice things to say about the vendors that were there, about the guests that were there, about just everything all around, just giving out the love.
It's a great show. It's a great venue. It's not far for us. It's in Warminster.
Right.
So it's 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes for us. Yeah.
So it's not that far from us, and it's just it's a nice day out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of nice to go out there and buy stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Right, exactly. And that's what's always, and I think for us now, we've kind of, we've gotten to the point where we just have way too much stuff. You've seen our collection, and it's still, since we did that video, a year ago now, there's been more stuff.
And that was only a small sampling.
That wasn't even all of it. Where we've kind of come to the conclusion we don't need to buy anything more. Yeah. So for us to go to a show, it's really to see,
it's the experience.
It's the experience of it, or to find that unique...
I'm going to find stuff for other people now. Like I managed to get 2 really cool things for Sam this time.
Right.
Now, that I couldn't get anywhere else. But that's kind of where I'm at.
Right. Now. And Maddie ended up picking up a couple of things that she wouldn't have normally been able to find. And the things that I got, again, were that unique, individual, one-of-a-kind
the types
thing.
Of things that I would be looking to add to my collection at this point are things that would require me to mortgage the house. So I'm trying not to add things to my collection at this point.
Right. And or if you find that small little thing that, okay, that's not going to take up, a lot of room, or, or this adds to somebody else, or something to go with D&D, or, something.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking for now. I was kind of disappointed I didn't find any D&D minis there. Not that I need more minis either.
Right, you don't need more minis either. But that's, that's the thing is for us, it's also the experience of just going and being with the community.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the type of show where there aren't panels, there aren't the celebrities to go see. It's not like Monster Mania or Wizards or, some of the other shows. It's really...
Fan Expo. It's not Wizards anymore. It'll always be Wizards.
It'll always be Wizards to me, just like Downtown Disney. You can't take that away from me.
All right. So I think we've covered that one pretty well. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna get a feeler for how Bob's doing. The new old Bob. That's what I should have named this. The New Old Bob Show. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Bob is back at Disney. Not that Bob, the other Bob.
Right.
So
the original Bob.
We've swapped Bob's back to the old Bob. And he's facing some challenges. He's only supposed to be there for 2 years, kind of a short time to turn things around. Chapek did a brilliant job of running things into the ground in the short amount of time that he was there. One of the first things that Iger's doing now that he's back is apparently slashing 7,000 jobs, and there's $5.5 billion in cost cutting he has to make somewhere. Should I feel bad that Disney's hard up for cash at this point in time?
And that's the thing is, are they really? Because I haven't seen anything where...
Not according to their stock price, they're not.
Right. That's, where it's kind of, huh?
Right. And it's almost imagined, because you look at some of the things that they're running into, and you're running into sluggish box office sales. You know, like, for instance, that new Quantum Mania movie came out and it tanked at the box office. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, box office sales are down in general since COVID.
Right.
That, plus everyone knows that their stuff's going to come out on Disney Plus in a few months. So
right. So
spend the money
why
to go to the box office?
Right. Right.
The streaming business has been hit hard because they've completely flooded the market and turned people off with crap. Really, I mean, they're literally just churning out stuff to put on there,
right?
And it's not quality stuff. So
the stuff that is good, they cancel after 2 seasons.
Yeah.
You know, there have been a number of shows that Maddie and I have started to watch, and it's like, oh, by the way, this is done now.
Right.
Like, oh, we couldn't even get like a 2nd season or a 3rd season. Like, okay,
right,
thanks. So it almost makes you not want to watch something.
Right.
Until there's
it's almost like
3 or 4
Google.
Seasons out.
Like, nobody wants to get Google comes out with really cool stuff, but as soon as you get into it, they cancel it and it goes away. So nobody wants to do that. And Disney's putting themselves into the same position as well. They're canceling shows that I'm not even watching. Usually I'm the one that kills shows when I watch them and start getting into them.
Exactly.
So I think that $5.5 billion they're talking about really is it's a fictitious number that they think they should be making that. I don't think Disney's losing money. Disney's got more money than God. Mm-hmm. You know, when God needs to put a new world in place, he goes to Disney for a loan.
Is that what it does?
So it's not that Disney's losing money. They're just not making it as fast as they want to.
Okay.
And part of the problem you run into is, you know what? You keep coming out with superhero movies just for the sake of coming out with superhero movies. They finally reached the point of saturation with Marvel, and nobody wants to go see it anymore. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, they learned that lesson pretty fast with Star Wars.
Right.
You know, they flooded the market with Star Wars, trying to turn it into another Marvel, and that bit them in the butt really quick.
Right.
So I can't feel bad for Disney. Mm-hmm. So the real question comes down to, in 2 years, can they come up with a succession plan for Iger? And really what I have to ask is, do you need a succession plan for Iger? Is he really going to be gone in 2 years? Because given how much his incentive is for success, I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I could see him still staying on as a consultant when he's still doing things. But then again, you also have to look at everything that's kind of going on right now in the state of Florida. That's a whole other kit and caboodle of that whole toxicness.
Well, and let's be honest. What's going on in Florida is a temporary thing.
Hopefully.
It's temporary because it's a pissing match between DeSantis and Disney.
Right.
And it really was a pissing match between DeSantis and Chapek.
Right.
And Chapek's out of the picture. And DeSantis is going to be out of the picture in 2024 when he runs for president anyway.
Hopefully.
So it doesn't really, that's not that big a deal. In fact, Disney came out with a statement recently basically saying, you know, we're going to focus on what we do best. We're going to provide the best experience for people, blah, blah. They took the high ground. Mm-hmm. They didn't buy into the taunting and the stick poking that DeSantis was trying to draw them into. Mm-hmm. And they basically said, look, we operate under numerous jurisdictions and numerous regulations around the world, and we make it work, and we'll make it work here. Mm-hmm. So ultimately, I think what's going to happen with this little pissing match between DeSantis and Disney is the taxpayers are going to lose out. Mm-hmm. You know, they skirted around the idea of having to take on all that debt for Reedy Creek by just restructuring the zone itself, and now DeSantis has his hand-picked group of
he picked all of his board members and everything.
Well, the fact of the matter is Disney's been supplementing Reedy Creek since it was created.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's not going to do that anymore.
Right.
So Reedy Creek, or whatever the central Florida tourism district or whatever they call it now because they had to rename it, they're not going to have the same budget they had before, but they still have the same requirements. And it's ultimately the people of Florida that are going to have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when people look at their tax bill after this whole fiasco, this little vindictive fiasco that the DeSantis put together, they're going to realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have reelected him for this. Maybe he's having a hard time keeping politics out of business and keeping it from being personal. And, you know, that's really what it was. It was his own little
Oh, absolutely.
crusade.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, when the Florida taxpayers get their bill, that's when you're going to start seeing things change. And I think what's going to happen is by the time he goes to run for president, those tax bills are going to be in. And it's going to seriously impact his ability to raise money for his campaign. That's just what I think. I'm not a fortune teller myself. So that state down there of flux is really not going to be that big of an impact. Disney's the number one job maker in the state.
Absolutely.
Do you really want to piss him off and have him leave the state?
And that's the thing, because there are a lot of people who, don't forget, there were a lot of people from California where they, you know, the Disney company was transferring a lot of jobs from California down to Florida. And now there are a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I want to go down here in this hostile environment right now, the way that things are. So now there's, you know, some various talk going back and forth of, well, maybe we should wait 2 years before, you know, making this change, that maybe California is the better idea. And of course there's, you know, all the different people saying that, you know, gee, I wonder what Florida would be like if Disney decided, you know what, we're gonna just up and move Walt Disney World to a different part of the country,
right?
And see how quick.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, you're gonna. It's Disney is such a huge part of the economy down there that all they have to do is move one division that they have down there, and you're talking thousands of jobs that move out of the state.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the response. It's a direct response to DeSantis. He can't afford that bad press.
No.
And the only reason he's doing the things he's doing now, and the other stunts that he's doing, it's not just Disney centric.
Yeah.
The whole stunt with the flying migrants up to Democrat cities and his whole stance. I love the fact that he's got this major stance against border security. Somebody really needs to tell the man he doesn't have a border with another country with his state. He doesn't. So you don't have border security.
Right.
So he's doing all this just for the publicity he needs to gain national attention so that he can make a run for 2024. After 2024, assuming he doesn't win, after 2024, he's going to be relegated to the crap pile of history at that point in time.
He's going to be wishing he had a job at Disney.
Yeah, because he's burning every bridge there. Because what's Disney going to do? They thought they bought him as a politician because they backed his original election. What's going to happen when your politician that you bought doesn't vote in your favor? You're going to go buy another politician.
Right, exactly.
And the last thing you want is to have literally one of the largest corporations in the world, again, a company with more money than God, backing a politician other than you in the presidential race.
Yep.
That's never going to end well for DeSantis.
No.
And that's exactly what's going to wind up happening.
Here's to hoping.
Plus all those voters that they have down there.
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
taxpayers that they have down there that are getting screwed by DeSantis. Does he think they're going to vote for him for president? If he gets into a pissing match with Disney when he's just a governor of a state, what's he going to do as president? He's not going to be looking out for these people.
No.
So he's burning his own bridges. So by 2024, between him and Trump tearing the Republican Party to the ground and literally just burning it to the ground, he's not going to have anything after 2024. So I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
Okay.
But, Iger's staying out of that now. It was
Right.
funny how he was commenting on it when Chapek was steering the ship in the wrong direction.
Right. To try and get him.
Right. Chapek already had the company in the ditch, and he was over there kind of poking a stick in his cage about it.
Right.
Now that he's back in charge, he's not saying anything about it. He's
no.
tight-lipped about the whole thing.
Which is the way it needs to be.
Exactly. So the one thing I did see is that they're doing away with the parking charge.
Right. We did see that was, one of the things that did go away.
And that helps me to justify going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been one of the only things I've seen kind of come back. I know they were talking about the reservation system, that they were still leaving that in place, but they were opening it up for more people. The park hopping, changing the time on that to make it more accessible. I think they were starting to do some of the annual passes.
Right. They were doing the extra magic hours in the morning. They were expanding out to other resorts.
Right. So
the problem is Chapek dug a huge hole.
Right.
He's got to claw his way out of before he wins people like me back.
Yeah.
And I wasn't a big fan of Iger's to begin with.
Right.
So he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
I would want to be in his position. And I don't think he's going to be able to fix all of this stuff in 2 years.
No, I think a lot of it's going to take time, because it's one of those things. They were so quick to make the changes in the first place. And then, of course, you had the pandemic that kind of escalated it.
Kind of breathed down everyone's neck about it.
Right. So like now you have, they're starting to do dining options again. Like not the traditional dining plan that they had before, but something.
And they got to get rid of the Genie Plus. Oh my God.
They're not though. That's the problem. Genie Plus isn't going anywhere. They're modifying it again.
They'll never win me back.
Right.
With Genie Plus. I'm sorry. It was a waste of money. It was a terrible experience. I walked out of Disney for the first time in, 18 years that we've been going? 15 years that we've been going? Walked out of the first time and felt like I didn't get my money's worth out of it. And when you're paying Disney money,
right,
you damn well better feel like you're getting your money's worth out of it.
No, I agree. I was very disappointed with it as well. But you never felt like you had that with the fast passes. Like you didn't have to really learn how to navigate it. It was, there were probably people when Fast Pass first started that had a hard time with it and didn't quite understand how to make it work. And that was.
Once you're going to hang a Fast Pass, you could make the system work for you.
Right.
There's no way the Genie Plus works for anybody.
I don't know. That's the thing is I think we probably needed to do a little bit more research. But that's
it's
the other
broken system.
But that's my whole point, is that I shouldn't have to take a college course in how to use Genie Plus before I go on a vacation. And
the thing is, they build it as being anybody can use it. It's super convenient. You do everything through the app. Everything's wonderful.
Right.
Well, one, I'm paying for it. Two, it has built-in restrictions that doesn't even come close to comparing with FastPass the way it was.
Right.
Three, the app was terrible.
Right.
It was confusing. It didn't always work. Oh, and you got to kill your phone battery just so you can get around the park.
Right, exactly.
Terrible idea.
Right. The idea is I'm on a vacation. I shouldn't have to be constantly on my phone. Like when they had FastPass Plus, when they had the FastPass system, as long as you knew what time your FastPass was for,
it was simple. It
you
was
didn't
easy.
need to be on your phone.
I could do all that on my phone, or I could go to a kiosk, or I could go to a park cast member in the park. I got options.
Right.
And that was free.
Right.
I'm paying for a system that they've deliberately handicapped now.
Right.
So as long as that's in place, they're not going to get me back. It's just that simple.
No, I agree.
So, sorry, Bob, but it's an uphill battle. I wouldn't want his job.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even want a salary for his job, to be honest with you.
It's gonna take a while. It's not something that's gonna.
But that's the thing. He doesn't have a while.
He doesn't have a while. Yes, I know. Well,
so
and
unless
maybe
he's making revolutionary changes, they're breathing down his neck about $5.5 billion that they didn't lose, that they want back because they're not making money fast enough. That's what they're concerned about.
And that's the thing is, where is it that you're cutting these jobs? Is it from, certain divisions? Is it a little bit?
They didn't ramp back up from the cuts from COVID.
Right. And that was going to be my next thing is I know that there are still cast members from the parks that never got called back because they just never opened up that section of the park or, where they had worked before. So
yeah,
that's okay. How many, are these new cuts? Now what are you going to cut? What are you closing? Or is it, that's the whole thing.
What service am I losing now when I go down?
But I'm paying
you're
for.
Not going to cut the price.
Right.
You're going to raise the price and cut
because
the
you need to make
again.
them right. Because you need to make the money now.
So I'll wait for the dust to settle and figure out who his successor is and how bad they are.
Yeah, I guess
before
we'll
I
have
go
to
back
see.
down. Anyway. Okay, we haven't had a chance to bash Disney in a while. It was good to
see. Do you feel better now?
I do. I feel like there's a weight lifted off of me now. This was such a great de-stressor for me.
I'm so glad.
So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to write to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us streaming 6 days a week on YouTube, as well as all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 145. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host today is Sam Whalen, host of our Insights into Tomorrow podcast.
Hello there.
How you doing, Sam?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for joining us today. So this discussion kind of came about. You know, we've been itching to have this discussion for quite some time now. We've finished the Obi-Wan series now, so we can finally have the whole conversation. So today we're going to discuss the current state of Star Wars. Believe it or not, we're actually coming up on the 10th anniversary of Disney taking over Lucasfilm. We'll take a look at how the franchise has progressed since Disney took ownership and what their stewardship looks like. Then we'll take a deep dive into the properties that have come out recently and the trend towards streaming. We'll give our thoughts and opinions on Obi-Wan, and then we'll take a look at what the current forecasted future of the franchise looks like and where we think it's going. But before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Both video and audio can be found on all of the network's podcasts, listed as Insights into Things, and we can be found anywhere you get a podcast, Google, Spotify, and so forth. We'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or check out our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Ready to get into it?
Yeah, before we get into it, full spoilers for everything. So if you haven't seen the new sequel movies, if you haven't seen Obi-Wan, we're going full spoilers, just so you know.
All right, good warning there. Here we go. So Disney's trying to get their money's worth from the franchise. So we all know that back in 2012 or thereabouts, Disney basically bought Lucasfilm for about a little over $4 billion. They wanted to quickly capitalize on this by putting out their own trilogy, which kind of worked out for them, I guess. We'll get into that later. So they put out the first film in 2015 with Force Awakens. That brought in $2 billion. At the time, it was the highest grossing film in Disney history, which was kind of impressive. Then we got that complete mess of a movie, Last Jedi, in 2017.
People are hard on that. It's not that bad, guys. Come on.
Then they finished murdering the franchise in 2019 with Rise of Skywalker.
That one's pretty bad. I don't enjoy that movie.
Hey, the one thing about Rise of Skywalker is you didn't have Luke Skywalker milking any unusually unattractive animals.
That's what the people wanted.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Do you think their investment was worth it at this point?
I mean, they made their money, right? So,
well, yeah, breaking even is not really a sound investment.
True. I don't know. I think for Disney, they clearly want to be a media. Some may say monopoly, others may say conglomerate. I just looked it up. They acquired Marvel in 2009. So 3 years after that, they buy Star Wars. They've made it part of the Disney brand for better or worse. I think for them, if they want to appeal to every possible demographic, owning Star Wars is going to help that. Maybe if you're not a comic book fan, a lot of people are Star Wars fans, and that's a huge audience you're grabbing right there. So
yeah, and I think no matter what you do, and they've kind of proven, though, at least when it was under Lucasfilm, when it was under George Lucas, the way that they handled their licensing, they basically showed that even though it was very expensive, and it still was very expensive to license Disney to produce anything for it, or Star Wars rather, you can't help but make money doing it.
Yeah, the fan base is very dedicated.
Right. It's just a moneymaker no matter what. What might differ is your profit margins.
Mm.
You're not going to be raking in 70, 80, 90, 100% profit margins. You might be raking in a guaranteed 30%. But you know what? A 30% return, guaranteed return on investment is a pretty good return on investment.
Yeah, and they definitely know their market. They know that most Star Wars fans, it's going to be pretty much impossible to turn them off from the franchise. Maybe not, every property. Certainly, most people aren't reading every book and every comic. I'm not.
Right.
But anything that's a TV show or a movie, most Star Wars fans are probably going to go check that out.
And I agree. And I think, we'll talk a little bit more about where they made some mistakes in a minute or so here. But I think Disney is smart enough to know what property they have and how to milk it, how to get their money's worth out of it. They've been doing it for almost, over 100 years now.
Yeah. And do we want to go movie by movie? Because Force Awakens is a great example of that, kicking it off.
Oh, absolutely. Go right into it.
You get J.J. Abrams. He did it with Star Trek. He took Star Trek and kind of made it more for mass appeal, for better or worse. If you're a Star Trek fan, some people had problems with that. But he basically did the same thing for Star Wars. I mean, it's clearly It's A New Hope again, but it's updated with modern visuals. It's a very it's hard to not like that movie. I love that movie, and I know it has its issues, but I think it did a great job capturing what Star Wars was and what it could have been.
And I agree. I think Force Awakens was a good movie to kick off the new franchise because it reintroduces people who are familiar with it, and it's comfortable for those people. And it's a great way of easing other people into it. The critical difference between what he did with Star Trek and what he did with Star Wars is Star Trek he had a loophole. Star Trek was a alternate time.
Oh yeah.
So with Star Trek, you can say, oh, okay, this is an interesting story, but that's really not what happened because here's the official timeline. And that's where he gets the out. So with this, you don't get that. The problem I think that we really ran into at Force Awakens was you took a universe that you know, and you didn't relaunch it. You moved it 30 years in the future, and it's a completely different universe. And you have no idea how you got there.
Yep.
And Disney tried to fill in some of that backstory with the novels and the video games that people aren't going to consume. So people walked out of the movie theater scratching their head thinking, what the hell's the First Order? Who's this new Snoke guy? Like, it did a very bad job of introducing things because there was almost an assumption that you knew what was going on.
Yep, and I think that comes with it being what's the phrase, soft reboot, where you just make the same movie again, but in the same universe.
Right.
Because everybody will just say, they won't think about it too hard. It's just the Empire again. It's just the Rebels again. But it's like, if we're thinking about the context of the universe, it's like the Rebels won. Why are they still rebels, you know? But the other thing is, and we're going to hit it probably a million times in this discussion, is the lack of planning. I think because, you know, the way Abrams does things is he has mystery boxes where he introduces things and he may or may not answer those questions later. But when there's no plan and he doesn't know if he's coming back for more movies, those questions definitely never get answered, or they get answered in ways that was never intended to be answered, which you get in The Last Jedi. So I think from the very beginning, the lack of planning is kind of the thing that, you know, was doomed from the start, maybe.
There was kind of a clash of styles with some of the classic stuff too. The biggest reveal in the history of Star Wars was End of Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader is Luke's father. Well, they did a similar reveal in Force Awakens in the first 10 minutes of the movie, where Kylo Ren is the son of Han and Luke. Han and Luke, that would have been interesting.
He's adopted.
the son of Han and Leia. And he wears this mask like Darth Vader, which comes off in the first 15 minutes of them. And it's like every reveal that there could have been was like out of the bag. Like the first scene is what you get. So it kind of was a clash of styles too.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that because to me they're trying to make Kylo more of a character. You know, Darth Vader, you don't get his character until Jedi, where you find out he kind of gets redeemed in that movie. Whereas with Kylo, they skip all the reveals right away so we can see him as more of a person. And, you know, he throws temper tantrums and stuff. But I think the big reveal for Force Awakens is Han dying, right? I mean, that's in the similar vein.
I would agree. And the way that he died, I think, was acceptable. Okay. You know, like a lot of people will flash back to the expanded universe novels, and the first original character that was ever killed off in the expanded universe was Chewbacca, and he was killed off in the first series of the New Jedi Order books, and they killed him by dropping a moon on him while he was saving one of Han's kids, which was you couldn't come up with a better way to have a death scene than that in a book. And then Han gets stabbed and falls off a bridge with his son. So it was kind of anticlimactic how they wind up killing him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I guess if we're keeping in trend of it being New Hope, I guess he's supposed to take the place of the Ben Kenobi death.
Right. And Ben Kenobi dying propelled Luke down this path of being a Jedi.
Yeah.
Where Han dying really lended nothing to the character development. As much as they wanted it to, it lended nothing to the character development of Kylo Ren.
Yeah.
Because they tried to revisit it in The Last Jedi, and it just didn't work.
And Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
When he comes back as a ghost.
And it doesn't work for him.
Yeah. I think it all goes back to that lack of planning. You know, you could have saved something like that for a later movie if you knew you were going to do it.
Right. If you knew you were making that trilogy, I could totally see that being, and it probably was, because when it originally happened, the understanding was that J.J. Abrams was going to make the trilogy. And then he had a scheduling conflict with Last Jedi, and we wind up having Rian Johnson step in to do Last Jedi. And by all accounts, all of Rian Johnson's other films were fantastic. What happened with Last Jedi, I don't know.
I still think Last Jedi, in terms of direction, is like one of the best. Like in terms of cinematography and stuff, it's like that and a Rogue One. Like no other Star Wars movie looks like that in terms of how it's shot.
I have a okay, it's different. I'll give you that. I'm not going to argue with that. The fact that they start the joke, the movie off with your mom joke, is kind of a slap in the face.
Well, the whole thing's a slap in the face, right?
Well, it is, and really, it's. The entire movie took everything that was established in Force Awakens and threw it out the window.
Yep.
And it was like, oh, okay, you only got another movie left in this trilogy. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and there is merit in, trying something new with Star Wars and not just doing the same thing over and over again, even though it would have made you infinite money. But it's not great when you make it a pillar movie of the franchise. Maybe give Rian Johnson a Star Wars story first.
Yep.
And have him work it out.
Yep.
But I think if you're going to have this, especially coming off Force Awakens, which was very much just New Hope again, and played it very safe with pretty much everything, to have it be such a drastic change, I think was a difficult call.
Well, and I, as much as I harp and I rail against Rian Johnson's abuse of the franchise, it's not his fault. It's the fault of Kathleen Kennedy and the other executives.
Yeah.
Who saw this before it went out the door and allowed it to go out the door?
Yeah, I wonder what the behind the scenes were like on that, like how that got that far.
Like it was embarrassing to see something like that. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, is milking a cow. Okay,
yeah, it's tough.
It was just, and the whole premise of the movie being a rehash of really someone my age. It was a rehash of the O.J. Simpson chase. It was a slow white Bronco chase where no one in the history of Star Wars ever ran out of gas. I'm sorry, like that whole premise itself was just weak.
Yeah, and it's things like that where like when you're going to release a main movie in the franchise, people are going to ask questions. They're going to be much more critical of it. So like give them a side story, give them a TV show. Well, they weren't doing TV shows at the time, but do a side story. It's maybe they were taking a risk because they know he's a good filmmaker. Maybe they thought he could pull it off. But I think, and I'm sure he didn't write and direct, not entirely. I'd have to see who the other writers are because the writing is a big part of that as well.
Right, I agree.
But I just think
but it was a reputation. I mean, he got the movie based on his reputation, and his reputation was for making some non-standard films. I mean, he was a revolutionary director in what he's done. And
I've only seen Looper. That's the only other film I've seen.
I don't know what they expected out of him other than something that was unconventional. And it was unconventional.
Yeah.
But unconventional is not Star Wars.
Yeah, and it's difficult not to compare it to the MCU because it's like the same company now, and eventually they clearly were trying to go for something like that.
Right.
Where it's like all the MCU movies are directed by different people, but when you get an Avengers movie or a Civil War, where it's like everybody shows up,
there's a timeline they have to abide by.
Exactly. There's a Kevin Feige at the top who's saying, "Hey, we gotta." Even in the individual movies, Kevin Feige's coming in and he's saying, "Hey, we got to stick with this."
There's an overall master who's directing the plot. Like you have to go from point A to point B. How you do that is up to you in the movie. But at the end of the movie, you have to be at point B is what the rule is.
Yeah, and there are some negative aspects to that because you see MCU directors fired all the time for creative differences, a.k.a. they're not sticking to the cookie cutter what Disney wants formula. But the benefit of that is that you get a cohesive narrative.
And when you're doing it over the course of 10 or more movies, you need that or it's complete chaos. Look at what happened to the Marvel properties before Disney took over. Look at the Spider-Man movies. Look at the Fantastic Four movies.
Yep.
It was a mess. They were all over the place. There was consistency issues. There were continuity issues. There was nobody who was helming the entire thing. And that's the one thing that that Disney has at least done with the Marvel side of things.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, and we'll get to Dave Filoni later. He's the guy in charge of, Clone Wars and Rebels and things like that. I think he's the closest we have to a Kevin Feige in this universe with how he's worked on Mandalorian and elements of Boba Fett and the Ahsoka show coming up. We'll get to all that later. But I think it's something that I think is hopeful for the franchise going forward.
Absolutely. Let's finally, bash a little bit on Rise of Skywalker and finish up this this diatribe before we move on.
That's my least favorite movie in all of them, even the prequels. I just can't stand it. It's like terrible.
I think J.J. Abrams kind of got stuck with a raw deal. He had a vision when he started Force Awakens that was thrown out with Last Jedi, and he had to spend half of Rise of Skywalker fixing all the stuff that Rian Johnson broke in Last Jedi.
It felt like 2 movies.
Yeah, it did, because he had to basically retcon Last Jedi.
Which is just so sloppy. And again, we go back to the lack of planning. That's ridiculous when you're spending billions of dollars on these movies and you have to spend half of, just from a production and a narrative standpoint, having to redo or undo, a half or a third of your trilogy is ridiculous. How does that happen?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think it's because he had a vision of where he wanted it to go, lost the control in the middle there and had to try to regain it. And you had to resurrect Palpatine. Somehow,
Palpatine has returned.
No, mind you, if anyone follows the expanded universe, Palpatine comes back a couple of times. Mm-hmm. And every time that he comes back in the expanded universe, it's a stretch. Okay?
It's ridiculous, yeah.
It is. And for him to come back here, and not only did they bring him back, they had foreshadowed him coming back when they had Ian McDermott, who plays Palpatine, show up at Star Wars Celebration months before the movie came out, because the trailer they put in the Emperor laughing.
Yeah.
And then and it was there was no surprise whatsoever. You knew exactly what was going to happen.
The question was, it'll be really cool how they show it, and then they did it.
Right. and then it wasn't cool when they showed it.
They're still trying to explain it. We've gotten some hints of cloning and siphoning Baby Yoda blood, I guess, for midichlorians, but we still don't have a concrete explanation as to how he came back.
Well, and the kicker is, had they gone down the original route of the expanded universe and which is the direction they're going now, mind you, went the path of the Thrawn trilogy, which legitimately should have been the sequel trilogy to what we originally know of as Star Wars, you would have gotten Thrawn. You would have gotten Jorah Sabath. You would have been introduced to the cloning of a Sith user and of a Force user and the complications. You would have gotten all that stuff, and it would have logically led to this point.
Yeah.
And when they acquired the property, they just decided to throw everything out that was Lucas's stuff, and they didn't want it anymore.
Yeah.
And that was their dumbest mistake.
We might talk more on that throwing out later, but yeah, that whole the months after the acquisition where they're just destroying projects left and right is rough. But going back to the EU stuff, it's like the Marvel comics. You have a blueprint, and it's not a perfect blueprint. Comics are very weird, but you have a story that at least not most people, but people have read, and it worked. So you can at least pull elements from that. It's something. It's a path you could take, and it's 3 books, so it could have been another trilogy right there.
Right, and it's something that people are familiar with too. So they've got something to latch onto. Marvel's more difficult because you have relaunches of storylines multiple times in the comic industry. And what Marvel tends to do is they pull different pieces, different elements from each of those relaunches and puts them into a cohesive story. So no matter what era you read the comics, you'll recognize parts of it. And it's that recognition, not nostalgia so much, it's that recognition of, I know who that guy is. He was this guy over here. I wonder where he's going to wind up in this story. It's that little click in the brain that makes the Marvel stuff work so well.
And how they will subvert those expectations as well, where they'll take if everyone, not everyone, but when everyone figured out Thanos was the bad guy, people went and looked up the original Infinity War. Right. But it's not like that. It's much different.
But you've had fails along those lines too, like the Mandarin.
Oh yeah.
So that didn't go over quite as well as they wanted to do.
Yeah, they had to go back and retcon that multiple times.
They had to clean that up a couple of times. So.
But yeah, it's always like with that, you've got the blueprint, and then they change it up where they need to, and they keep what they want, but they use the comics as at least a jumping off point. Whereas with Star Wars, there seemed to be no planning at all.
Right. Well, and to complicate things, and this, we'll go into the next segment here about Disney learning from their mistakes. Is while they're making these, Disney's also in the process of releasing these one-off movies. Mm-hmm. And their premise at the time, and they even stated this, was they would have a canon Star Wars saga, a Skywalker saga movie every, 3 years, and then they'd have a one-off movie in between there. And the idea was to keep interest in Star Wars. Well, everyone who's a Star Wars fan knows that you get a trilogy, there's 3 years between each episode, and then there's like 15 years before anything else happens. And that's kind of the pace that we've lived at. Well, you wind up getting the first example of this in Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, which, in my opinion, is one of the best movies in the entire Star Wars franchise.
Yeah, Rogue One's pretty good. It really doubles down on all that nostalgia and like fan service stuff, but it's fun, and I like that movie. And it's not a main trilogy, so it's okay for it to be like that flawed.
It's a movie that didn't need to be made. Mm-hmm. It didn't change the overall narrative. It didn't change the overall story. Everything else remains. It's a fringe movie that happens to be made that has beautiful artistry to it, beautiful writing. It ties perfectly into what we know is Star Wars. Mm-hmm. And you get a badass version of Vader out of it, too.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That probably knocks it up like 3 points for you.
Yeah. And then, 2 years later, we get Solo, another Star Wars movie that didn't need to be made, which was terrible.
I mean, it has good parts, but like overall, it's not great.
It's one that didn't need to be made, and it goes against the idea. It's basically what they did with Darth Vader and Boba Fett, and all the characters that had these brief moments in Star Wars history that were badass characters because you didn't know anything about them.
Yep.
And you didn't need to know anything about them.
That's what makes them cool.
Right.
Is that you can say whatever you want in your head about them.
Right. So no matter what, you're going to look at Darth Vader and he's a whiny little kid now.
Yeah.
You're going to look at Boba Fett if you watch the Clone Wars and he's a whiny little kid now that misses his dad. Like, you've ruined these characters by doing this stuff. And Lucas tried to ruin Han Solo already in the digital edition of Star Wars by making Greedo shoot first.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're not even going to get into that debate. I will say on that, though, that Han shooting first defined Han's character.
Yeah, he was like a bad guy, basically.
Right.
He was a murderer.
He was that guy on the fringe that was going to play dirty if he had to get the job done.
Which is the whole point of his arc in New Hope, is that he learns, he comes back for Luke, he helps.
It's a redemption story for Han.
Which you don't get in Solo also, because they give him an arc in that movie where at the end of Solo, he's a good guy. Where he shouldn't be. He should
be a bad guy.
Which doesn't make any sense to me, because he gets betrayed in that movie by his love interest, Kira.
Right.
You'd think that would harden him. And his mentor. Yeah, everybody basically. You'd think that would harden him and make him bad, but because it's a movie, you can't have an ending with your character being a bad guy.
Right.
I guess. I don't know. You could have, but they didn't want to.
Yeah, so that was where you left some head scratching there. And the other problem that happened with Solo was, again, if you were a fan of the expanded universe, there was a natural story progression of the relationship between Han and Chewie. Han gets his blaster as another storyline. So you have all these different things that define the Han Solo character over the course of years, and they cram it into this movie where it happens in the course of a couple of days.
It's like the ending of Revenge of the Sith, where in the last 10 minutes, everything has to get set up for New Hope really fast.
Right, exactly. And it just kills the whole premise of what this character has done. So this character has no backstory whatsoever that didn't occur in the last 3 days.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of, we'll get into Kenobi at some point. This is probably going to run long, but...
Yeah, it is.
Kenobi should have been, in my opinion, a movie. the Solo movie should have been a TV show.
Yes.
Where it was like serialized, it was almost like designed to be a TV show, especially if you're going to do the forced, here's how Han got his socks, here's how Han got his watch. Like
exactly.
Like the old, I never saw it, but I've seen clips of it, the old Indiana Jones show where it's an old Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones, yeah.
Telling stories about his youth. It could have just been that. Him talking to Kylo or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have went well. Right before he gets stabbed.
Yeah. He's like, Wayne, I have to tell you all these things about my past.
Fortunately, after that came out and it was
it flopped, right?
It was profitable at the box office, so I can't call it a financial failure.
Oh, I thought it was a financial failure.
No, but from a creative standpoint, it was a terrible failure. I mean, the writing was weak.
Well, that was one of the ones where they had director issues because it was Ron Howard
they
and
swapped out directors in the middle of it.
I think it was the Lego Movie guys, right? Miller and Lord?
Might have been. I forget who the original one was.
Yeah.
It also didn't help that they cast someone that looked nothing like Harrison Ford, sounded anything like Harrison Ford, walked like Harrison. Like, he had no resemblance to the character itself. They almost deliberately picked somebody that didn't fit the part so bad as almost like a slap in the face to fans.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where I come down on that because I'm okay with people performing it in their own way, but if you're doing a prequel story, they should at least pretend like they're that person eventually, or where you can see those elements of where they will get to that point. Like Donald Glover was good as Lando.
Oh my God, he was the highlight of the entire movie.
But he was pretty clearly just doing a Billy D impersonation.
He was. But that's the problem. You're playing an existing character. Like, if you get cast to play George Washington in a movie, you damn well better look and sound like George Washington.
That's
okay?
fair, I guess.
Otherwise, it's called Hamilton.
True,
okay?
True. But I think we're getting a Lando show eventually, right?
We probably are. We'll talk about that, though. But anyway, so they learned their lesson here. They backed off from the movies. Disney Plus came out, and they moved into streaming. So what they encountered was some Disney fatigue. They encountered some Star Wars fatigue, which I think Disney was surprised at because they kind of went down that same path with Star Wars that they did with Marvel, and the fans ate up everything Marvel that came out, and they loved it. And I think it backfired on Star Wars. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it sure seems that way. I certainly feel the fatigue. But I think the reason that happens is because at a certain point, there's only so many stories you can tell in the Star Wars universe, right? Especially when you limit yourselves like they constantly do with all these movies and TV shows, where they very rarely try something different, something that breaks the mold. And I think that kind of it limits the amount of things you can do. And I think that's where a lot of the fatigue come from, where like with Marvel, you'll get a Ragnarok, a Thor Ragnarok, you'll get a Guardians, movies that do things that are kind of weird and out there because they're allowed to be. But like, there's really nothing like that with Star Wars. Maybe we'll get the Taika Waititi's making a show. We'll get something like that, maybe. But I think if you look at the broad, selection of what we have to view of Star Wars, it's all pretty similar.
And I agree with you 100% there. I think with Marvel, you can get away with that because Marvel, let's face it, Marvel combines several different properties that no one ever thought they'd be able to combine.
And genres.
Yeah, well, when Guardians of the Galaxy came out and we were told that they're going to merge in with Avengers, I'm like, how are you going to do that?
Right.
Like, one's almost an adult version of Marvel merging in with the kid version. Like, none of that's going to work. And they wound up making it work. Mm-hmm. You brought in brilliant out-of-the-box thinkers like Taika Waititi, who I love everything that he does. Mm-hmm. He comes in and gives us a comedy that fits into everything that's like a flash from the 1970s with everything that he does. So you could get away with that, and I think Disney found out that the Star Wars fans are too rigid for that. They're too loyal to what the nostalgia of it is, and they're big on the nostalgia.
Yeah, I think that's part of the problem, and I try to break myself of that because, like, with Marvel, it's like if you want a spy story, you can go watch Winter Soldier. If you want a Western, I blanked on one, but you know what I mean. There's a genre for a movie for everything, and I think if they did that with Star Wars, it'd be a lot more successful and a lot more, at least creatively interesting to watch because you can do those things with Star Wars. I mean, we see Mando and Book of Boba Fett. They love the Western trope. They get into that, but you can make it work in other genres. I've only watched a handful of episodes of Visions, the animated show where they did a bunch of short stories, but that was another example of where you could have done all these different genre type stories in Star Wars. Make a noir, make a war movie, which You got a little bit of a war movie in Solo for like 15 minutes, but the point is, you don't have to be creatively, out of ideas because you limit yourself based on your nostalgia. You can do all these other stories in Star Wars if you just do it right and make new characters and make new settings and, kind of blaze a new path that isn't so rigid and stuck to itself.
And ultimately, I think the problem boils down to the fact that Disney did not know the fan base of Star Wars. And I think they're just finally starting to learn that because you're starting to see things that are different. Mm-hmm. But they're not dramatically different, nor are they canonically impacting on the overall story, which is where Visions comes in. And Visions, with the exception of, I think, 2 or 3 of the episodes of it, every episode of it is different. It's a different style. It's a different story. It's a different impact. It's a different time period. And they do a really good job of that. And the fans accepted it. Because it's a little bit at a time. You can't just come in and throw a Thor Ragnarok in there because the Star Wars fans just aren't going to accept that.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to lead them down that path.
And going back to what I was saying about doing different genre type stories in Star Wars, that's one of the reasons I like the Clone Wars show so much, the animated one, not the Genndy Tartakovsky one, because they did that in that show constantly. They would take, an arc, they'd take 3 or 4 episodes and make like a murder mystery, or they'd make like a Western, or they'd make a,
or a horror. They did a horror series with it.
Yeah, and it really showed that Star Wars doesn't have to be the same thing all the time. You can take these tropes, and that, really, the original trilogy, at least New Hope, was like that too. Lucas being inspired by Kurosawa and things like that. It was all, and Campbell's Hero's Journey thing, the circle. Like, it's all just taking big idea stories and putting them in a sci-fi fantasy setting. And you can do that more if you don't limit yourself as much.
I agree. And I think Disney is finally getting to the point where they're hitting their stride and they're learning how to do that.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. And we're going to talk about the current state of Star Wars. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's our subject today. We're going to talk a little bit more about the current state of Star Wars. So the properties that we have available right now, and I'll run down the list real quick that are currently active. We have Mandalorian, which is filming season 3. We have Bad Batch, which is in post-production for season 2. We have the Book of Everyone But the Book of Boba Fett, which has finished its limited run.
They're making more of that?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
It's finished its limited run.
I know, but it's the ongoing section. I thought I had missed some announcement.
Well,
or
it's
something.
current. We also have Obi-Wan that finished its run too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we have available to us to watch right now, plus all the other stuff that came out. Where do we stand with Mandalorian? What do you think of it now? We're going into our 3rd season here. Is it still worth watching?
Absolutely. I'd argue to say it might be the only thing worth watching. It's probably, and I was going to say this conclusion for the end of the show, but it's probably the only thing I'm going to be watching going here on out. I can't do it anymore. But I like The Mandalorian. I think season 1 and 2, while they have their flaws and they have their problems, I think by season 2 especially, they really figured it out. Some say they go a little heavy with the cameos from other shows and things like that, but I think at its core, Din Djarin, whatever his name is, the Mandalorian.
Din Djarin.
I think that character is great, and I think that it's really something positive that's come out of this new era of Star Wars. Grogu, I can take it or leave it. I'm not a big Grogu guy. I know people are, but it's fine. And I think that crew, that cast of characters that they've got in there, whoever's left, I know some people got booted for having bad beliefs in real life, but they've done a good job crafting that universe, and I think that show going forward, I think it could only go up, really.
And I agree. I think it's probably the highlight. It has reinvigorated people's interest in Star Wars. They've used it as a springboard to basically create multiple spin-offs from. I was disappointed at what everyone describes as season 2.5 of The Mandalorian, which was the tail end of Book of Boba Fett, where we thought, the whole storyline with Baby Yoda, Grogu was gone, and now he's back in the picture. And I think that's a mistake, because I think continued emphasis, even though everyone loves the cute little Baby Yoda, I think continued emphasis on that character is going to be a drain on any storyline that's out there.
I always knew Baby Yoda was going to come back. I did think we'd get...
He had to, because he makes so much money for him.
Exactly. If you want to look at it cynically, yes. You can. I'm sure you can look around this room and see Baby Yoda merch somewhere.
There's some behind you.
Yeah. He makes way too much money, and he's way too marketable. They're never going to get rid of him. However, I thought we'd at least get... I wasn't expecting 2.5 in Book of Boba Fett. That kind of...
I wasn't either.
That was like wild. But I thought we'd maybe get like half a season of Mando without him, and then, maybe he has like some other adventure with something else, and then he comes back. But no, he's back right away.
Yep, right off the bat. And I think that's a mistake, unfortunately.
Yeah, because what are you going to do? You concluded that whole arc.
Yeah.
I guess it would be, now it's Mandalorian reclaiming his Mandalorianness, right?
That almost sounds obscene the way you say that.
Because like, didn't in that episode of Boba Fett, he gets kicked out.
He gets kicked out
by the other two living Mandalorians that are left.
Right. Well, and they're not the only living Mandalorians left. They're the living ones from the Death Watch.
But I'm hoping we get, because we already had what's her name, Bo-Katan, right? So
she's obviously going to be back.
So yeah, I'm hoping. I like the Mandalorian stuff in general, like the Mandalorian.
It's a great, and everyone loves Mandalorians. Like that's the thing. It's that they're like the Klingons of Star Wars. Everyone just loves how rich their heritage is.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we get more of that. I much prefer it as now, especially with the Mandalorian, because I like the characters. I prefer it much more when it's every episode is connected to the overall plot. I'm not big on like the whole serialized thing, which you kind of got more in. That was more season one, right? That was
season one, yeah.
Yeah, but when they started moving to season 2, where things were more connected and it told one long story, I much prefer that, and I hope that they stick with that. And there's not as much, one-off episodes, unless they're, interesting.
Well, the only concern that I have in the direction that they're going is they're probably going to have to lend some support, some tertiary support to some of the other shows. So we already know they're feeding into the Ahsoka series, right? So they're doing the whole Grogu cloning, Admiral Thrawn type stuff. So they're already feeding into that. I don't know what else they'll be feeding into, but because it originated with Mandalorian, it's there almost like a
Iron Man.
Yeah, it's what the whole Disney Plus stuff is circulating around right now. So you're probably still going to have some drain on the resources for that.
I mean, yeah, that's how all these shows work. It's we're going to name the show after a character, but then we're going to introduce a bunch of other characters along the way and give them time so that they can have their own show so that we can keep stringing people along.
Right. And that's good business. What about Bad Batch? What's your thoughts? And who's the character, the young one there?
Rekka? Omega?
Omega. I had to get you to say it.
Yeah, Omega. I liked Bad Batch a lot. It was way too long. I can't believe it was like a full season of Clone Wars where it was like 23 episodes. Yeah. That was ridiculous. However, if we can keep making, and they're doing that with...
you're scraping the bottom of the barrel when you got the kid in there scamming card games. Yeah. You're putting that into an episode.
They should have taken the approach of the Clone Wars final season where it was short. I'm a big advocate of everything should be short, but I really like the Clone Wars animation. I've come to really like it, and especially with that final season of Clone Wars, they've really stepped up the budget, and it looks like incredible.
Yeah.
And I like keeping in that universe with the clones. I always think that those were some of the best stories coming out of Clone Wars, and I just like that style of show continuing. That being said, like I said, it was way too long. It had, a lot of episodes that you could have just not had in the show. And it had a similar thing like with Mando, where it was it became a cameo of the week show at a certain point. But unfortunately, I just think that's all the Star Wars shows at this point so that we can get people to stay interested.
Right. You gotta sell shows, you gotta sell merchandise.
But I'm looking forward to the new season of it. And I just really like that that not a genre, but those types of shows. And when we're getting more of that with what's it called, Tales of the Jedi, I think.
See, the one thing that I did like about it is the fact that Clone Wars always showed you Star Wars from a different perspective. It wasn't from the lead character perspective. It was from the guys down the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. Bad Batch does that, but it does that at a critical period of time. Seeing Order 66 from their perspective was awesome.
Yep.
Seeing how people react to Imperial troops now, you get a whole different perspective on what that period of time is like.
It's one of the most interesting periods in Star Wars, too, seeing that transition from the Republic to the Empire.
Absolutely. And you never get a chance to see that anywhere else. This is the first time you got to see that. You got to see, little bits of it here and there with, A New Hope, but like
Fallen Order.
You had no interaction. But again, video games. I want to stay away from the video games because it's a small segment of the population. This opens it up to more people, and this adds more character, more color, and more grit to that time period, and it's going to support everything moving forward, which is what I like about it.
Yeah, definitely.
Book of Boba, what are your thoughts on it?
It's such a disappointment. It really was. And it was one of those shows that put another coffin in the nail of me stop watching these shows, because it felt like such a waste of time. I think that it was structured poorly. I really don't know what they were doing with it. It seems like they didn't really either. It seemed like the whole thing was just a con to get to the Mandalorian stuff at the end. I really don't know what else to say about it. It just, you can definitely skip it because Boba Fett doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, and like the first 4 episodes are nothing but flashbacks of how he survives the Sarlacc, which once he shows up in Mandalorian, you kind of have to answer that question. How he forgot that he left his armor there when he got out, I don't understand that. There was a lot of inconsistencies in it, but you're right. It's a series that did not need to be created. Why Boba Fett, a bounty hunter, would want to be a crime lord on Tatooine, still don't understand the concept behind that. Why he aligned himself with a gang of teenagers who rode really flashy motorcycle bikes. Yeah. I don't understand that either.
Like, and you say it's a show that doesn't need to exist, but it also didn't justify its own existence. That's the thing. You can have things that don't need to exist, but are still fun to watch. But with Boba Fett, it didn't need to exist, and you didn't need to watch it.
No, you're right. And I think you hit the nail on the head. That the only reason it existed was to give you Mandalorian season 2.5, which we could have all waited for that to be, an episode or 2 in season 3.
Yeah, we've talked about this off the air before, but it should have been the reverse, where it's a season of Mandalorian with a Boba Fett episode.
Sure.
Not a season of a Boba Fett show with a Mandalorian episode. Because you easily could have, let's be real, you could have crammed this whole Book of Boba Fett show into an episode or 2 of a Mandalorian season. And, you could have, where's Boba at now? Because, he was a character in the show, basically.
Right.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get that in the new Mandalorian season, where we get more on Boba.
Well, and the ultimate problem that I had was everybody from Mandalorians getting their own series. It's like, even the bartender at that nowhere, town that they've had, Cobb Vanth's getting his own series. I'm surprised Cobb Vanth doesn't have his own series yet. It's like,
well, he's a robot now.
But it's like they're telegraphing it at this point in time. It's like back in the 1980s when you had all these spin-offs of these original shows. It's like it's too much. Like, if you want to come up with additional shows because you need to fill airtime on Disney Plus, come up with something original.
Well, it's funny you call it airtime, because that is what it feels like. It feels like it's like cable TV and they have to fill this airtime, when in reality they could put on there whatever they want.
Well, they're trying to get people to maintain their subscriptions to it, and they think content is king. You got to throw content out there, whether it's good or not, so that people can consume something.
And that's kind of why I've fallen off. I just can't do it anymore. It's just none of this it's all, and you don't want to limit yourself to a numbering system, but for the sake of this, I'm going to. Everything feels like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. None of this feels like it is much must-watch TV. Nothing's really doing anything different. It's all just very middle of the road, and it all just feels like it's stringing me along as a viewer. And Marvel is doing that too, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that on the air, but I've stopped watching the Marvel shows, and I'm probably going to stop watching the Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian.
And I think you're right. And I think it's a race to mediocrity at this point. And I think it's our fault as a consumer, because the more, and it's always been this way. If you look at TV and radio, whatever, the more crap they put out there, the more we want to consume it.
Yep.
And now they can tie direct numbers to it because they've got subscriber numbers. We're paying for this crap now. It's not just that we're sitting there watching advertisements. We're paying them to put this stuff out there.
Yep. And that was kind of the conclusion I came to, is that I'm part of the problem. By watching all these shows and by paying for Disney Plus, I am contributing to the thing that I hate. So I've decided to try to remove myself from the equation.
So finally in this segment, let's have our discussion about Obi-Wan, the series. This is what triggered this whole idea of this podcast. Give me your thoughts, and then you and I can argue.
Well, I liked it. I don't think it needed to be a show. I'll just say that. I think it could have been a 2.5 hour long movie. But they couldn't have gotten 6 weeks of programming out of it if they didn't do that. I think the first 2 episodes started off very strong. I think a lot of the Obi-Wan stuff, with a few exceptions, was pretty good. But I think when you get into everything else in the show, it all felt like extra fluff that didn't really need to be there. The character of Reva, I didn't really like at first. By the end, I kind of was a little bit higher on her when she started showing more emotion other than just being angry. And the twist of her hunting Vader was good. All the Vader stuff, I thought, did a pretty good job. You get to see Vader be a crazy murderer, which everybody loves. You get a lot of good Vader moments in that. I think there's some parts that don't really help at all, like all the stuff with the Grand Inquisitor. That didn't need to be in there. A lot of the stuff with a lot of the other rebels he meets really didn't need to be in there unless they show up in that Rangers of the Republic show that's coming out, which is what it felt like. It felt like an ad for that show.
Oh, they're going to show up on Andor probably, too.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah. But Little Leia was great. I thought that was a great twist that I didn't see coming. That was really well done and consistently paid off throughout the show. But yeah, I definitely think it could have just been a movie, and it would have had more impact if it was a movie.
And you know what? I don't disagree with anything what you said. I was happy that the whole damn thing didn't happen on Tatooine like everything else in the Star Wars universe seems to. I would suggest the next time they decide to have a lightsaber fight, you need to have more lighting than just the 2 lightsabers, because you couldn't see shit during the fight. That was a problem. And recreating the Ahsoka fight between Vader and Ahsoka from Clone Wars or from Rebels probably wasn't necessary, because you already saw that fight once and it was almost an identical walk for walk through that fight. So that was kind of disappointing. How did you leave Reva alive?
She's redeemed. It's fine.
Is she? Really?
I thought she was going to off herself. I don't know. I don't know what our censorship's like on the show, but I thought she was going to unalive herself.
I don't know how, as Obi-Wan, you could let somebody who's a Grand Inquisitor, who now knows about Luke and Leia, live.
Well, because she has to have her own show. It's the same reason he let Vader live, because he had to, because that's what the writing dictated.
Well, no, from a canonical timeline, you kind of had to let him live.
Well,
but how do you walk away from that? Like, you literally have a chance right there. Mm-hmm. You thought you killed him before, and you walked away, and he was still breathing, and you thought he was going to die. How do you walk away from him again after doing that?
I was telling a friend of mine, we were talking about it, and I was like, big Batman energy with this, where like he has him dead to rights, and he just lets him live, even though he knows that he's going to go on to kill thousands of people. And it's like, but like, didn't we know this going into the show, right? When they confirmed Vader was going to be in it, and they confirmed they were going to fight, we all knew how it was going to end. No, neither of them are going to die. Right. That's what happens when you milk every like moment of this timeline, but you already know the end in the beginning. These things are inevitable. I think if anything, they should have done. Remember in Force Awakens when Rey and Kylo fight, and then an earthquake happened and they're split apart, something like that. Well, and it's funny you mention that, because I was having a conversation with a colleague at work, and we said, okay, so we know there's 2 battles. We know that Obi-Wan is going to at least win the last one, because you have to, in order to fit the line from A New Hope of when last we met, you were the master. So we now know that he had to win that last fight. But everybody else besides Vader thought that Obi-Wan was dead. Even Tarkin says, oh, he's long dead, right? So the way the battle should have ended was Vader lost, but somehow came up with a way to conceivably explain how Obi-Wan dies. And he basically lies and says, oh, he kicked my ass, but I killed him and he's gone now. Mm-hmm. Knowing that he's alive himself, but everyone else thinks he's dead. That's what should have happened. And the Kylo Ren thing with the Earth splitting would have been a great way to do that. Yeah.
I thought that's what they were going to do when they dropped him in the pit and threw the rocks on top of him.
Yep. They could have even done that because you get the Ian McDermott cameo, which is great. He's always great. Not necessary, but great.
No, it didn't do anything for the show.
But you could have had that moment where, because basically Palpatine just shows up and goes, "You mad? You look a little mad." But he could have said, like, that's where he could have had the moment you're talking about where he lies and says, "I got him. He's dead," you know? Because then you know he's lying to the Emperor. He's lying to...
And that would have set it up perfectly.
Yep.
That would have made so much more sense.
Yep. But,
instead of, oh no, Obi-Wan he left him with a broken mask and left.
Yep.
It makes no sense that you would just walk away.
I know. And that's what happens when you limit yourself and you make a prequel, because they love prequels. And like when you do these things and you tie yourself down to these conclusions that like you can't get out of, right? I mean, like, there's no way to get out of this.
No, you're right. You're right. You kind of have to talk your way around it.
But the question is this show must-see Star Wars? I would say it is because I like Obi-Wan.
And I would say it is because I like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
So just for the fight alone and seeing Darth Vader's power,
yeah,
I would say it is.
Yeah, I really, he has a good fight with Reva too. That was fun. I wish we would have gotten a little bit more.
Yeah, the fight, the saberless fight with Reva was awesome.
Yeah, a little bit more Vader character stuff.
Well, my question to you is: are we going to get a Vader series out of this now?
God, I hope not.
Because Hayden Christian had suggested
he's got nothing going on. Don't listen to him.
He's available.
Yeah, I know.
He's available.
But like,
but that's the moneymaker. That's Grogu.
I know.
You could make a series of Darth Vader going to the bathroom and people would watch it and pay to watch.
If they're gonna do a Vader show, they should just do the Vader comics. Because those like make him a real human being. Where like when Palpatine,
they do, but I don't want to get Dr. Aphra in.
Oh, I don't. I'm not talking about that. Like when Palpatine strands him on the planet, or like with nothing, and like he has to fight Tarkin and stuff like that. Like all those little one-off things.
I could see that. They did the Sith Lords book. That would make a great series that you could do.
Yeah, because the problem is like at least in the movies and TV, because that's the only thing I've seen. Because I've only read some of the comics, but like Vader is just like a crazy bad guy at this point. He's just like a mass murderer, and that's hard to make a main character of your show because he's just like murdering people all the time. Like, what are you gonna do with him? Like, in the comics, you get more of his depth, where like he has his own motivations and he's overcoming his own insecurities and things like that to become the Vader we see in New Hope.
You get much more depth, character development in the written.
But even in Obi-Wan, he's basically just a crazy murderer the whole time, except for a few moments where we see Anakin come through. But even then, he doubles down.
That was very well done, by the way, especially
the cutting between the voices.
As the voices are cutting back and forth, that was really well done.
And we talked about this before we came on, but there's a lot of great lines in that finale that I really, really liked. I like how he calls him Darth. Obi-Wan calls him Darth before he leaves. Like he says, only Master of Evil, Darth in New Hope. So it's like he's finally accepting that Anakin's dead. But even then, it's like, come on, just stab him, you know?
Yeah. Like, at least stab him and walk away and have him survive it. Because like, you already established the Grand Inquisitor survived it.
And Reva.
Right. So that would have been a great way to think he killed him again.
Yeah, I mean, he could even cut him in half. You could do pretty much anything.
You could cut him in half because he's done that before and the guy survived too. So. And threw him down a pit.
See, that would have been even... Because I don't know, I'm not familiar. I haven't seen A New Hope in a while. Does Obi-Wan know Vader's alive and like is Anakin in New Hope? Like, does he know him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, because I was going to say it would have been interesting if he killed Vader.
That's why Luke confronts him where after he tells him,
okay, yeah.
Darth Vader betrayed and murdered your father. That's where they get the line from. You know, Anakin Skywalker's dead. I killed him. Oh, that's a great way to explain that to your son in 10 years. All right, thanks for that.
Yeah. Because I was going to say he legitimately thought he killed Vader only to have him reappear later, but that probably wouldn't have worked. I don't know. I still think that show is worth watching. You know, there's definitely a lot of parts in it that didn't need to be in there, but I think especially if you're a fan of the prequels and if you're a Vader fan, you basically get the payoff of Obi-Wan. Because like he shows up in Rebels as like old man Ben and does some stuff, but like it's not like character development. He's kind of just there.
Right.
But if you want the conclusion to, especially coming off of Revenge of the Sith, because they really pay into that a lot, I think it's worth watching just for that.
I agree. It's definitely worth. The cinematics, I think, are worth watching. The stories.
Oh,
critical.
I do want to mention that we are starting to see the limit of this LED wall that they shoot everything on, because everything looks flat. And you can see that in the Thor trailer too. There's some shots of that look flat. You can really see it in this Obi-Wan show when they're on that rock planet. You can tell that it's like where they are is real, but everything else around them is very flat. And that's kind of the downfall of, I forget what it's called.
The volume.
Yeah, that's kind of the downfall of that tech. And I get it. It's Star Wars. The prequels were pushing the limits of what tech could do, and we're kind of doing that again. But like, I think they're...
What was funny was, I don't know if you watched the documentary, if you hadn't seen stuff from it, they talk about the volume. And the purpose of the volume wasn't to create the dynamic backgrounds. It was to create the lighting from the backgrounds. And then they were going to digitally overwrite the backgrounds.
Okay.
Like a green screen.
Yeah.
But at least now you've got those realistic, that sun beating down or the fire coming up from the lava river from the finale of season 1. You have that effect. And you have something for the actors to react against. Even Carl Weathers says they're in this boat on this made-up floor with everything going on, and the scene is passing by. He said he was getting motion sick. He wasn't moving, but was getting motion sick because of the real. So it was a tool for the actors and for the visual effects guys, but it looked so good for what they were doing. They left it in so many of the shots. The one thing to take note, though, is you've got a couple of, and we're not going to go into this last segment here because we're up against the clock now, but I just want to touch a couple things. You've got Andor coming out. Well, Andor's not using the volume.
Oh,
Andor
really?
is using all practical effects.
Good.
They're building their sets. They're building their props. They're doing everything like a traditional movie. And it was very similar to what they did with the TV series of Halo. And you can tell the difference.
Yep.
When you open a door, and it's a door. It's not a panel with green on it that they overprint digital stuff on. It looks and acts like it's real.
Yeah, that's good because I'm definitely like I brought it up, but I'm feeling the limits of this volume technology, and I'm hoping they don't because it makes everything feel flat. But like end of the day, that's kind of just what it does.
And when you're doing outdoor panoramic shots like that, it doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Where it works is when you're enclosed somewhere and you don't need that depth. But when you're looking at a shot in a desert and you've got rocks in the foregrounds and rocks out in medium and rocks out, you lose that depth, that perception of depth. So
I'm hoping they either, they kind of work out on that, or I didn't realize Andor was being shot all practically. Double down on that. Practically is almost always better, in my opinion.
It is, but it costs a fortune.
True. So. Yeah. Just raise the price of Disney Plus.
There you go. So, yeah, we're at the 1 hour mark, and in this last section was actually going to be the longest section. So I think we're going to hold off on that for another episode.
Part 2.
We can do a part 2 of Help Me Obi-Wan.
Does that mean I have to watch Andor?
Not if we do it quick. If we do it in the next week or two, you should be okay. So we'll come back and we'll talk about the future of Star Wars on another episode. Any closing thoughts before we go, though?
No, I pretty much said everything. I think after Obi-Wan, because I think if they didn't get above a 7 out of 10 with Obi-Wan, I don't think anything's going to. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna bail. I've already bailed on Marvel shows. I think I'm gonna bail on Star Wars shows, except for Mandalorian. I'll come back for Mandalorian.
It's gonna make it hard to get you back on an entertainment podcast if you're not gonna watch anything.
I know. Unless, I don't know, they always put these articles out to try to get people to watch of like, you'll never believe who showed up in Andor episode 2. So if someone spoils it for me and it's something I actually enjoy, maybe I'll go and watch it. But I just don't see the point. It all just feels like they're stringing me along, and I think I'm pulling the plug.
I don't see. For me, there's nothing else to watch right now. There's nothing else compelling for me to watch where I don't have the time to ingest this, and it's Star Wars. I feel compelled to ingest Star Wars.
It's understandable.
So, but that is it for our show today. Before we go, I once again want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on TuneIn, iHeartRadio, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find, we stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all those and more on our official website, www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insight into Tomorrow. This is episode 17, Women's Rights Are Human Rights. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host this week from our Insights into Entertainment podcast, Michelle Whalen. How you doing today, Michelle?
Full of many, many emotions.
I can imagine. We had actually planned on doing this podcast for a little while now. We've been working on putting it together and stuff,
Right.
Understanding that there was going to be an impending decision. And today was the scheduled day that we were going to do this.
Right. Not knowing
that yesterday was going to be the day that the other shoe dropped.
Right.
So we're going to continue to go through the material that we did plan, and we reserved the last segment to have an open discussion on the groundbreaking, rule-shattering, country-damaging decision, I think, that came yesterday. So there's been a disturbing trend in recent years in the United States. There's been an assault on women's, an assault has been waged on basic human rights. Victims of this assault have been chosen by color of their skin and their gender and various other things. All are victims that have been targeted for generations and have fought for their equal human rights. In this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look at the assault specifically on women's rights. We'll take a look at the history of women's rights through the years. We'll examine the current state of women's rights, and we'll explore the threats against those rights. Before we leave, we'll take a special look at the current issue of abortion and the not-so-impending Supreme Court decision that threatens to overturn, which it did overturn, Roe versus Wade. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and you can pick those up anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We're pretty much everywhere. I would also invite you to write in, give us your comments, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, or you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's get into it.
So, all women are entitled to human rights. These include the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, to be educated, and to own property, to vote, and to earn an equal wage. Across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. Gender inequality underpins many problems which disappropriately affect women and girls, such as domestic and sexual violence, lower pay, lack of access to education, and inadequate healthcare. For many years, women's rights movements have fought hard to address these inequalities, campaigning to change laws or taking to the streets to demand their rights are respected. And new movements have flourished in the digital age, such as the Me Too campaign, which highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence and sexual harassment.
So there has been a fairly long history of women's fight for their rights, in the United States at least, because when the country was formed, there was no explicit provisions in the Constitution for women's rights to anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution protected, quote, consent of the government, consent of the governed, which at the time meant white landholding men only.
Right.
The Bill of Rights did not protect everyone either. Women were considered second-class citizens. They were essentially property of their husbands.
So women started to organize as early as the Seneca Falls Convention in July of 1848. It planted the seeds for the women's suffrage movement. It pushed for equal rights for all people of all races and sexes. The end result was the signing of the Declaration of Sentiments by 100 men and women, a document based on the Declaration of Independence.
So we move into the women's suffrage movement. This is really probably the foundation for the first fight for women's rights. Wyoming passed the first law granting women the right to vote in 1869 and was the first state to grant women the right to vote in all elections in 1890. But it took until 1920 for the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to allow women the right to vote across the country.
So now let's talk a little bit about abortion and contraception. So there were widespread anti-contraception laws on the books as late as 1819 before they were challenged, starting with Margaret Sanger in New York. Abortion laws criminalized the act of ending a pregnancy apart from saving a woman's life were in place and well into the 60s before any challenges were raised. These obviously culminated into the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court ruling that being drawn into question, unfortunately, as of yesterday.
Yeah. So then we move on to women's equal employment and equal pay. The first minimum wage laws applied to women didn't come into effect until 1912. This was later superseded by the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, imposing a federal minimum age regardless of gender. It wasn't until 1963 with the Equal Pay Act that any attention was given to equitable wages for wages, well, wages too probably, but wages for the same work performed by men. It took until 1974 for Congress to include gender protection in fair housing and education as part of the Civil Rights Act. Now, it's worth noting that even though these laws were on the books, they're on the books today. They're not observed. There's still discrimination today, despite the fact that we have these laws on the books.
Right, exactly. And finally, leadership in government. So the first woman to serve in Congress was Jeanette Pickering Rankin, who didn't take her seat until 1917. But it would take nearly 100 years for a woman to take on the leadership role of Speaker of the House when Nancy Pelosi assumed that role for the first time in 2007. And we didn't see our first Supreme Court justice until 1981 with Sandra Day O'Connor. And Madeleine Albright was our first Secretary of State in 1997. And obviously, our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris, in 2020.
So, the disturbing trend that I see in this history here is there's spurts of progress. There's long periods where there's no progress. Then you get a few exceptional people that just get mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore, and they do something about it.
Yep.
And the establishment throws a couple of crumbs out there and gives a little bit of rights to people. and then there's a long period of time until it happens again.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think this compares to other fights, civil rights, for instance? How do you think this compares to civil rights for African Americans and minorities?
It's almost the same, really, when you think about it. Unless you are a rich white male, you're fighting every day, and maybe once in a while something comes along that you get something, and then unfortunately something else in the news is going to pop up where everybody's mindset is on something else, and that fight still hasn't been won.
Yeah.
And until something happens with that fight again, everybody kind of forgets about it, because again, our attention span, is, we have short attention span theater, of our minds. Look at, not to get on a totally different tangent, but all of the school shootings, it's been how many weeks and none of that is in the news. There, you have the gun reforms that they're trying to pass, but again, now that you have everything going on with Roe v. Wade, that's the main focus. But yet there's other things that still need to be focused. Black Lives Matter still needs to be a focus, because you had everything that went on with George Floyd and all the other African Americans who, with the police issues and things like that, and none of that was solved, but because something else came along, oh, well, now our attention, you have to go back and do all the other things.
It's funny you mention that. What do you think is the cause of that? Is that a media issue? Is that a society issue? Is it a politics issue where politicians don't want to deal with the issue, so they distract with something else? Or is it media just trying to get ratings that's dictating what our issues are today?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of. I think everybody's a little bit to blame with all of that, because obviously media is one aspect, and when you kind of think back of, okay, well, why did it take so long? So Wyoming, it was the 1800s when, Wyoming, but it wasn't until the 1900s that it was actually, and you have to think back then, how long did it take for news to travel? How long, same thing with Juneteenth, it was signed into law that blacks were no longer slaves, but how many years did it take for the news to actually travel? Right. There was no quick way to do it, where now we have that instant gratification. We can, as soon as news broke yesterday of the Supreme Court's decision, everybody in the world knew about it. So I think a lot of it is because we're so hungry for information right now, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What do I need to do? And also, we're all so tired. We're all so tired of having to stand up for everybody. And there's just so much injustice. It's like, well, where do I put my energy?
Where's my next fight? Yeah.
And it's like, I have no more spoons to give. My jar is empty because I've given, so much, because there's so much that's needed, from all of us. I think that's, where it comes to, because there's obviously thousands and thousands of organizations and different things that are in need, but it's, how much can the average person give before you have nothing left to give?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's historically, it's definitely been a problem. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about where we are right now with these specific women's rights. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So let's talk about the current state of women's rights. And we'll talk first about women's suffrage. At the moment, it's safe to say that fight has been won, I guess, kind of, sort of, in the general statement, yes.
If nothing else, we can say that women are equally discriminated against with everyone else when it comes to your right to vote these days.
Yes.
Okay, there's no special discrimination
right,
against women on this one.
Okay, we can go with that. Abortion and contraception. Well, this had been won, but it looks like it might be a split decision with the much anticipated ruling from the majority right-wing Supreme Court that was held yesterday. And we'll have more on this later on in the show.
So we take a look at employment and pay. So legally on paper, this was a win back in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. Do you feel like this was a win?
No.
And I think most women would be of the same opinion. In practice, there's a long fight ahead of this one. Progress continues to be made, but not nearly enough to level the playing field between men and women, equal pay, equal work. It's a mess. And the fact that people are still getting away with it is frankly disturbing, that you can get away with it.
Yep.
Leadership in government. There was a surprising amount of progress early on this, but it's been painfully slow in coming into the modern time. Since, the 80s, 2000, we've seen some progress here. Many parts of the country are progressive enough to make the progress that's needed. There are other parts, and less progressive, less evolved parts of the country, where politics is still an old boys network. But from a national standpoint, we're seeing, we have a female vice president now, which is huge. How do you think, let's talk women's suffrage, your ability to vote. Do you feel you have the ability to go out there and vote when you want, for who you want, how you want?
Absolutely. And that's something I've never felt I wasn't able to do. I've never felt that I wasn't allowed. Even in high school, senior year was when I turned 18, and I had a history teacher who was very passionate about the women's movement and made sure she had her little pamphlets in her desk drawer, and who's turning 18 this month, fill out your form so you can vote. And she said it doesn't matter if it's a presidential election, if it's a governor election, even your little local election, you will vote every time, because there are women that died doing this. It is your heritage. It is your responsibility to pass this on and make sure you vote.
How do you think how can I say this without getting hate mail? How do you think the outcome of the 2020 election or
the 2016 election, we can even go.
You could, but specifically the 2020 election, in which there was an artificial stigma built up about the legitimacy of the election and voting and voter fraud. And it drew the entire country into that. And now we're seeing certain states that support a certain party are now imposing laws that, if not discriminating against people from voting,
will make it harder,
making it much more difficult.
Absolutely. And that's...
Do you feel threatened by that?
Fortunately, I don't, because at this point we are in a very blue state, and I've never felt threatened going to our polling places. We don't have far to travel. We usually never have more than 5 minutes to wait, if we even have a wait whenever we've gone. And I know that's not the case for states right next to ours, where people will wait in line hours to cast their vote, or have to travel, an hour to get to their polling place. And I would probably feel intimidated if I had to go through all those measures, and almost jump through hoops to fulfill my civic duty.
Right.
And nobody should have to feel that way to do that.
Absolutely. Abortion and contraception. So for now, we're going to put abortion aside because we already have a discussion on the last segment. Contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you can acquire the contraception that you want, and that the health care that you need as far as women's health is readily available to you? Do you think that's a threat? Do you think progress needs to be made on that front?
So, again, being a white female, a middle-class white female in a blue state, I don't feel discriminated at all against any healthcare. I know that's not the case for others of my gender in other parts of our country. That now that is something that there are rumors about being taken away, now you see all over social media people saying, if you're on some sort of IUD, if you're on any sort of implant, get it replaced now. Anything that, has a couple of years, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. The fact that some male can make a decision what I do with my body absolutely blows my mind. And that, whether or not I'm a married woman or a single woman should have nothing to do with it either. And that if I want to have a child, it should be by choice.
Right.
I should not be forced. I am still of age where I could have a child. I am not at a point where I would want to begin that process all over again. And I need to have that body autonomy. That's my right to decide that, and nobody else should decide it. I don't make a decision for anybody if they want to be on Viagra or not, or if they want to get, reconstructive surgery or some. I don't make that decision for anybody else. So nobody should be making a decision
Sure.
for what I do to myself.
And I agree 110%. As long as you don't expect the government to pay for it, then
Right.
it's your say what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Employment and pay. Where do we stand with this? Do you think there's sufficient progress? Do you think you're compensated fairly for what you do? And do you think that there is a threat to that looming?
I don't know. It's one of those things because, of course, at most places of employment, one of the rules is you don't talk about how much you make. So, you don't find out how much somebody else is making. So that's a really hard, I know, or I shouldn't say I assume within the company that I work in, there are people that work in the North Jersey facility that make much more money than the people in the South Jersey facility.
And that's unusual because of geographics.
Right, absolutely. But again, it shouldn't matter where I'm physically located because I'm doing just as much work as
well, there's certain factors
else.
like cost of living and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That you have to factor in
totally. I totally.
But compensation-wise, on a 1-to-1 ratio, are you being fairly compensated?
I really don't know because it's one of the things that probably bad on me is I kind of stopped paying attention because there's always these websites you can go to and say, how much does a person that does this job make? And the thing is, what I do for a living is kind of specific to my job, so it's kind of hard to say if I went someplace else where I could kind of try and figure it out. And I think I know I'm probably underpaid. Just one, because I'm,
is it because you're a woman or because you're a one-of-a-kind person doing what you do?
I don't know. It might be a combination of both. We recently at my company had somebody who left the company who was a woman. I never asked her or found out how much she made. I knew she probably made more than I did, even though I've been with the company much longer than she had been. And we recently hired somebody who I knew was a grade level or a position higher than her. And I have a feeling probably started out making more than she did.
Okay.
So that's another,
So clearly we're not where we need to be.
No.
Leadership in government. So my question to you here is, clearly we're seeing progress certainly on the federal level. Mm-hmm. A lot of states are making progress with women in leadership positions. You personally, do you think the door's open for you if you wanted to get into, say, local politics? Do you think you'd have any obstacles with that? Do you think you'd be discriminated against because of your gender?
I don't know. I think in a lot of cases it's still a boys' club when you come to, your local. But I'm sure there are some areas of the country where it's not like that. I've never been interested in wanting to run for a government position, so it was never something that I thought about, but I could see where I wouldn't, again, where we live, where we are. I'm sure if it was something where I started volunteering or doing things, I could, eventually see something.
What's interesting is of the 4 fundamental rights that we talked about, 3 of these you attributed to some level of political influence on how it impacts you.
Mm-hmm.
That's disturbing. That women's rights are a matter of politics.
And they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't. And I think that is a highlight of where we are today. And it astounds me, and we're not going to pull any punches here. You're obviously a Democratic supporter.
I am? How did you know?
What astounds me is your experience, I would say, is pretty typical for most women. Democratic women or Republican women. But there are so many staunch Republican women that support a party that has for over a century had policies that were contrary to women's interests.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about people like that who would support someone who wants to hold you down? Like, is it I almost attribute it to like a beaten wife syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
Where they just accept their place as a lesser citizen in society.
And you have to kind of think that, you know, there are still women that are you know, young girls, women that are raised today to your only job in life is to raise the family and support your husband. And that's it. And I'm not knocking anyone that's what they want to do in their life. If that's
what you aspire to do, knock your socks off.
Right.
But don't hold other people back.
Exactly.
In the
But don't tell me that I can't do more.
Absolutely.
Or tell my daughter that she can't be more.
Yeah, that's my hang up about this whole thing. As much as I hate seeing how you are treated, it irks me to think that she's going to face some of these same prejudices, and it really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that she's got every opportunity.
And I'm so proud of what she stands for and what she believes in. And yes, a lot of it has to do with us, but there's a lot that, you know, is her own, you know, and I'm so glad that we raised her and are still raising her to be so open-minded to things. And she, in so many cases, is more open-minded than we will ever be. And that gives me hope that, you know, she's also surrounded, you know, she surrounds herself with people that feel that way too, and that generation will hopefully make a difference and bring about so much that more than we could ever hope for.
I'm also very fortunate that she's patient enough to help
educate,
carry me along in that journey.
Yes.
I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from her that I never thought I would learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at what some of the obstacles and threats are to these rights. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, threats and obstacles to women's rights in America. And, you know, we'll attack these rights as we've been doing in order. So the first one we're going to talk about is women's suffrage. So in the wake of the toxic 2020 elections, there's been a wholesale attack on voting rights. These attacks aren't targeted specifically at women and are designed to make it harder for people in general to vote. Not too much in general, but there's specific segments of the population that are targeted at. So some of the obstacles. 17 states have enacted 28 new laws that restrict access to voting by targeting citizens with disabilities. You know, the fact that they're not including accessibility, common accessibility options to get into voting places that make it difficult for people with disabilities to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're attacking absentee voting. After the 2020 election, when excuse me, when absentee voting was done because we were in the middle of a pandemic.
Right.
A pandemic that the sitting president ignored for the first 4 months and downplayed it and pretended it didn't exist and created the crisis in the first place.
Right.
They're attacking provisional ballots. They're requiring voter ID, which there's nothing. Take a drink here. I'm joking to death. This is how much I hate these rules. There's nothing in the Constitution that says voter ID is required to cast your vote. Nowhere. So I don't know where they're coming up with that one. They're targeting voter registration. They're making it harder to register. Mm-hmm. They're requiring different requirements to now register. They're instituting registration purging. So normally with registration purging, if you don't vote in so many elections, they purge you from the voter registration roll. Well, that number of elections is usually like 4, 5, something like that, presidential elections. Now they're saying if you don't vote in the last one, you're not registered anymore.
Oh, see,
You need to register again to vote. They're restricting student voting, making it difficult for students, because before they would make it accessible to students to vote during student hours and stuff like that at colleges. They're restricting that. And they're limiting polling places to make it harder to vote. So people who are, again, disabled, infirmed, aged, people that don't drive, they're making them travel hours to get to a voting place to cast a vote, knowing that they won't vote because they're the people that they don't want voting because they're going to vote for the opposition.
Right.
So that's some of what we're looking at here. Not specifically against women, but affecting everybody.
Right. And you figure it's the lower income, more likely the people of color.
Yep.
That's the areas that they're really targeting.
Absolutely. So what's your next one?
Abortion. Somehow, after nearly 50 years, this is still a matter of debate. Instead of being an ideological discussion, anything to do with abortions has turned into a political discussion, which generally means that all logic is out the window with it. There is a real threat to women's reproductive rights with the recent leaked draft of the opinion by the Supreme Court that now wasn't just a leak, because now it has come to fruition that they have now overturned Roe v. Wade.
More on that later.
Later on.
Deep cleansing breaths.
Deep cleansing breaths. Okay. Let's go back to employment and pay. So on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And in comparing salaries over 350 jobs, women actually earn less in nearly all jobs. Women earn less than their same race and ethnicity, their counterparts at entry-level positions, of education attained as well. So the pandemic is estimated to have set the women's labor force back more than 30 years.
So there's that progress that we're losing.
That astonishes me that during the pandemic that even, happened. Finally, leadership in government, again, we now finally have a woman vice president. How many years did that take? And then you even look back, how far was when the first vice president, female vice president, was in the 80s, late 80s. And then
Geraldine Ferraro.
Geraldine Ferraro.
Nomination.
Never elected. And then you even had Sarah Palin, the second, never elected.
Right.
So it took 3 women, but how many years, obviously, to get to that position? Another interesting thing, for the first time in our history as a government, there will be 2 female signatures posted on currency in our country, because we will have the treasurer has Secretary of the Treasurer, and what's the other signature that's on the bill? I can't think of what it is, but that was something that came out in the news because of a newly appointed position. Top 2 women in money.
Right. See, and I'll tell you,
so
while that's nice that we've gotten to that point, what annoys me is every time the press takes this is the first time a woman did this, and this is the first time a woman...
Right.
It annoys me that we're saying that.
Right. It's annoying that we have to say anything like that. And when you look at... Obviously, there are other countries in the world that will never have women in government. But then there are other countries that have had women in leadership and had women in politics so much longer, and they kind of look at us and go, how backwards are you?
And these women were incredibly strong, competent women who overshadowed their previous male counterparts by a long shot,
right,
in most cases.
So it just baffles me, with as progressive as we say we are as a country, we're so backwards than so much more.
Well, and the thing that annoys me when we say it's the first woman to do this, that fact doesn't annoy me. But what annoys me is that attention that we draw to it being the first woman to do that is the same attention that the detractors use. Oh, well, you have a first woman in the Treasury, and look at what the economy's like, as if it's their fault,
right?
And they use that fact that they're a woman as justification for how things are and the state of, and it annoys me that they do that.
Right, and the other thing too is how many women had to do so many other things to get that person, to lift that woman up.
Absolutely.
To do that. That's the thing. Standing
on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And women like Kamala Harris was extremely complimentary and appreciative of all the women that came before her that gave her the opportunity that she has today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So lot of obstacles out there that we need to
we've come far, but we haven't come far enough.
Right. And it's almost like the old boys network, their attitude's almost like, all right, well, we threw you a bone, now shut up and go away for a while, okay? You're fine. Like, they're terrified of having an equal playing field, and they think trickling little bits out here and there will keep the masses occupied and quiet them down when they get a little riled up, which is unfortunate. That's why you know, the one thing that I think might come out of this Supreme Court ruling is that a lot of rich white guys might not have a career in politics moving forward anymore. Let's hope and pray. We'll talk about prayers that. And thoughts. We're going to take our last break, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more.
check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, women's rights are human rights.
Damn Skippy.
And as of yesterday, I think we've seen a significant encroachment upon women's rights.
You think?
So, this is our open discussion on Roe versus Wade and abortion in general. You have the floor, dear.
I don't even know where to
Rip into it. How about we start with just the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court's decision? Because the day before, they had a very contradictory decision.
Absolutely. They said that you could carry a gun, that it's okay to carry around a gun now. You don't need to conceal it anymore.
Right. So New York had some very common sense gun safety laws
for over 100 years,
designed to save lives.
Right.
Which the Supreme Court decided that was a constitutional violation.
Right.
Where if you read the Constitution and the Second Amendment, nowhere in there does it say anything about carrying concealed weapons by citizens.
Right.
It speaks entirely about pertaining to a well-regulated militia.
Right.
Which for some reason everyone seems to want to ignore that. So
right.
So
because it's all up for interpretation. Yep. That's what it is.
So the Supreme Court decides that we're going to do away with common sense gun law because it's against people's constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't get an abortion.
Nope.
So we're preserving life on one side with overturning Roe versus Wade, but we really don't give a damn about it because you can carry guns and shoot anybody you want.
Right. So one of the memes, our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but is too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive.
Yeah.
If that is not...
That's profound.
With between the past 2 days of the Supreme Court, that... How?
Yeah, it highlights the ludicrous level of hypocrisy coming out of today's Supreme Court.
Right. The fact that church and state is supposed to be separate, but yet the church has more say over my body, and I'm not a member of a church.
Right.
My religion... I am Jewish, if you didn't know. My religion states abortion is okay. Because my life is more important than what is in my body, what is in my womb. Yeah. And until what is growing in my womb can live and take 3 breaths on its own, it doesn't have a choice over me.
Well, you could also interpret the 2 rulings from the Supreme Court of you can have an abortion as long as you don't mind getting shot in the process.
Right. Right. And unfortunately, there has been violence that has happened at clinics that aren't even performing abortions. Because that's the other thing, is that everybody goes after Planned Parenthood. Oh, they're doing all these abortions and da-da-da-da. That's not even their main purpose. That they are giving health care to women, and somebody going there just for a routine checkup is risking their life from these crazy psychopaths who are trying to save the unborn child, but yet are taking their gun to go kill people.
Well, and to play devil's advocate for a minute there, you have people who are pro-abortion who are also attacking anti-abortion clinics as well. So you've got violence on both sides. You've got crimes being committed on both sides. But if nothing else, that should simply highlight the level of passion involved here that the decision that the Supreme Court made to overturn a previous Supreme Court
Right.
decision, which honestly, that's where I have my biggest problem.
Right.
Is the Supreme Court has basically made itself useless.
Right.
They decided that no matter what we decide, it doesn't matter because the guys 5 years from now can overturn it.
Right. And that's where now, okay, so everybody's, kind of, you have the people that are like, oh, well, it's still at the state level and da-da-da-da-da, and now you can still travel to get to states even though they were passing laws saying that you couldn't, and that there were certain laws where, if the doctor performed one, they were going to be jailed, and the woman who received it was going to be jailed, and all this other. But this isn't where it's going to stop.
Right.
That's the thing that most people aren't looking at, is now that you've taken this away, now all these other rights of, gay and lesbian couples, you're seeing that there are people out there that are, get a hold of a lawyer, make sure everything is written and that you have legal documentation. If you have children, make sure there is legal documentation. Make sure you have copies of your birth certificates and everything, that both parents are listed. If you got married in a state that is in danger of overturning your marriage decision, I have various clergy friends that are now offering free to remarry you in a state that is protecting you. And the contraception, that's another thing that now, oh, thank God for Clarence Thomas, for everything. But you know what law he's not going to overturn is Loving, because that affects him, because he's married to a lovely white woman but all the recent things he's picking in, oh, well, I can't do that one, but I can do this one.
And this is the problem that I have, is that our current Supreme Court has turned into an activist court.
Mm-hmm.
And their job is to rule on the constitutionality of laws and situations.
Right.
It's not to make new laws. It's not to overturn laws. The Supreme Court should never be able to overturn a Supreme Court decision.
Right.
Because the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court.
Right.
It's the law of the land.
Right.
If they can overturn their own decisions, where do you go from there?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, is now what else is on the books that you can overturn?
Right. The only way a Supreme Court decision should be overturned is with a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that should overturn.
Right.
So a couple of things that come out of this. One, you're going to see an assault on other freedoms that the right-wing nut jobs in the Supreme Court don't agree with. That's the number one concern. Number two, you're going to push decisions like this down to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have 50 different laws in 50 different states covering all these different things.
We're basically becoming 50 different countries at this point.
Yep. The other problem that I have is now, because you're going to see the Supreme Court overturning Supreme Court precedent, the only way to defend against that is a constitutional amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And to think of our politics today and who's, how that razor sharp edge that we're on right now between Republican and Democrat, to think that these idiots would contemplate doing amendments to the Constitution terrifies me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, we thought we were ripping the Constitution apart with the 2020 election. These people are just itching to rewrite it in their favor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what scares me more than anything else. Yes, the whole abortion thing is probably never should have gotten to the Supreme Court, because really it's not, and at least it shouldn't have gotten there in the form that it did, because abortion is not a constitutionally protected right. Your health is, your personal well-being is, and that's how it should have been presented to the Supreme Court, and then you couldn't overturn it at that point.
Right.
But things that go to the Supreme Court now don't matter.
Right.
Because after a couple of years and you get a couple of justices retire, whoever happens to be president at the time, they're going to switch it their way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a real threat that Joe Biden might pack the Supreme Court now because of the situation that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So then, okay, so 5 years down the line, when we have a new president out there, what's going to happen there? Are we
Right.
going to wind up with 50 Supreme Court justices because every time a new president comes in, they want to make sure that the court's tilted in their favor?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's this decision breaks the country.
Mm-hmm. In so many ways.
Yeah. Do you feel threatened by this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And fortunately, again, I'm an older woman. Ugh, as much as that hurts me. Who I know if, again, something were to happen, I have the means, I have the ability to get the help that I would need. No matter what, because again, we live in a state where it is still legal and will probably always remain legal. I worry about women, girls, trans men, even, who live in areas where they don't have it accessible and can't get the help that they need.
Yeah.
That's what makes me angry. And you know, I want to go fight.
What do you think needs to happen to set this right? What does the government, the president, the Supreme Court, citizens, what do we have to do to fix this and have it stay fixed? Because we thought it was fixed.
Right. And that's the thing, is there are certain states where it is fixed. No matter what the law of the land is, it's, you know, it was voted in. And that's, I think, what is so frustrating, is that why does it even need to be that way? Why do people have to vote on it? You know, if I want to go and buy a pack of cigarettes, I can go and buy a pack of cigarettes. What does it matter if I want to, you know, do that? And I've never been a smoker, and you know, I would never want to smoke, but yet you can go and that's what's just so.
Your point there being, it's your body, you can do what you want to do.
Right. You know, and granted, I got into a discussion, a little bit of a debate with a friend of mine that from high school, where, you know, again, my body, my choice, and she's anti-vax and, you know, but very liberal in certain respects and conservative in, you know, she's kind of like all over the board, like she would never get a vaccine because she just doesn't trust the government. You know, and when I, you know, and I said, but, you know, I don't have to do certain things, or I can do certain things. And, you know, she said, well, you wore a mask when you were told to. And I was like, I wore a mask because I was protecting myself. And guess what? I still wear a mask now, even though the majority of the people don't. And yes, I am fully vaccinated and boosted and whatever, but I'm still wearing a mask because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
But if, you know, I think back to when I was in college, and if I had gotten pregnant in college, I wasn't ready to be a mother then, you know, so, and then there are women that, you know, have other medical issues. You know, my best friend had to have a late-term abortion because if she had carried her baby to term, she could have died.
Right.
So, it shouldn't be something that's a law that you're forced to do or not to do. It's your body, it's your choice.
And the hypocrisy, again, that we always seem to go back to the hypocrisy of this. So the Supreme Court ruled in a case where members of the armed forces sued the Army or whatever branch of the government, branch of the military they were in, when they were told that they had to get vaccinated. Mm-hmm. And the Supreme Court ruled they didn't have to. They had a right to choose.
Right.
If you have a right to choose whether or not you take a vaccine, how do you not have a right to choose whether or not you carry a child to term?
Right.
Isn't carrying that child to full term far more impactful than getting a vaccine?
Right.
Where you would think you would have that option?
And the hypocrisy of it, too, is if men had the ability to carry, now granted, trans men can, I don't want to exclude them, but if these white cis men were at risk of their body harming them, because think about it, when and you've mentioned it numerous times, especially watching me go through childbirth and what happened I ended up having to have an emergency C-section because our daughter was in distress, and you got to see firsthand what my body went through. You've said time and time again, there's no way in hell you would have been able to do that.
Right.
And I bet you if you polled, the majority of men, would you be willing to go through childbirth? Would you be willing to do all these things? No. No, they wouldn't. But yet, you'll put your partner or your wife or your mistress, you'll engage in an act and not have any thought process behind that.
Yeah. The other interesting hypocrisy here is they're forcing women to carry children to full term. Are they forcing the sperm donor to be a father, to be there, to have any level of responsibility?
And that's the thing, is that at the moment of conception, that's when you should be paying child support.
Right. Absolutely.
And you don't get to walk away now.
Yep.
That is now, there were a couple of memes like, Happy Father's Day, you're now going to be a dad because of that one night stand, because you decided, you didn't want to put a condom on.
Right. We're up against the clock here, but I did want to raise one more point. We had talked about it off the air, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning because I think it's a great example. Tell us about the adoption one.
Yeah, let me bring that one up. So this was an interesting,
because I thought this was very poignant.
Yes, this was recently posted and is something for the Supreme Court to consider. Can a 13-year-old girl adopt a baby if she wants to? No, obviously not. Are you nuts? What about a 15-year-old girl? Can she adopt a baby if she feels like it? Nope, absolutely not. All right, how about an 18-year-old girl? Surely she could adopt a baby, right? No, still can't. Well, what if she was 20, no longer a teenager? A 20-year-old can definitely adopt a baby if she feels like it, right? Actually, no. Well, weird. Why not? There are over 400,000 children in foster care, so why can't she adopt at least one of them? She just can't. And you know why? Because you have to qualify to adopt a child. There are rigorous background checks, home visits, proof of financial and mental stability, etc. It's a whole thing, right? But if she is 14 and gets impregnated by an abusive ex-boyfriend who shoved her out of his moving car and left her for dead, she must now carry to term, give birth, just figure it out somehow? Yes, that is correct. But she's only 14. She will figure it out. But she should also have been more careful and made better choices. So, to punish her for her poor choices, we force her into motherhood, which we've established she's totally unqualified for. And now we are suddenly comfortable with a young, traumatized girl caring for a vulnerable, little screaming human being that is wholly reliant on her for survival? Yes, absolutely. Such an unexpected blessing.
And I think that right there sums up the problem. We have standards for what it means to be a qualified parent.
Yep.
We enforce them in one instance in adoption. We ignore them completely in every other instance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to be said on the matter at this point?
Vote.
Yep.
Stay angry. Let your voice be heard.
That is the only silver lining I see here, is that they're forcing this onto the states, which means your elected leaders will now not be able to hide behind a Supreme Court decision. Mm-hmm. They're going to have to go on record on the voting roll call on whether or not they support this. And unlike the Supreme Court justices, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump appointed, who all said on the record that they would not overturn Roe versus Wade, and they did.
Right.
You can hold these politicians accountable by voting them out of office.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I've seen people posting, I currently live in a red state. I need to move. I had another friend whose children are getting ready to go to college and have now changed which schools they're considering now.
If only we could impeach Supreme Court justices for perjuring themselves during their confirmation hearings.
And that's something, that's making the rounds. So
that's all we had today. Did you have anything else before we go?
Resist.
There you go. Before we do go, I did want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find high resolutions of all of our video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Where you can find links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 167, Optimism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my upbeat and positive co-host, Madison Whalen.
You just ruined it.
See, but you've had some really good days this week, right?
I know.
So how you doing today?
I'm pretty good.
See? Pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty optimistic for you.
Fair enough.
What exciting things have happened to you since the last podcast?
Tomorrow I'm going to be having a combination of 5 tests and quizzes.
So what happened to you since the last podcast is tomorrow you're going to have 5 quizzes and tests. Right.
Okay, fine. I know that. Okay, but yeah, what really happened back then?
Nothing, huh? Been kind of a slow week for you, huh?
I mean, like, we did stuff on the weekend, I know. We made eggs.
We made eggs. Well, you made
painted eggs. We painted eggs.
I didn't, unfortunately, because I was under the weather.
Womp, womp, womp.
I was looking forward to that, too. Anyway, clearly we don't have any banter to go over today. Boring pre-show chat here. But
sorry, guys.
It's all right. We're going to be optimistic about this, though, right?
Sure.
So optimism and pessimism are states of mind that can have a profound impact on how we interact with the world. They can impact our physical and mental health and even our long-term outlook on life. In today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to take a look at the importance of optimism, its impact on us, and how we can improve our lives by training ourselves to think more optimistically. But before we do that, I'd like to take a chance to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things pretty much anywhere you get a podcast these days. I would invite you to write in, give us your feedback as well. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can find links to all those. I'm distracted because I got stuff popping up on my screen here. I'm sorry. Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready?
Yep.
Here we go. So we're going once again to the well of kidshealth.org here, which has been a extremely valuable resource for us.
Yep.
For this string of what will be eventually 10 podcasts. Before you keep listening or viewing the podcast, take a moment to think about some of the things that happened to you today. Even better, grab a pen and write down a few specific events. Go ahead, pause the video and do that now. Okay, I assume everyone did that already.
Well, or, the audio.
Or the audio, yeah.
We don't want to discriminate.
You can pause both of those and then, come back. So what'd you come up with? Was it mostly positive stuff? Like, my day's going great. My grandmother made me pancakes for breakfast. I sat with my friends at lunch, and I actually enjoyed English class today. Or did your mind land on the things that went wrong today? My grandmother cooked breakfast, and it made me so late I missed the bus. My friends wasted their entire lunch period gossiping about a boring TV show. Or I had English class today. I hate weekdays. That was a simple little check of whether you're thinking optimistically or pessimistically. There's a difference, and it can have a profound impact on us in many ways.
Optimism is healthy. Researchers have spent a lot of time studying people who think positively. It turns out that an optimistic attitude helps us be happier, more successful, and healthier. Optimism can protect against depression, even for people who are at risk for it. An optimist outlook makes people more resistant to stress. Optimism may even help people live longer. The best thing about optimism is you can learn it, even if your outlook tends to be more pessimistic.
So let's take a look at optimism versus pessimism. Optimism and pessimism are mindsets. They're ways of thinking and seeing things. Optimists see the positive side of things. They expect things to turn out well. They believe they have the skill and ability to make good things happen. You've probably heard of people who tend to see the faults in everything called pessimists. I'm often referred to as a pessimist. A pessimist is more likely to expect things to turn out poorly or to focus on what didn't go well. People aren't always optimistic or always pessimistic, but most people tend to lean toward one of these thinking patterns. The good news is if you tend to be more pessimistic, you're not destined to always think that way. We can all become more optimistic by adjusting the way we see things. So what do you consider yourself? Are you an optimist or are you a pessimist?
It's complicated, being honest.
Well, simplify it for us.
I guess I'm somewhere in between. I wouldn't say I'm a full-on pessimist, and I definitely wouldn't say I'm a full-on optimist. I probably lean more towards the pessimistic side most of the time, but I can also be pretty optimistic.
Well, and what I have found is that you tend to lean on the pessimistic side, but it's not difficult to sway you to the optimistic side. And I find a lot of times that's kind of the role that I wind up playing, because you'll call me or we'll talk and I'll ask you how your day was, and you'll rattle off 5 different things and give me the negative perspective on those. Like, for instance, you've got 5 tests tomorrow. To you, that was a negative thing. To me, that's a chance for you to prove yourself, that you've learned all the things that you've learned during the marking period. It's a chance, it's the end of the marking period, so it's a chance to bring home good grades. If you bring home A's, you get rewarded for those A's. So to me, that's all a positive thing. Yeah, you got to take tests. Well, everyone is tested in some form or another. But that's a chance to excel, and that's a chance for you to prove to yourself how much you know and how good you are. You kind of see the direction that I'm going with that?
Yeah. I definitely know that I'm very pessimistic when it comes to school in certain instances, especially when it comes to tests. And I guess especially for certain tests, because, like, some of them I don't really mind because, like, the subjects come easy to me. But others, when the subjects really don't come easy to me, it's like I feel pressured and I don't like taking them because I don't know if I know the material or not.
That's an interesting take on things. So if the subjects come easy to you, what do you learn in those subjects if they come easy to you?
I mean, I learn the skills for them, but really, other than that, I don't really learn much from them.
Yeah, see, and that's my thing. Like, I like to be challenged. If I'm challenged, it means I'm expanding myself. I was asked today, as a matter of fact, we have some old audio equipment laying around, and I was asked by my boss if I could, we don't need it anymore. I was asked if I could sell it on eBay. I've never sold anything on eBay. I'll give it a shot. If nothing else, we might not make any money on the equipment, but I'll at least learn something about how to use eBay at that point. So I like being challenged. I like being asked to do things that I don't normally do and to figure things out. That's always something that's a chance for me to educate myself. So when things come easy to me, it's, yeah, okay, I can cruise through the day and bang stuff out and get tasks done, but I don't really gain much from that. What do you, like, the subjects that don't come easy to you, what do you find negative about them? Because you seem most pessimistic about those types of subjects.
I guess, like, the stuff that doesn't really come easy to me, it seems like much more of a chore to even get through, and half the time I don't really want to do that. For the subjects that, like, do come easy to me, it's like I can find some enjoyment in the fact that, like, okay, I can get this done and over with, see? And like, it's one of those things where it's like, I gain an easy task that I've done. However, when it comes to the subjects I find to be, like, more difficult to grasp, I don't get to cruise through them a lot, and it's really a drag when I have to go through them.
So do you think that your negative or your pessimistic outlook on those subjects makes those subjects more grueling and difficult to deal with?
I guess, probably.
And do you think your optimistic view of the subjects that come easy to you or come naturally to you, do you think that optimism makes those more enjoyable?
Maybe.
So do you think there's a logic in maybe trying to change that pessimistic outlook on those other subjects that are difficult?
I guess so.
Because if you could look at them more optimistically and look at them in a more positive light, you might find that they're easier to get through. See, the problem that I have is people look at me as pessimistic because I am the type of person who is most likely to look for the bad things that happen. But that's the nature of the job that I have. You know, there are days that every day is an emergency. There are weeks that every day is an emergency for me. And if I'm not looking for the next emergency, then I'm not preparing myself or my team to deal with that next emergency. But I'm not overly negative when these things happen. To me, it's inevitable. So if I find them and I prepare for them ahead of time, it makes us more capable of dealing with them. A lot of people at my company don't like to see negativity like that, or people that are looking for the negative things. But most of the time when I do it, it's because I'm seeking a positive outcome. You know, if I go out and I start probing the security of our web servers, for instance, I'm not doing that to be negative. I'm doing that to find vulnerabilities so that other people don't find those. So it's kind of I don't know, a backwards way of being optimistic, I guess. Do you want to be more optimistic? Yeah, I mean, obviously you recognize your pessimistic side, but do you want to change that? Do you want to be more optimistic?
I mean, I feel like it could probably be a lot more better for my mental health than, you know, the way I just react to things. So yeah, it'd be nice.
Well, and you mentioned that you've been very optimistic. You know, I've joked around with you, but you know, you've had 3 days today where you said 3 days this week where you haven't been that bad, and that's optimistic for you. Do you feel that has an impact on your day-to-day activities when you are a little bit more positive?
Yeah, like, I don't, get super freaked out about everything. I can actually spend a lot more time focusing, and I find a lot more enjoyment out of things.
Now, do you think those around you in general are optimistic or pessimistic?
Some people I know are definitely more optimistic than others, and other people are more pessimistic than others. It's kind of a mixed bag, I guess.
And how do you interact with those who are pessimistic? Do you think that being around pessimistic people kind of weighs on you? Do you think optimistic people lift your spirits and help you out? What kind of effect do outside people have on you with optimism and pessimism?
Well, with the people that I trust, I tend to talk about my pessimistic sides, and there are certain people that I'm able to joke around with more that have a much more optimistic view, while with the others, more pessimistic friends, I kind of like that. Those are the ones that I normally vent to the most.
Okay. Now, do you think that if you're able to improve your outlook and be more optimistic, do you think that's something you might be able to help others do as well?
Maybe, because the thing is, I normally try to show myself as being happy on the outside when I see that one of my friends isn't feeling great, because, you know, I feel as though, like, maybe my happiness will rub off on them, or, like, something along those lines.
Does that work?
I can't always tell. I think with some of my friends it does. Not sure about others.
Okay. Interesting. I think I like that idea of happiness rubbing off on others, almost like it's like having a cold, you know?
Yeah.
Be around people when you're happy, you can make them happy too. But we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we'll talk about how optimism can help people succeed. We'll be right back.
All right.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about optimism, and now we're going to talk about how optimism helps people succeed. Optimism goes beyond seeing the bright side of a situation or expecting good things. It's also a way of explaining what has already happened. When something good happens, optimists think about what they did to make the situation turn out so well. They see their abilities as permanent, stable parts of themselves. They think of how this good thing can lead to other good things.
When things don't go as expected, it's the reverse. Optimists don't blame themselves. They see setbacks as temporary. When something goes wrong, optimists link it to a specific situation or event, not their capabilities. Because they don't view setbacks as personal failings, optimists are able to bounce back from disappointment better than pessimists.
So here's an example. Griffin and Jake both try out for the basketball team during sophomore year. Neither makes the final cut. Both feeling disappointed, but they handle it in different ways. Griffin is an optimist. He thinks, there was a lot of talent at the tryouts and only a few openings. They pushed me to practice hard and I played my best. It felt good. The coach gave me great feedback. I'm going to work on the things he suggested and watch all the games this season. That way, I'll have a better chance next year. Griffin is focused on the specific situation, not on personal shortcomings. He doesn't see the situation as permanent. He fully expects to get on the team next year and is already thinking of how to make it happen.
Jake tends to be more pessimistic. He thinks, no wonder I didn't make it. I was the worst one at tryouts and the coach doesn't really like me. I never get a break. I might as well face it, I'm just not a great athlete. Unlike Griffin, Jake takes the setback personally. He blames himself. But he also sees outside factors, the coach, life, as working against him as well. Even worse, he lets this one event make him doubt his athletic abilities altogether. Which guy is more likely to be discouraged longer? Who's more likely to practice more and try again? Who's more likely to give up?
Optimism builds resilience. Optimism lets us see disappointing events as temporary situations that we can get past. It strengthens us to try harder rather than give up. It allows us to keep our goals and dreams in mind so we can act on the motivation to keep working toward them. Because of this, optimistic people feel more in control of their situations and have higher self-esteem.
Pessimism influences us to take disappointments and rejections personally. It also makes them seem more permanent than they are. A pessimistic outlook exaggerates the negative aspects of a situation, so they overshadow anything positive. Pessimistic thinking makes it harder to cope when things don't go as hoped.
Realistic optimism. Optimism isn't about seeing everything as rosy. Optimists don't ignore problems or pretend life is perfect. They just choose to focus on what's good about a situation and what they can do to make things better. Optimists have true confidence because they're prepared. They know they need to study if they want to ace a tough test. They know they can't make the basketball team without practicing. Optimism goes hand in hand with action. It's about finding a healthy balance of positive and realistic thinking.
So, is there a place for pessimism? Pessimism can drag us down, so it's good to know we can change a negative mindset. But that doesn't mean erasing all negative thinking. A healthy, what's wrong mindset lets us zoom in on a problem. Thinking about what could go wrong helps us avoid too much risk. Imagine if your brother is texting while he drives you to rehearsal. Your negative thinking alerts you, hey, this isn't good. So you tell your brother to stop. If not for his own safety, for yours. In this case, you're combining pessimistic thinking, texting leads to car accidents, with optimism. I know I can do something about this.
Just about all of us go through a rough patch now and then where it can seem like nothing's working. It's healthy to identify feelings when we're discouraged, and it's okay to talk about what's wrong. Confiding in someone can lift your mood and remind you of the optimistic possibilities. Negative thinking can help you move forward as long as you don't get stuck focusing on what's wrong.
So in that scenario that they had talked about here with the two guys and the sports team, I know sports really is not your thing. Which one do you think you would be? Even if you change the scenarios up to say you're trying out for a play or band or something. Which one of those do you think you would be?
Probably the second one.
Why?
'Cause I tend to be the type of person to doubt my own abilities before I doubt any specific situation. I can tend to think that the world can be against me for certain reasons, and I normally go to blaming myself before anything else, really.
So, the other take on this is when things go right, you don't give yourself credit for it either. So you kind of have a pessimistic view on positive things.
Yeah.
So why is that? Like, even when you get straight A's or you fail to study for a test, but you still do good on the test, why don't you ever give yourself credit for the accomplishments that you have? You always seem to have that negative take on those types of things as well. Why do you think that is?
I think it's because I'm scared of, thinking that, just because I've done it so many times doesn't mean that doesn't mean that I'm gonna always be able to succeed. So I kind of just tell myself that, hey, let's not really dwell too much on this, because you don't think that it's going to last.
So you don't dwell on the positives, you instead dwell on the negatives. And there has to come a point where if I pass every test that I take for 3 years straight, there has to be some point in human nature where I have to think, well, chances are, even if I just play the statistics, chances are I'm going to pass this test. So maybe I shouldn't freak myself out about it. Is that logical to you? Can you kind of wrap your head around that?
I can.
You just choose not to.
Yeah, I guess it's also in part to my own self-esteem and just how I view myself. So
I think that's a good point. Part of this really is about self-esteem and about self-confidence. What do you think you need to improve your self-confidence to the point that you can look at your own accomplishments and accept the fact that you're a fairly accomplished individual? What is it that you would need to see to kind of turn that corner and get to that point?
I guess... I really don't know, being honest.
So it's important to point out that you are in the top 10 of your class. You were number 1 in your class last year, but you're in top 10 out of how many students in your grade?
300 something.
All right, that's significant. Okay. You were the only person from your school chosen to go for the leadership program, which, what's it, Hobby? Right? You were chosen for that, right? The only person in your school that was chosen for that. This is a pattern. This is a pattern of you overachieving on a consistent level. You made the dean's list how many years when you were in school? Or the principal's list, I guess, however, many times. Like, you have this entire repertoire of accomplishments behind you. At some point in time, you need to take credit for it, and you need to let that build your self-confidence. If nothing else, you need to let it turn your pessimism, if not to optimism, at least to neutrality. You need to stop dwelling on what might happen. Because there's nothing you can do about what might happen, right? All you can do is make sure that you know what you're doing. You make sure you study, you do the work, you put the time in, and you see what the result is. And consistently, that result has been success.
Yeah, I've also kind of now realized that I don't look at the past all that much. What I do is I look at the future. And I look at the future in a pessimistic light and kind of try to leave the past behind. It's like I get an accomplishment, but then I kind of just leave it to when it happened, and then I don't really look back to it after time.
See, and I can understand where you're coming from with that, but those accomplishments, especially at this point in your life, those are all stepping stones on the person that you're becoming. And there's a point, trust me, there's going to be a point further along in your life where you're going to have to get to the point that you can't dwell on the past. But right now, everything that you do is a stepping stone on the person that you're becoming, on that young adult that you're turning into right now. And those are things, good or bad. I'm not saying ignore the bad and just look at the good, but good or bad, those are the things that define who you are as a person. And they will continue to do so until you're probably somewhere in your 20s or 30s. So you kind of have to appreciate those things. One, if it's a mistake, you learn from it. Two, if it's an achievement, you have to give yourself credit for it and try to repeat it. But those are things you don't want to just forget about. When you get to my age and you get to the point where you've had more memories behind you than in front of you, that's when you can start picking and choosing the things that you can kind of turn the page on and move forward on. But right now, you're still defining who you are. And do you really want to define yourself as a pessimistic person for the rest of your life? No, that's a struggle. You're holding yourself down at that point. You've got this big chain, this anchor tied to your leg with pessimism that's holding you back, and which makes everything that you do a struggle. And you don't have to struggle at everything. You already said you don't like the courses, the subjects that you have to struggle in. So why turn the rest of life into struggle, right? Yeah. Get rid of that chain. Appreciate yourself for who you are. Other people do. Appreciate your accomplishments. Don't get cocky and don't think that you don't have to try hard. But when you do try hard, because you do all the time, and you see positive results, you're allowed to pat yourself on the back and enjoy that. You worked very hard to get to this point in life. Don't stop working hard, but take the credit for it at least, and use that to have a much more optimistic outlook on things, because it'll make life easier for you moving forward, right? You deserve it. When you run that race and you put that effort in and you're the first person across that finish line, you deserve the accolades for it. So you've put the effort in and you've passed the tests and you've gotten the grades and you've done all the stuff to get the accolades. You deserve it. A lot of times people might heap praise on you for the sake of heaping praise and being polite. And I could see under those circumstances where you might not feel like you deserve it. But you've delivered consistently over and over, year after year. You deserve this. This wasn't an accident. You didn't get to the top 10 in your class, because you happen to pass one test. Your status in school is an average. And the longer you are in school, the harder it is to keep that average up because you've got more numbers that you're looking at. So the longer you're there with an average that high, the more accomplished you are. So take credit for it. Enjoy it. Be positive about it because it's a good thing. How many other kids that are in the top 10 in your school are pessimists, do you think?
I don't know.
It'd be interesting to maybe find out who they are and find out what their outlook is. Because I can almost guarantee that they're probably not pessimistic. They're probably critical of themselves.
Yeah.
And people that achieve that level of success tend to be very critical of themselves. But you'll probably find that they're mostly optimistic. Because it's a lot easier to go through life optimistic. So we're going to take our second break, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to scroll down, and we're going to talk about how to be more optimistic. All right? We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about optimism. And now we're going to talk about how to be more optimistic. If you tend toward mostly pessimist... What?
If you tend toward mostly pessimistic thinking, you can get better at seeing what's good.
Okay, that didn't sound right.
That's okay.
Here are some things to try. Notice good things as they happen. At the end of the day, take 10 minutes to run through your day and come up with things that you're grateful for. Write them down in a journal or keep track using a motivational app on your phone or tablet.
Train your mind to believe you can make good things happen in your life. Get in a habit of telling yourself specific things you can do to succeed. For example, if I study, I can get a better grade. If I practice, I'll perform well at the audition. If I go on that volunteer trip, I'll meet new friends. Don't blame yourself when things go wrong. What does your inner voice say when things don't go as planned? Instead of thinking, I failed that math test because I'm terrible at math, tell yourself, I failed that math test because I didn't study enough. I won't let that happen next time. Instead of saying, Grace broke up with me because I'm such a loser, think, now I know why people say breakups are so painful, but hanging out with my friends will help me feel better again.
When something good happens, give yourself credit. Think of what you did to make a good outcome possible. Did you prepare for the test? Practice with dedication. Think of the strengths you used and how they helped you succeed. Remind yourself that setbacks are temporary. As soon as something goes wrong, remind yourself that it will pass, and come up with a plan for making that happen. For example, my SAT results aren't what I hoped, but I can study more and take the tests again. Notice how other people talk about themselves. Are friends and family members optimistic or pessimistic? For example, does your dad say, I burned the hot dogs, I'm just a terrible cook? Or does he say, I burned the hot dogs because I got distracted watching the dog chase a squirrel around the backyard?
Optimism is a thinking style that can be learned which means that pessimism can be unlearned. It can take a little while, so don't feel discouraged. Becoming more aware of the two styles can gradually help you start noticing more ways to be optimistic. Just keep telling yourself, I can be more optimistic, and I'm going to keep practicing. So what do you think? Do you think this is something that you can or will work on to try to be more optimistic?
Probably, yeah.
Do you see the benefits of it?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I'm generally, I don't know, I think I'm pretty even when it comes to things. I can sometimes get down on myself, so I totally understand where you get it from. I think the position that I'm in professionally means that I am not allowed to be pessimistic. You know, I have to have a certain level of optimism in order to lead my team. So that kind of forces me in that direction. And sometimes it's a struggle. Sometimes, you know, this week is a good example. Every day this week's been some kind of emergency at work. And when you're constantly in firefighting mode, it gets very exhausting. But, you know, it's Thursday now. We had our latest emergency today. And for me, I tend to not panic when it comes to emergencies. I slip almost into a mechanical mode where I kind of drop the emotions. I look at what the options are, and I just try to work through problems. And I do that as much to be productive as I do so that my team doesn't see panic or negativity, because they vibe, they get their feeling from me. So if I don't set a good example for them, then they're not going to perform to their peak. As an individual, I have to imagine it's a little bit tougher because you're trying to self-motivate yourself. How well do you think you motivate yourself to drive yourself? I mean, obviously, academically, you're very successful at that. How else are you in the rest of your life emotionally and personally? How well do you think you motivate yourself?
I can certainly motivate myself in certain instances, but other times it's kind of like I don't feel like it. But most of the time, especially when like a task needs to be done, I'll try motivating myself in order to get that task done, or like find a way to get the task done in like an amount of time by like breaking it up and figuring it out that way. And then other times it's just like I don't really feel like it.
Now, do you think if you had more of an optimistic outlook on life and you were able to curb that pessimism, that you'd be able to motivate yourself better and be more efficient and more accomplished in the things that you do?
Probably, yeah. Maybe if I was more optimistic, I wouldn't feel like I would have to just watch videos to not think about things. If I was more optimistic, maybe I could actually get more stuff done.
That's a very good point. Now, you've had several days of good days, optimistic days this week. Do you feel this late in the week any different from that? Do you feel more energized? Do you feel more inspired? Do you feel more positive going into Friday and the weekend because of that?
Yeah, being more optimistic this week, I have noticed that, like, I'm a lot less, like, I'm tired, but, like, I'm not grumpy tired. Like, I actually, like, feel calm tired, or it's...
You're, like, sleepy tired, and what are other the dwarf we can think of?
Yeah. But I'm excited for the weekend, and even though I have like 5 tests and quizzes tomorrow, I'm actually not really worried too much about too many of them, because like I know there's going to be something good happening during school that day, and you know, I have the weekend to look forward to.
There you go. And you know the material. We've studied it. You've done the work. You're familiar with it. I think you'll knock these tests out of the ballpark. So, see, positive outlook. Look on the bright side. You know, if nothing else, it takes less energy to be positive than it does negative. It takes more muscles in the face to frown than it does to smile.
I thought that was true, though.
Doesn't matter. Just keep saying that, okay? I don't know. I have to look that up.
I'm pretty sure we had a thing where we would talk about that and phrases that are not actually true, and that was one that was not true.
Well, you know what? I'm going to look that up, and next on the next podcast we'll confirm it with scientific research.
Got it.
I think that was pretty much all we had for the podcast today. We'll take a quick break and come back with your closing remarks.
All right.
All right.
All right, so to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that optimism is definitely a very important thing that I feel a lot of people can learn. And again, much like with almost everything we've talked about recently, it's going to come easier to some people and harder to others. And I feel like anybody can learn it, and I'm hopeful to be more optimistic because I've started feeling a lot more positive when it comes to being more optimistic than pessimistic. And of course, pessimism, that's how you say it, right?
Yeah. You said it about 5 different ways.
Okay.
Today, so.
Well, pessimism, does have its place when it comes to certain instances, but it's one of those things where you really don't want to be consumed by it. I've been consumed by pessimism many times, and it is not fun, so I wouldn't recommend that to anybody. 0 out of 10 stars, thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Wise words as always. Before we do go, I want to finish up the business of the podcast here. We do want to invite, again, those of you who don't already subscribe, you can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Things, Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. We'd love to hear from you. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your suggestions for what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at twitter.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week, both on Twitch at twitch.com/insightsintothings and on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. And you can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, where you can find links to those and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, which I haven't done in a while, and Insights into Tomorrow are not really a monthly podcast anymore, and I don't know when you guys are going to do another one, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
You know, you're never going to get a job in marketing like that.
I don't care. I don't want one.
Alrighty, that's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, Microsoft's gaming monopoly. I'm your host today, Sam Whalen, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How you doing today?
Doing good, Sam. How you doing today?
Fantastic. We've taken a long hiatus from the show. The holiday break became the almost Q1 of 2022 breaks, but we're back. We're back, and we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. We're going to break it all down for you on today's episode. But really quick, just a quick summary at the top of the show. So on January the 18th, we're a little bit late on this, but yesterday's news are tomorrow's insights. January the 18th, 2022, Microsoft, you guys might know them from Xbox and from computers, announced that they were acquiring Activision Blizzard in an all-cash transaction valued at $68.7 billion, or $95 per share. Now, this is arguably the biggest piece of news in the history of the games industry, and on today's show, we're going to take a look at what this means, why the acquisition is so important, and honestly, why you should care, because you might, look at this news and say, well, how does this affect me? It might not, but we'll get into it regardless. In addition, we'll hit some key elements, some key elements that should be remembered in this conversation going forward. But before we get into all that, I want to remind you some show plugs. You can subscribe to this podcast and all the podcasts offered from Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. I know Spotify just introduced a 5-star rating system. So if you can go in there and rate the podcast, it does help our numbers quite a bit. In terms of contact information, we can be emailed at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, you can just search Insights Into Things Podcast. Instagram, at Insights Into Things. And finally, all these links, as well as more information, are on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. But that's all the housekeeping for today. Let's get right into the program. All right, so starting off with what exactly happened here. Now we have the press release from Microsoft that I've pulled a couple excerpts from just because nobody wants to hear boring corporate speak. But I've kind of boiled it down here. So, quote, Microsoft will acquire Activision Blizzard for $95 per share, which we hit at the top of the show, a $68.7 billion purchase, inclusive of Activision's Blizzard's net cash. Now, when this transaction closes, Microsoft will become the world's third largest gaming company by revenue, and they are behind Tencent at number one. Tencent, if you don't know, is a mobile game company. They're out of China. They make a ton of money through mobile games. And, of course, Sony at number two, Sony being the main competitor of Microsoft. Now, the planned acquisition includes iconic franchises from the Activision Blizzard and King Studios, King being the makers of Candy Crush, but games like Warcraft, whether that be World of Warcraft or... Is there another Warcraft game?
Yeah, there's a whole series of different Warcraft games that are out.
Yeah. Diablo, Overwatch, Call of Duty, which Call of Duty is a big one that we'll come back to. And like I said, Candy Crush. In addition to the global esports activities through MLG, or Major League Gaming, which is one of the biggest esports, I don't know, what would you call them, producers?
Organizers,
Yeah. The company has studios around the world with nearly 10,000 employees. Now, if we can see, there's a graphic you can look up. We have it on this back monitor here. But some other studios included are Treyarch, Raven, High Moon, Beenox, Infinity Ward, Toys for Bob, which makes remakes mostly. But it's more than just, these big games here. These are your big things, your Overwatches, your Call of Duties, which we'll hit on more later on in the show. But it's important to remember just how many studios are being acquired now under the Microsoft banner that you may not even think of. Actually, before we get into that, Joe, what do you think about this acquisition when you see these big studios? Do any of these games jump out to you?
Well, obviously some of them do. I mean, we've got Call of Duty, we've got Diablo, we've got World of Warcraft. That's a little long in the tooth right now, but it's a huge franchise. One thing is important to emphasize is this, the deal is still pending regulator approval.
Yep.
So it isn't a done deal just yet. So I think it's important to point that out. I think it's definitely a huge deal as far as dollar value and the impact of the industry. I don't think it's game breaking just yet. I think we kind of have, assuming it goes through, you've got probably about 3 years or more before it starts having a huge impact because of existing contracts and rights management that's going on.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a special task force. Not task force is a bit dramatic, but there's a FTC group being assembled specifically to look into this to make sure that it's all square before this acquisition goes through. So it is still pending, but it's most likely going to happen. So we thought we'd cover it today. But some more important points for you. Like I said, Microsoft now becomes, or will become, if this goes through, will become the third largest gaming company by revenue. Just to put that into perspective, I was wrong. Sony's number one with gaming revenue at $25 billion. Tencent coming in at number 2 with $13.9 billion. Nintendo was number 3 with $12.1 billion, but Microsoft has knocked them out with $11.6 billion, which, those numbers don't make sense, none of them looking at them. But Microsoft will be taking that third spot for revenue. I imagine those numbers will probably go up for them now that they have acquired all these big franchises. Speaking of those franchises, especially Call of Duty. Call of Duty is one of the biggest things they're getting out of this. Activision isn't publishing a whole lot now, but it's primarily a Call of Duty machine. But we'll get back to Call of Duty. No, I'm sure that wasn't important, whatever that was.
Oh, not at all.
We'll get back to Call of Duty later on because it is something that I think deserves its own segment just because of how much money they're going to be making off it. But another important note is that King, the development studio, the Candy Crush people, gives Microsoft a big foot in the mobile gaming market, which they didn't really have before. They have their xCloud, which they're allowing you to play Xbox games on your phones, but in terms of games specifically developed for mobile, Microsoft didn't really have something like that, except for, there was Spartan Assault, there was a couple Halo games that were...
They're not even worth mentioning.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, which you can also play on console now anyway. But it's where Tencent dominates, so we're going to see if, Microsoft acquiring this, are they going to try to go after Tencent in that mobile gaming market? But yeah, this is the broad umbrella look at it. This is the kind of the big overview. We'll get into some of the details in just a bit. But were there any thoughts you wanted to add, just big picture about this acquisition?
Yeah, I mean, consolidation in the game industry really isn't new, and that's what a lot of people are concerned about with this. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen gaming studios gobble each other up, left and right. Epic acquired Tonic in 2021. EA went on its own buying spree, picking up BioWare and all the other known studios in the last, 5 to 6 years. What's significant with Microsoft is that they're not just a game studio.
Mm-hmm.
They're a platform and a hardware manufacturer. So that's what's got a lot of people concerned, is that they can lock up a lot of exclusives with this.
Yeah, exactly.
But even the exclusives aren't that concerning because Sony's had exclusives, for decades now, their entire intellectual property. When Sega liquidated their Dreamcast and their gaming systems, they basically sold off their intellectual property to Microsoft. They divided it between Microsoft and Sony, and each got a couple of pieces of that property. But like I said before, the deal's full impact won't be felt for a few years because of a number of existing licensing agreements. And, a lot can change in 3 or 4 years in the gaming industry.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to see these studios shift. A lot of these studios have big games waiting to come out. We have Overwatch 2. Overwatch 1 coming out in 2016. We've seen a ton of gameplay of Overwatch 2, but it's kind of one of those ones that Blizzard has in their back pocket that they're kind of just waiting to drop. Probably a guaranteed hit because, the Overwatch, I'm part of the Overwatch fan base. It's a big fan base, but we're hoping to see that soon with this acquisition as well. But let's we'll take a short break. We'll come back and get into the nitty-gritty details.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to episode 16 of Insights into Tomorrow, where today we're talking about the Microsoft acquisition of Activision and Blizzard. So getting into the details here, Activision Blizzard has been making some questionable management decisions in the last few years, and this is something I wanted to put right at the top, just so we can kind of get it out of the way, because there is some controversy there that I think is worth talking about. Mainly from Bobby Kotick, the Activision Blizzard Incorporated Chief Executive Officer, or CEO. This is from Bloomberg, from Devon Pendleton and Scott Carpenter. Activision CEO is looking at a $375 million payout in the Microsoft sale. So Bobby Kotick will be getting his payout from this, and we'll get into sort of his behavior and why that is controversial, I think. Last year, Activision Blizzard Inc. Chief Executive Kotick, he received a 50% pay cut. This year, he's up for a $375.3 million windfall before taxes. Now, Kotick's time as CEO has been marked by a leader whose recent tenure has been I just repeated myself in the notes here, but his tenure has been marked by employee complaints over sexism, a hostile work culture, and mismanagement of assault claims. That's kind of the big thing here, why he's kind of had a negative light on him pretty much his entire time at Activision as CEO. As recently as November, he was the target of employee walkouts and petitions demanding his removal over reports he failed to make the company's board aware of allegations of rape and other serious misconduct. Now, since being CEO in 2017, Kotick owns almost 4 million shares of Activision. This is the most of any officer or director, according to their filings. The second largest holder is board chairman Brian Kelly, who owns 1.4 million through trusts and foundations, which his stake is at a value of 137 million based on this deal. So that's where a lot of this money is coming from. Now, were you aware of Bobby Kotick at all, just from any kind of press you might have heard about him?
I don't know how you could not have been with all the negative press that he had.
Yeah.
When the deal itself cut, it was interesting. The companies have been kind of playing the fate of Kotick a little loose, a little close to the vest. They only said that he's going to remain CEO through the 2023 fiscal year for Microsoft, which ends June 30th, 2023. What is interesting, he's quoted himself saying, is he'll be available if needed.
Right.
And I don't think he's going to get too many callbacks.
No.
But even if he doesn't, in addition to the stock buyout that he gets, he has an employment contract that entitles him to a severance package worth $293 million should he lose his job as a result of a corporate takeover. So this guy's walking away with well over $500 million as a result of this.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you kind of hate to see come out of this, right? When we get into that discussion of corporate consolidation, is that, the bad guys that float to the top often get away, arguably better off than they were before.
Yeah.
If they're going at all, even. Microsoft, like you had said, were very wishy-washy about it, because that was one of the things, you think, oh, great acquisition. Okay, what happens with Bobby Kotick? Are we getting this guy out of here?
Right.
Because it's something that's pretty much universally agreed upon, is that he is not a great manager, and these sexual assault allegations and employee walkouts, the hits just kept coming. And it was, it's an interesting decision for Microsoft to say, okay, we're going to keep the guy around, but is that because we don't want to have to pay out $250 million?
Right, exactly.
But Kotick's compensation was controversial even before California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing sued the video game publisher in July, detailing a retaliatory, quote, frat boy culture. Earlier, the company announced it was slashing Kotick's 2021 salary and bonus in half in response to criticism. His pay package was excessively lavish compared with his peers. Kotick was also found in Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book, in which he used his company email address, and that's not a great look.
That doesn't help you or the company at that point.
No, I mean it's because I don't know why you would use your company email address. The hubris.
I don't know why you'd be involved with him in the first place.
True, yeah. But that's just one of the issues with Activision Blizzard. There are other problems as well in terms of union busting. This comes from Ethan Gack. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Ethan, from Kotaku. Call of Duty maker reveals plan to squash union effort. Activision Blizzard calls for studio-wide vote after refusing to voluntarily recognize Raven QA Union. Raven is one of the studios under Activision Blizzard acquired in this acquisition. But this comes from the Kotaku article, quote, 34 staff from Raven's QA department revealed recently that they were organizing with the Communications Workers of America to unionize, which would have been an unprecedented step for developers at a major gaming company. They called on Activision Blizzard to voluntarily recognize the union, which had supermajority support within the QA department. Now, this is where we get into company policy from Blizzard. Their policy essentially boils down to when a company refuses to voluntarily recognize the union, the organizers behind it must win a majority in an election ratified by the National Labor Review Board. Now, this would be a huge hurdle for the folks over at Raven. A hurdle that would have been easy for Game Workers Alliance to overcome within just the QA department, because you have a very small section of employees, would have been very easy to get a majority. By requiring all employees at Raven to have a say, Activision Blizzard is effectively arguing that either the entire studio, not just the QA department, but the whole studio of Raven, unionize or no one does. And that's kind of where you get into these wordsmith sort of, how we're going to use technicalities to kind of break up these unions. How do you feel about them?
Well, I think that's one of those things where, one, you're not gonna win against the union at this point in time. All these, if Amazon itself is fighting against the unionization of their facilities and losing, Blizzard's not going to win. And second, if you're trying to force the entire company to unionize rather than just a department, you're shooting yourself in the foot right there. Because all you're going to do is piss off all your employees. Then they're all going to unionize, and then you're really screwed in the end.
Yeah, but Blizzard had another response to this. This comes from Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon. The situation developed even more back in November. Quote, this is from a company statement. In November, we began the process to convert our temporary employees to full-time employment status. This comes from Raven Software Studio head Brian Raffel in an email to staff. He goes on to say, now I'm excited to share that our QA colleagues will embed directly within various teams across the studio, including animation, art, design, audio production, and engineering. In the email, Raffel said the move to our embed, our QA team, has been in the works for several months. Now, this splitting up of the QA team that was trying to unionize comes just 6 weeks after they were coming off a 6-week work strike. This makes unionization even more difficult. So these folks go on strike for the union, they come back, the QA department is split up among all different parts of Raven, making it even more difficult to effectively unionize. Do you think, according to Raffle here from Raven, they say this was in the works for several months. Do you buy that, or is it just a little too much of a coincidence for you?
There's probably a grain of truth in there, because these guys, as monumental as some of the mistakes are that they're making, they're not stupid.
Right.
And when they started getting whispers that the QA department was going to unionize, the first way to do that is to liquidate your QA department and dissolve it into everyone else who's not going to unionize. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure there was probably plans for it. I think the strike forced their hand and required them to basically pull the trigger on that decision.
Yeah.
I don't think they had much of a choice there.
Yeah, and this, as we're kind of alluding to here, the timing of these events is certainly interesting. The speculation is that is this acquisition of Microsoft purchasing Blizzard, with the GIP hype moments of having all these franchises come to Microsoft, is that meant to overshadow the bad PR that Activision Blizzard has been getting for like 5 years now? Pretty much everything. There was even the thing with Blizzard, I don't know if I have it in the notes here, but where the controversy with China, where they were censoring the Hearthstone player when they was protesting China. And that was like huge news for like weeks. And it was all negative PR for Blizzard. And, it's kind of interesting. Sometimes you have to wonder, the CEO or the higher ups over at Microsoft, was there a thought of, is this too many bad apples? Is this too much of a bad PR move?
And I think there's little doubt that Microsoft is buying damaged goods.
Yeah.
As far as the reputation of the company goes. The products they put out are solid. Microsoft's already looking to do damage control on the bad image. I had found a Wall Street Journal article where Sabina Menschel, who's the president of global investigative firm Nardello and Company, says there's definitely more diligence being done, particularly diligence being done around bad behavior on the part of Microsoft doing their due diligence. She said not only sexual harassment or misconduct, but bullying and other types of behavior, companies are a lot less tolerant. Microsoft being that. Microsoft knows that they're going to get a lot of press and attention, and they realize that their own reputation is on the line here. So the last thing a company like Microsoft wants is to inject itself with a cancerously bad culture that'll eat away at the rest of the company. Or, certainly more company profits than anything else. So Microsoft's not stupid in this acquisition. They kind of knew what they were getting, which is why I'm pretty sure they're so aloof when it comes to what the management of Blizzard's going to wind up looking like after all this.
Yeah, you want to be optimistic, right? You want to say they're being acquired. Maybe we'll get some management shakeups. We'll improve the culture, but especially when it comes to the gaming industry, the culture of crunch when you have to get a game out and you're working, double to triple the hours that are healthy, and you're getting harassed at work. It's something that is all too common, especially in the gaming industry. So you want to hope that things will get better, but only time will tell. Especially with something as big as this, it's going to take years to see if there are any changes, what they might be.
Well, and honestly, historically, Microsoft doesn't have the best reputation with its game developers. It had a really rocky relationship with Bungie back when Bungie was developing Halo for them.
Yep.
So that was kind of a caustic environment there. Not nearly as bad as what Activision and Blizzard had, but it is. It's a high stress environment. I've worked in development environments doing application development. Game development is on a whole different level. You've got deadlines that are right off the bat, unrealistic deadlines that are being set by salespeople, not set by engineers, and you're driven to the point of collapse by the time the end of the project rolls around.
Yeah, we're still seeing the effects of COVID with all this as well. A lot of these studios had to completely shut down and send everybody home with all their equipment, which, we're seeing that with games. I mean, probably the biggest one is Halo Infinite, Microsoft's arguably biggest title in years, got delayed a whole year, to make the game ready and to
probably needed to be delayed another couple of months too before launch. But
well, yeah, they're still staggering that content.
They delayed it for a year and then released 70% of the game.
Yeah,
and 30% of it was bugged.
Yeah, I don't know. When it comes to things like that, it's as a bit of an aside, I would rather it just take longer, just so you don't.
Absolutely,
have to,
I'm the same way. I play in a game that's owned by EA now, Star Wars: The Old Republic. They had a major content drop that was supposed to happen right after the first of the year, and they had to push it out another month. And it's like, it's okay. I'm all right waiting for that because I've lived through content drops that weren't ready, and it made the game just completely unplayable for a month or two while they went back to the drawing board and fixed it.
Yeah.
I'd rather stay with the old content and live with it, but still be able to play the game until it's ready to go.
And that's not even, the quality of the game and what you're dropping, the kind of content you're dropping is important. But giving it more time also allows the people making this content to not necessarily have to crunch and to have more time to work on it at a healthy pace. And I think that's a lot of the reason we're seeing the delays as well. So hopefully we'll see some more positive management decisions, but unfortunately only time will tell on that. But another big aspect of this is Games Pass. Now, for those of you that might not know, Xbox Games Pass is basically the Netflix of gaming. It's the thing that everybody calls it. And I'm sure they might already have that as like their official slogan, but if they don't, they should. But basically you pay a set fee every month. I think if you get the Games Pass Ultimate, which includes your Xbox Live Gold, which allows you to play online, what's it, $15 a month, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. But around that price, and you can basically download the library of games, which is like 100-some games, available to play. Now, you also get first-party Xbox Studio games, day and date, Xbox games with gold, EA Play as well, getting a lot of EA titles in there. And there's also Games Pass for PC, so you don't even have to have an Xbox to access a lot of these things because you can get it all through Games Pass with PC, which is a recent addition, but definitely a huge get, which also ties into this acquisition because a lot of these games from Blizzard are primarily on PC.
Yeah.
But some numbers for you about Microsoft Games Pass. This comes from Tom Warren over at The Verge. Quote, Microsoft Game Pass service now has 25 million subscribers, which is up from 18 million Microsoft reported in January of last year. So in just a year, you're adding 7 million more subscribers. And that's in a year where you acquire Bethesda, you get the EA deal through, so you can get EA Play, you get Games Pass on PC. That's all in a year, and it makes sense why they got 7 million more people on board.
Sure.
And that's not even accounting the Xbox first-party studios, those games that came out, like Halo, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There was Rainbow Six, but I don't think that's another big game on Games Pass. It's not an Xbox exclusive, but
right.
So you had a couple games drops as well to kind of justify those higher numbers. Xbox Games Pass is shifting how gaming companies look at revenue models. It's kind of changing the whole industry. It's changing it from being you pay $60 to $70 for a game the day it comes out, you have a physical disc, you play it, and that's it. Now we're kind of shifting to a more ever-changing thing where you have a library of digital games that you can then download, which some people aren't for because they'd rather have that physical media. Personally, I don't mind, except for when it comes to storage, because I know there's two different models of the newest Xbox out now.
Right.
There's one that has a disk drive and one that doesn't. You have the non-disk drive one. Do you ever run into storage issues with, having to download everything like that?
I don't. And I have the internal storage. I have the external NVMe card storage. Plus, I offload a good chunk of the games to the slower USB drive on there. So I've got plenty of storage. Is only the newest, latest, greatest games need to be played on the fastest storage. So they've provided enough options that it's manageable, and I'm not too worried about that. And I download all the games anyway. I mean, I couldn't tell you the last time I went to a GameStop or someplace else to buy a physical piece of media for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same way. I have because I download everything. The second it comes to Game Pass, I'm downloading it to play just because I love video games. And, I think this is a great, this isn't an ad for Games Pass, but I think it's the best value in gaming because if you're someone that doesn't necessarily want to commit to that $60 purchase, you can get Games Pass and have over 100 games available to play like that.
Yeah.
And, you run into issues.
Not like that. You do have to download.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, there is the issue, if you don't have the best internet connection or if you don't have the money to shell out for an external hard drive or things like that, there are some barriers to entry there. But you can still only download one game at a time. And, the Xbox can handle that if you're able to download it eventually. But like I was saying, this Games Pass is shifting how game companies are looking at the revenue models going forward. Sony is looking to compete with its PS Now service. It is similar to Games Pass, but not nearly as effective in the marketplace. And a big reason for that is because with PS Now, I don't think you can download the games. I think you have to stream them.
You're streaming them, live.
Which, even with a good internet connection, you can tell.
Yeah. Well, the latency, there's no way you can get around with the technology we have today. You can't get around latency. And latency, especially if you're playing like a first-person shooter or something like that, latency is going to kill you every time. Mm-hmm. There's no way you can get around the physics of you're trying to send a bit of data from your network all the way across the internet to some server somewhere else and might not even be your region. You physically, even if you are using fiber optics all the way, you're limited by the speed of light. And there is, people don't realize it, but there's this limit to the speed of light when you're trying to go across the country or when you're trying to bounce a signal off a satellite.
Mm-hmm. And talking about those online only services, Xbox does have xCloud, which allows you to stream games from your console to either your phone or a tablet or something like that. And they have made significant improvements to that in terms of dealing with latency. But still, if you're playing, like you said, a first-person shooter or a fighting game or a racing game, something that is online multiplayer, you're going to notice it regardless.
Yeah, single-player games, you're usually pretty okay with it, but don't try to do anything competitive in player versus player.
Yeah. But Sony is looking to beef up their PSN Now service. This comes from Jonas Mackey over at Game Reactor. Quote, the creator of PlayStation 4 and 5, Mark Cerny, has filed a patent via USPTO for, quote, backward compatibility through use of spoof clock, I don't know what that is, and fine-grained frequency control. So basically, Sony's got some patents on the book for backwards compatibility. So it leads people to speculate that they are going to try to incorporate some more, PS3 games and PS4 games into PS Now to try to make it compete with Games Pass, while also maybe throwing in your PS Plus, which is the equivalent of Xbox games or Xbox Gold, basically the online component, kind of rolling it all into one package, just like you have here with Games Pass. Do you think that would be as effective as Microsoft's Game Pass?
It has the potential. I think the problem you run into is that game services is an area where PlayStation is playing catch up. Microsoft is leaps and bounds. They're 10 years ahead of PlayStation when it comes to this service and this ability. PlayStation really abandoned their backwards compatibility as a serious concern years ago. As they were moving past the PS2, PS3, they didn't really worry about supporting backwards compatibility. That was an area that Microsoft really cashed in on because they knew all these people out there had this huge library of games and they were going to be angry if they couldn't play them, moving forward. So Microsoft has been very good about that. And Microsoft, just to talk real quickly about the technology that they're talking about here, the spoof clock. So the problem with the newer game systems is they run fast, right? They're newer processors, they're faster clocks on the processors, and you need all that for the computation. The problem is when you try to run an older system on a clock that fast, it either doesn't work at all or it works at a rate that you can't play that game anymore. So what they do is they try to clock down the processor on there so you can play it at the same speed as the old consoles. Well, Microsoft got around that by using virtual machines, which Microsoft brought in from their corporate world. So when you fire up, an old Xbox 360 game, it fires up a virtual machine and it runs in that virtual machine completely self-contained in there and fully functional. So they're not doing these gimmicky type things like PlayStation's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is kind of a thing, right? That Xbox, when they announced that they were going to have 360 games coming to Xbox One at the time, people lost their minds because, obviously for the reasons you're saying, people didn't want to lose all those games.
You can go back and play original Xbox games now. They're making them compatible.
Yeah, as a lifelong Xbox and PlayStation fan, it's really, really cool to have access to those old games. Although I think Xbox announced recently that the last batch of what's going to be backwards compatible has been announced. So we are seeing that halt, but it's still a ton of games.
Yeah.
And, even one game would have made it, over PlayStation in this instance. But let's get into another big aspect of this, which we kind of teased at the beginning of the show, Call of Duty.
Let's take a break before we get into that.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
And we're back with Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about Microsoft's gaming monopoly. So like I said before, I'm a little rambunctious. I thought I'd just plow right through it. But, we got bills to pay, got to keep the lights on, so we had to run some ads. But we're back, and we're going to get into talking about Call of Duty. It's one of the biggest, worthy enough that they decided to put it as part of their banner here for the purchase. But it is Activision's probably their biggest game that they're currently publishing. Once again, Call of Duty Vanguard, which is the most recent addition in the franchise, was the best-selling game of 2021. This comes from the NPD, or the National Purchase Diary panel. That comes from its sales report for 2021, that Call of Duty Vanguard, #1 again. Which is interesting because it was critically panned and fan panned. I don't know what you would call that demographic, but nobody liked the game. But it was still the #1 best-selling game, and that kind of speaks to why Call of Duty is such a valuable asset for now Microsoft to have in their pocket, because, and I could speak of this as a Call of Duty fan that kind of hopped off the bandwagon after Cold War, the last entry. Call of Duty fans are dedicated.
Yeah.
And
fanatical, I would say.
Yeah. And they're going to buy it regardless of what it is. People will pre-order the next Call of Duty before it's even announced what it is.
Yeah.
So when you acquire something like this, that's guaranteed money in your pocket. And in a second, we'll get into Microsoft now has a lot of these titles where the fan bases are extremely rabid. But this comes from Eddie Makuch over at GameSpot.com. That's a shame.
Just work through the name.
Yeah, Eddie, if you're listening, I apologize. Change your name, though. Quote, Vanguard was December's best-selling game of December and the full year, and the series has now been the best-selling game franchise for dollar sales for 13 years in a row. How do you feel about that? Because I could not believe that statistic when I saw it.
Being a fan of Call of Duty for 13 years, I could totally understand it. That's the one game a year. I don't play games nearly as much as I used to, but the one game a year that I always look forward to is Call of Duty. And Call of Duty is not released by just one development group either. They come out each year. It's a different group that comes out with them. And it's it's funny looking at the dynamic and almost the personality that you get from game to game. But it totally makes sense to me that you're going to have a group of people that are that dedicated to it, because the big fan base for Call of Duty isn't let's just play through the scenario and be done with it, campaign and be done with it. It's that online cutthroat, super competitive, prestiging 20 times, getting all the bells and whistles and all the toys on my weapons and all the colors. That's what it is. And it's a reward-based system that they run on that keeps people addicted. It's almost like drug addiction, where there's always something for you when you keep playing. It's not like you run the content and the game's over. There's such replayability with it, with the online PvP play.
Yeah, and that's not even factoring in Call of Duty Warzone, right? Which dropped, 3-4 years ago, but, kind of became another battle royale in that battle royale wheelhouse that is just a cash cow for the folks over at Activision, because, it's difficult for any game, especially a battle royale, to break out and kind of make its name. But, you have the big three, I would say at this point. You have Fortnite, Apex Legends, which is also owned by EA, and now Warzone. So it's just interesting to think about how much money just Warzone alone is bringing in, which they've already said they're going to continue that, because of course they are. Why would they stop?
Why wouldn't you? It's a golden goose.
Yeah. But something else I wanted to mention about the Call of Duty thing is that now part of this acquisition, Microsoft now owns Major League Gaming, and I don't know for sure, but there's got to be a Call of Duty tournament with MLG, right?
Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah.
So now Microsoft has all that stuff in house.
I'm not nearly that good enough to know where it is or how to play in it, but.
Yeah, so now Microsoft has all those. They almost have, it's like, the old Paramount decision with movies back in the 30s. They have the distribution, distribution, manufacturing, and what's the other one? Production, maybe. I don't know. There's three things that you need.
They produced them, they distributed them.
Yeah, they have all these. Oh, exhibition, that's what it is, for movies when you go see it in theater. But now they own, the Xbox, I guess, would be the movie theater at this point.
And that's really where that concern came from, was that you're not just looking at an EA buying up other development houses. You're looking at the people that bring this to your house, that you play on their hardware. They're now going to be a major player in producing the games themselves and locking up those games to a closed system. And that's what scares a lot of people.
Yep. For a little bit of context, here's the top 5 games of 2021. You have Call of Duty Vanguard, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which was the one before Vanguard, Madden NFL 22, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, and Battlefield 2042. Now, there's some variation in the numbers there because I don't think this accounts for digital sales, but regardless, 4 out of these 5 games Microsoft now technically owns.
Right.
And these are, semi-annual titles. Madden comes out every year and is another cash cow. That's, you talk about rabid fan bases. Madden's one of the biggest ones out there, and FIFA. Just the FIFA Ultimate Team alone is $1 billion industry. Yeah. And it's insane that now Microsoft now has Call of Duty, the sports games, and just that alone could make any company rich for years. But they've got everything else to back it up. I don't know.
And ironically, the place that I think Microsoft is going to make the most money out of this in the short term is going to be mobile. Mm-hmm. Microsoft had no footprint in the mobile market itself now. And now they're going to be probably second place in mobile games at this point in time, just from this acquisition. That's huge. Just the microtransactions associated with the mobile games, huge cash cow for them.
Yep, because you have King with Candy Crush, and I'm sure King makes other mobile games. I'm not too familiar with them. But you also have Diablo. Diablo Immortal is a huge mobile game that no one was particularly happy about when it got announced. But it might already be out, or it's coming out, and that's...
When you can have games that are terrible games by all accounts and they still make a fortune, you're doing something right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Diablo Immortal got announced, it was booed at E3. But yeah, that's another big mobile title coming out. We're going to see, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a variation on, Warcraft, the original Warcraft, like the RTS, real-time strategy games, ported to mobile, and StarCraft. I think all these things could...
They're perfect for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think, I would not be surprised at all. There's also Call of Duty Mobile, which is, I think, it's still around, so it's pretty successful. But, you're exactly right. I think we're going to see, Xbox kind of maybe try to dominate this market, assuming it can compete with Tencent. That's also counting xCloud, which you can play games mobily, which I think is really cool technology, especially if you're someone that travels a lot.
I've not had a good experience with
Oh, really?
it, and it's more because of the controls.
Oh, yeah.
It's really tough to play a console game on a tablet or a phone without having a proper controller.
Yeah, that's kind of been why I don't use it often as well, because I have to hook up the controller to my phone, and it's like, you've kind of lost me at that step. But if they're going to double down on this mobile market, I could see them making an easier to use interface, or make games specifically for mobile that you don't have to worry about translating that controller interface.
As long as Microsoft doesn't try to make phones again, we should all be okay.
I had that Microsoft phone, by the way. I wanted that thing, and it was terrible. So yeah, I think they learned their lesson there. But we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk more monopolies.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Insights into Tomorrow, episode 16, where we are talking about Microsoft acquiring Blizzard. So we've kind of been leading up to this entire show, the discussion of Monopoly. What does this mean for... What does this mean, Jenny? What does this mean for Microsoft monopolizing the games industry? Should PlayStation gamers be worried that they simply won't be able to play some of their favorite franchises going forward? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, they should not be worried at all. Sony just acquired Bungie, and that huge catalog of games that Bungie doesn't have.
Destiny 2, baby!
Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled at the Sony response to this. It was almost like hey, we need to look like we're still in the game here, so let's buy something.
Well, it wasn't a response, because these deals take months. Sony, it's a response in general to Microsoft's, acquiring Bethesda, now this. But the acquisition game, the land grab in general, I don't think it's a direct response to this, but it is something that Sony is trying to flesh out their online presence, because, you think Sony, you think single player, narrative focused action, adventure games. You have Uncharted, well, not anymore, but, Last of Us, God of War, all these things, Horizon, Spider-Man, yeah, all these things that are single player driven. Sony really doesn't have a foot in that multiplayer landscape like Microsoft does with things like, Halo Infinite's multiplayer, which is free to play.
Not exclusives, no. They're banking on cross-platform licensing like Call of Duty and stuff like that.
Yeah, but hopefully having Bungie, they can kind of flesh out that landscape, not just with Destiny 2, but I think they announced another IP from Bungie, kind of focusing in the multiplayer world as well. But Call of Duty has been confirmed to be multi-platform for at least the next 3 years. And I wouldn't be surprised if... Do you think we'll see an Xbox exclusive Call of Duty?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Microsoft would be stupid if they didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Do you think they would try to split it up and have it be single player only on Xbox, multiplayer Warzone everywhere else, or Warzone everywhere else, multiplayer single player only on Xbox?
I think you're going to see the whole thing just be on Xbox. Microsoft has very few bankable franchises that they can say are exclusives that they didn't themselves create already. You've got Halo. You've got... What else do you have? I mean...
Gears of War, which, unless they make another game, is not super...
That's kind of getting long in the tooth.
Yeah, well, we're on number 6. Well, 5 came out, but the next one would be number 6.
But Sony made their place in the gaming market with their exclusives. Mm-hmm. And they sucked up all the exclusives, is the problem. When Microsoft went to start doing exclusives, there was none left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too, and like the focus of Microsoft has never really been on making, you don't have those like It reminds me of like the 90s and 2000s where you had mascot games like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Sony kind of has that now with Spider-Man, Horizon Zero Dawn. You see these characters, you recognize them from PlayStation games. Microsoft pretty much only has Master Chief.
Right.
I mean, you can count Marcus Phoenix and now Kate, I forget her last name from Gears of War. Those are iconic characters, but they're not nearly as beloved and as current as a lot of your PlayStation single-party players or characters.
So seeing Call of Duty go exclusive to Microsoft, I think, is a no-brainer.
Are we going to get a Call of Duty Halo crossover?
God, I hope not.
That'd be
I mean,
insane.
it's possible given the direction that they've gone with some of the Call of Duty stories.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past them if they think they can make money on it. I think us arguing whether or not Microsoft acquiring Blizzard Activision is a monopolistic move is difficult when they're solidly claiming the third place slot.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say you're a monopoly when you're third place.
Yeah, it's just, I think the biggest thing that frightens people and why they cry monopoly is because the independent game studio landscape is dwindling quickly. And you wonder if there's going to come a day where everything is either a Sony Studios or an Xbox Studios game, and if we're just going to lose that independent scene altogether.
Well, you will, but it's one of those things that's self-sustaining because I can go into business for myself. I can take out a $100,000 loan, start a studio, run it for 3 years, come up with something that's marketable, and then get a 100-time return on my investment and get bought out. So just as an entrepreneurial injector, those independent organizations are still going to continue going on there, if for no other reason than to be targeted for buyouts.
Yeah, the more I think about it, it is a lot like movies where you had, early movies were not owned by anybody, but then you had big studios like Warner Brothers and others. And then eventually that studio system was torn down. And that's why you get more independent films like in the 60s and 70s. Are we going to see this with gaming where, these studios buy up everybody? We get these, a decade or two of all these exclusive console exclusive games. And then do we have a kind of consumer pushback against that where we'll go back to more independent publishers? Or do you think we'll settle into this studio, grabathon? The
market never really allows the polarizing effect of one or two companies to run things. The corporate industries tends to migrate in that direction. I mean, even if you look at like retail, for instance, so everybody vilified Walmart because they came into every town and they killed all the small mom and pop shops. And then what happened after that? Then Amazon showed up, and Amazon's now killing Walmart. Mm-hmm. So now all the small mom and pop shops are like, well, you got to support your local businesses. So now there's a big push for all the local businesses, all your little bookstores and everything else. So the market is going to regulate itself more than the government is. The government's going to try and regulate it for purposes of, tax revenue and so forth. But the market doesn't sustain monopolies very well.
Yeah. Dialing it back a bit, by owning all these yearly releases, the ones we hit on earlier, the Maddens, the Call of Duties, the FIFAs, does Microsoft stifle competition? Because if you're someone that is a casual gamer, right, and you only buy one game a year, and that game is Call of Duty, and you own a PlayStation, is this something that Microsoft, whether it's not a real monopoly, not a total monopoly, are there some issues with it?
Well, the competition does not survive off of those guys that buy one game a year, right? The competition is spurred on by market growth. It's spurred on by market activity. And what you find now, the reason so many of these acquisitions are happening is because you have so many independent companies that put out that one gem. And everybody loves that for 6 months, and it makes a fortune. Well, and then you see someone like Microsoft go gobble them up. Mm-hmm. It's not going to stop those guys from producing that. You're still going to have all these small studios and individual efforts that are going to be putting out those brainstorms that you don't get that level of innovation from a corporation like a Microsoft or a Sony. You just don't get that kind of innovative design and out-of-the-box thinking. This sort of stuff has been happening since the 1980s and through the 90s, where you get a couple of guys that start, like, you've probably heard of Sid Meier's, right? Mm-hmm. Civilization, Pirates. He started, it was a two-man company he started. and they got huge. Then they were popular. And then when they got bought out, they created Microprose. And when Microprose wound up getting bought out, he went and started another studio. And when that got bought out for Axis, he went and started. So you're not going to stop people like that who can't, I don't want to say can't operate in a corporate culture, but they don't thrive in a corporate culture. They thrive in that small incubator type of environment. And they're going to keep going. They're going to build what they want. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. They'll sell it off. They'll build the next great thing. And there's hundreds of people like that are out there in multiple industries, not just the game industry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was something I was worried about because I think that just like with movies, again, bringing it back again, you have to have the independent element, right? Because if everything is studio mandated, it stifles creativity at the very least. So, I do agree with you that I think we'll see that independent scene will still be there. And it's just a matter of, when they make it big and get bought by Sony or Microsoft.
Everybody wants, the old saying in the movies, everyone wants their 15 minutes of fame. Well, everybody wants their big break. Everyone wants their buyout here. So everyone's still going to keep building the stuff independently.
Yeah, there was an example I thought of while you were making that comparison. Drinkbox Studios, they made a game called Guacamelee and Guacamelee 2, side-scrolling platforming action game, really creative, really fun. Then they got bought by Microsoft, and they recently had a game come out called Nobody Saves the World, which was day and date on Games Pass. But playing that game, you worry a little bit that you're going to lose some of the independent charm, but they didn't. And so, as long as Microsoft, if they're going to, Microsoft and Sony, if they're going to buy these studios, if they can kind of remain hands-off and still let these guys work, but just have it be, maybe a console exclusive if it needs to be at the end of the day.
Well, Bungie's a great example. Bungie was a fantastic small independent group when Microsoft went to them with Halo. They did a fantastic job with Halo, knocked it out of the park. Microsoft bought them, ran them for a little bit, stifled their innovation, and then they wound up breaking it off again as an independent group. Now they're getting bought by Sony, so, some people don't learn their lessons, I guess.
Well, it's also important to note that they were owned by Activision for like 2 years, I forget how long, but they were owned until 2019 by Activision, which was also a terrible relationship that they were treated terribly with, and the fans hated it, and Bungie hated it, and I'm pretty sure Activision hated it. It was a bad time all around.
Yeah.
But Bungie can't catch a break.
BioWare, same thing. BioWare had a huge fan base of rabid fans because of the philosophy that the owners had, the quality of the product that they put out. They get acquired by EA. EA basically waters the entire thing down, slaps their little formula for development on there, and it's just a clone of what EA is now.
Yeah. Yeah, EA, we could probably do a whole other episode on EA, but they have similar corporate issues. But yeah, again, going back to Microsoft and the monopoly, Microsoft, of course, we talked about it on a previous episode. They faced criticism back in the 90s for its antitrust practices. Are they heading down a similar path? From McKenna Kelly over at The Verge, quote, and this gets into some of the details about the FTC. The Justice Department and Federal Trade Commission launched a joint effort to modernize antitrust enforcement, seeking comment on how the agencies can apply current law in cases against tech companies like Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and Google. The announcement came at a joint press conference from FTC Chair Lena Khan and Justice Department Antitrust Chief Jonathan Cantor, who described the move as a wide-ranging enforcement modernization effort. So we did an episode a while back about tech companies and their monopolies, and I think this is just another nail in the coffin of the FTC kind of getting wise to it and kind of changing legislation to better combat these deals. What do you think about that?
Well, and I think the problem you run into here is it's a change of administration. It's a new FTC that has to kind of make a splash here that it's anti-monopolistic, so they need an example, right? So the advantage that Microsoft has, though, is they're not in the center of the regulatory sniper rifle at this point in time. You've got two big companies out there that have really got everybody else's attention. So I think it's more a matter of timing. I think if Microsoft plays this smart, they don't rush this. They wait for Khan to get caught up in either a Meta witch hunt or a Google witch hunt and go after them. And I think the FTC's, the Biden administration is looking for a win, right? And if the big guys out there to get that win on aren't Microsoft, they're Meta and Google. So if they lock horns with one of them first, Microsoft will be able to get through without any real challenges, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And Meta's already kind of taken a couple hits recently.
They're not doing themselves any favors.
No, it seems like every week they've had like the worst month ever.
Well, the fact that they even changed the name, I mean, that was just such a blatant attempt to put lipstick on a pig there and hope the government didn't recognize you're the same evil company.
Yeah, what they have their first quarter where they lost users.
Yeah,
their revenue is down. Like they're just falling apart.
Zuckerberg lost $20 billion on paper in one day.
Yeah, so you're right. If they're looking for someone to make an example out of, it seems like Meta might be the better target.
Well, and that's the thing. Not even from I hate to bring politics into this, but it's not even just from a monopolistic standpoint. Meta has a reputation from a perspective of influencing politics and in a negative way for Democrats. And when you're facing a Democratic administration who needs a win, you've made yourself a very easy target at that point.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it makes them certainly like you said, a much bigger target. While the announcement spans markets, it specifically, this goes back to the FTC, the task force they're putting together. It specifically questions how regulators should approach merger approval in digital markets, potentially setting new legal standards around data aggregation, interoperability. That's a fun word to say. I was going to say interpolarity, but that doesn't make any sense. And market consolidation that can affect competition. So we're seeing a bit of a really unprecedented time for when it comes to these kind of laws, because they have to change them for the digital market. It makes you wonder where these things will go in, say, 20 years.
The problem that you have is the wheels of government are notoriously slow. They do not keep up with technology. They do not keep, even from a medical standpoint, government regulation does not keep up with advances in technology, and it never will. Because the bureaucracy itself doesn't allow it. What would take a development company, 6 months to put out a new piece of technology, it would take the government 4 years to catch up to that between legislation and debates and subcommittees and all that stuff. So for the government itself to be reactionary in situations like this is very dangerous from a regulatory standpoint. What the government needs to do is stop looking at this from a per company standpoint and look at it from an impact to the market, an impact to the country and the citizens and everything else. Because only then can you react in a way that is slow but effective. And I think what you run into is the reaction that you get now is these guys are bad, so we have to do something about them. Mm-hmm. And legislation's never going to keep up with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because we talk about how slow government moves, but these tech companies move lightning fast in terms of, whether it be making acquisitions like this or by expanding their spheres of influence. So it's almost like it's oil and water in terms of how these two entities operate. And, how does that impact legislation, and how does that impact the amount of power that these tech companies are able to consolidate and aggregate? But, as we're coming to the end of the show, do you think this merger is going to go through?
I think without a doubt it's going to go through, yes.
And do you think this will be a footnote in the FTC's policy going forward when it comes to these kind of mergers?
I don't think it's really going to get much scrutiny from the FTC. It's not a questionable deal. We already talked about them becoming third. If they were number one after this deal, I could see it getting scrutiny. You can't accuse someone of being monopolistic when you're number 3 in the market. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
If the merger, stepping out of the game industry for a moment, if the merger between T-Mobile and Sprint could go through because they were third place and that was part of the justification for that, then you already have a precedent set for it. So there's very little chance that it's going to get blocked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think it will go through. And, you were kind of at that stage where all this news broke, and it was a crazy month of hearing the headlines and what this means. But we're kind of at a point where now we kind of just hurry up and wait, we see, because these things take years to figure out. What's the real question is, what are things going to look like in 5 to 10 years for Microsoft and for Blizzard?
And that's where you have to look, because even after this deal is signed, nothing's going to happen for 3 to 4 years. 5 years from now, I think you're going to find Xbox is going to be far more dominant in the gaming scene. You know, PlayStation has traditionally always beat out Xbox as far as console sales and game sales. And I think if Microsoft doesn't come out on top, it's going to be a lot closer than it was. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is a lot of the reason why Microsoft isn't first is Microsoft tends to shoot themselves in the foot from a technology standpoint, from a marketing standpoint. You know, just the fact that they can't consistently name their consoles really confuses the hell out of people.
It's a branding issue, right?
That it really is. Every time they come out with a new console, they try to reinvent themselves, and it backfires every single time.
Yeah.
So Microsoft has their own flurry of mistakes that they continuously make over and over again that really impede their ability to be dominant. Buying their way to dominance is a new strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work because you got the same people making the same mistakes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we talk about that strategy of buying, and it almost creates the image of Microsoft setting up all these dominoes that they're just waiting to push down. You know, because we have the Bethesda acquisition, Elder Scrolls 6, a big game from Bethesda, Starfield. I believe Starfield was confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. So again, we go back to that 5 to 10 year, you know, benchmark. Is Microsoft going to have a decade where they're just releasing, you know, hit title after hit title, which people kind of think that they were going to do now with Halo, but that was kind of all they did.
And that's the thing. You can, just because you have an exclusive doesn't mean people are going to want to play it.
Yeah.
And that's the problem you run into.
Yeah. And you get the opposite of that with Sony, where people are going to play those games because there's a level of quality that is pretty much unmatched.
Yes. And Microsoft, if nothing else, has an infamous reputation of putting out poor quality code, whether it's operating systems, Microsoft Office, video game, doesn't matter. I mean, this was another folly of their marketing department. They marked the Red Ring of Death issue from the Xbox 360 by selling T-shirts with the Red Ring of Death. Now, if you haven't been in the gaming industry for a while, the Red Ring of Death was when the Xbox 360 came out. They had a hardware issue, a fundamental hardware issue that was causing the little Xbox power ring to turn red, and the game system basically became useless.
Yep.
And they stumbled on replacing that. It turned out it was bad solder. So they were using cold solder that was too fragile. So the solder points, just from the motion of the fans and moving the thing around, would cause the solder points to break. So they went back to the manufacturing process and they injected more, I think it was more lead or something, into the copper itself to soften the copper up. Well, and then what happened was, as you played the game over a period of time, the game system would heat up to the point that it would melt the solder, and you'd get the problem again. So they really, for the first 2 years of the 360, they really flubbed the whole thing until they fixed their manufacturing issues. The fact that they're going to mark the release of the 360 by using the Red Ring of Death on a logo, is just idiotic. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, it's like trying to claim something, right, and to make it better. But I think the memories, the wound is still too exposed,
exactly,
to be doing things like that. I mean, now we're seeing that they don't have nearly as poor of a launch with the Xbox Series X and S. There is the chip shortage, which is affecting everything. But the problem that you run into is, so you want to buy an Xbox Series S. Well, do you need to buy an Xbox One S? Because that's what a lot of people end up doing and not getting what they wanted. Yep.
So it's almost like Microsoft is deliberately confusing their marketing now and having people buy stuff that they don't want.
Yeah, it's definitely a branding issue overall.
How difficult is it? Xbox One, Xbox 2, Xbox... Hey, you know what? Sony did that. Nobody confuses their consoles, do they?
It's true. Well, you also get into the whole discussion of what kind of company Microsoft wants to be, because with the Xbox One, they wanted it to be a multimedia device.
Right.
And Sony they didn't care about that. I mean, they kind of tried it with the PS3, but it was still called the PlayStation 3.
Exactly.
Ultimately, it's there to play video games, which I think Xbox is definitely going back to that with the Xbox Series X because you lost the bypass for your cable. That's no longer a feature.
Right.
And so I think they're definitely returning to their, I guess, quote unquote roots.
They're building a game system.
Yeah. And
Congratulations, guys.
I mean, the Series X is on par with something you can get on PC, right? In terms of specs, not like high end.
From a hardware standpoint, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going back to the drawing board and the basics, hopefully, and you know, we'll see the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic and that chip shortage for years in terms of actually being able to get your hands on these consoles. But I think that, you know, Microsoft is almost stepping past that with things like xCloud. You know, they continue to dump money into that.
Yeah.
I could totally see in a decade maybe, you know, the next Xbox isn't, you know, it isn't a box. It's like a Fire Stick that you just stick into your TV.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Google tried to do that, and Google Stadia
They're just early.
didn't take off with it.
Yeah, Amazon's doing it too with Luna.
Yeah.
You know, I think the technology just isn't there yet, right? But when it gets there, you know,
the audience isn't ready for that yet.
That too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a very hard sell to be like, well, there's no box. Well, what do I do with this?
Here's $500 and a stick.
Yeah, it's a little bit of buyer's remorse there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem that, you know, not to go off topic too far here, but the problem that Google had was you would buy games through Google Stadia, but you never owned the rights to the games.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So you'd pay full price for the game, and it was their game. You were really just borrowing it for $50 or $60.
That was where Stadia lost me.
Yeah.
But we will monitor this going forward. We'll see when this acquisition goes through, what's going to happen with it. But that's going to wrap up today's episode of Insights into Things. Of course, I'll hit the show plugs for you again. You can always subscribe to everything on every platform, everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. But we also, you know, want to hear what your thoughts are. What did you think about this acquisition? How do you feel about it? Even if you're not a gamer, in terms of a tech acquisition, how do you feel about it? You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream on Twitch. Twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And if you have Amazon Prime, that means you do have Twitch Prime, and you can give us that free Prime sub. It really helps us out. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, Instagram at insightsintothings, and finally, all this information and so much more at insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for listening, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 165, Assertiveness. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my confident and assertive co-host, Madison.
You know, I really think you're just calling me out at this point. Anyway, hi everybody.
I am trying to bring out the best in you. If you think it, you can be it, right?
Sure.
Tough crowd.
I know.
So how was your week this week?
A bit weird.
Yeah, mine too. So I was homesick with a migraine, and you wound up coming home sooner than you expected with some stomach issues.
Yep.
And I don't know about you, but I've been playing catch up all week since then.
Yeah, I mean, I was off Wednesday because they told me they had, like, excused...
Tuesday.
No, I wasn't off Tuesday. I was off Wednesday. Tuesday was when I wasn't feeling well. They gave me an off day for Wednesday.
Oh, wait. Was I out Tuesday?
Yes.
So it wasn't Monday. I'm so confused. I really am.
Yeah, it's Thursday now.
I need this week to be over just so I can reset the week.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're feeling better now?
It's still kind of iffy, but, you know, I was good enough to go to school today.
Okay. Did you make it through the day okay?
I survived.
Okay. Well, sometimes that's the most we can hope for, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, today we're talking about assertiveness. So assertiveness is about communication and confidence. Being able to convey your needs, thoughts, and desires in a way that is constructive and acceptable is a key part of any interaction with other people. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we'll take a look at what it means to be assertive, the benefits that come from being assertive, and the techniques you'll need to be more assertive. But before we do that, I would like to take a moment to encourage our listening and viewing audience, if you don't already do so, to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Apple, Spotify, Google, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We can be found on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we start?
Sure.
Here we go. So once again, we're digging deep into the well of kidshealth.org for today's topic. So what is assertiveness? Assertiveness is a healthy way of communicating. That's the bottom line. It's the ability to speak up for ourselves in a way that is honest and respectful. Every day we're in situations where being assertive can help us, like asking someone on a date, approaching a teacher with a question, or doing well on a job or a college interview. Being assertive doesn't come naturally to everyone. Some people communicate in a way that's too passive, while other people have a style that may be too aggressive. An assertive style is kind of the happy medium between these two. So here's what it means to be assertive. It means you can give an opinion or say how you feel. You can ask what you want or what you need. You can disagree respectfully. You can offer your ideas and suggestions, or you can say no without feeling guilty, or you can speak up for someone else.
Why being assertive matters. An assertive communication style can help us do the things we want to do. But it goes further than that. Being assertive shows we respect ourselves and other people. People who speak assertively send the message that they believe in themselves. They are not too timid and they're not too pushy. They know that their feelings and ideas matter. They're confident. People who are assertive tend to make friends more easily. They communicate in a way that respects other people's needs as well as their own. They tend to be better at working out conflicts and disagreements, and people who give respect get respect in return.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very assertive, 1 being not very assertive, where do you think you fall on that scale?
2.5.
That's kind of low there.
Yeah.
Do you think that low level of assertiveness has an impact on the way that people treat you, or things, the way you interact with others, or maybe even a lack of opportunities that you normally would have if you were a little bit more assertive?
Yeah, pretty much. I've had so many instances recently that have made me realize that, wow, I am not that assertive and I do not speak up for my own needs. I have one of the best things. It's probably not anything to do with me being assertive, but when I was at the orthodontist appointment, I was actually like glossed over, like they forgot I was there, like they jumped over me. So that was fun because I waited for like another 30 minutes before they actually started working on me. That was fun. I've had various incidents in school where like I've refused to say anything, and really I've also just recently noticed that my general interactions with people, I kind of just apologize for things that I don't think I needed to apologize for, or I just feel weird with people giving me stuff.
So, do you know why you're passive? Is it that or why you're not assertive? Is it that you're an overly passive individual? Are you just non-confrontational? Are you uncomfortable talking to people? What do you think is the root cause of your lack of assertiveness?
I guess it can technically be all three things you listed. I'm not a very confrontational person. I try not to. I don't really think I'd want to, try to confront somebody. That's not really how I roll. I don't really like to talk to people all that much, and I've realized that I also am kind of sort of a people pleaser in a way. As much as I don't want to be as much of a people pleaser as I am, I feel like I can tend to be like that sometimes.
So, is it something where you don't stick up for yourself, or you don't feel like you're deserving of the things that you think you should be assertive on? Is it a self-doubt? Is it a confidence issue or a lack of confidence? Or are you just a naturally shy and withdrawn person?
Honestly, I do think it is a lack of confidence. We've talked about that on the podcast before, and as much as I'd like to say I'm a confident person, there are just certain things that I'm like, okay, never mind then.
Okay. Is this something that you think you'd like to improve?
Yeah, seeing like the various things that happen and the fact that like it'd be real nice if I could be a little more assertive and, at least learn that lesson. I'd really like to find a way to do so.
So who in life that you associate with now, or that you spend any time with, who would you think is assertive? Appropriately assertive, we'll say.
I guess I'll go with... I'll go with you.
Okay.
At some points.
All right, you got to qualify that.
Well, thing is, you're a very assertive person and you don't like it when, you don't feel like you're being treated right. And, you've told Mommy and I in certain instances where if we're not being treated right, you gotta stick up for yourselves or I'm gonna do it.
So, that's a very good point. So, do you think it's appropriate to be assertive, or do you think it's inappropriate to be assertive?
Well, I guess it depends on the amount of assertiveness and, the level of appropriateness when it comes to it, because it's in certain things, yeah, I wish I would say more stuff because it's it's an issue that I feel could be solved, so if I actually spoke up about it, it'd be fixed. But then when it comes to, more extreme levels of being assertive and immediately saying my way, then, I could come off being more aggressive, and I could be seen as being the bad guy in the situation.
So you had a very good situation last year in school where assertiveness had a surprisingly positive effect for you. And we talked about it on the podcast before. So you had a substitute in one of your classes, and the substitute said something that was gender inappropriate, we'll say. And that bothered you. And you were assertive in that disgruntled nature. Tell us about that. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Talk about that for a little bit and tell me how it felt when you were, when that assertiveness kicked in for you. Why did it kick in then, but it doesn't other times? And what was the ultimate outcome? Was it what you thought it was going to be?
Well, basically what ended up happening was, I got uncomfortable with the idea, and when my teacher was back, I kind of let them know because it was bothering me, and, you know, they were very supportive and on my side and were willing to let me, go, and were willing to, like, try to make a difference about it. So I was called down to the office, and basically we talked about the incident, and I, like, wrote something down. So, you know, there was some progress from it.
So what caused that assertiveness in that case? Was it mommy and daddy you came home and told us about it? Was it me being overly assertive and telling you to do something about it? Or was this something that you took the initiative on yourself?
I guess it was kind of both. I was kind of motivated by when I told you and what you told me to do, and then it was kind of just like I decided to finally do it on my own.
And were you pleased with what that outcome was?
Yeah. I was, yeah.
How did you feel when you exercised that assertiveness?
Well, I guess I felt good because, you know, I was finally able to like stick up for something, and, you know, I felt good afterwards.
Yeah, and I think if nothing else, the important lesson to be learned from that specific example is you have a right to those feelings. You have a right to be respected. You have a right to be treated right, to be treated well. And if that doesn't happen and someone disrespects you or someone says something that offends you, you have a right to speak up and defend yourself. And yeah, there's a certain amount of confidence that you have to have in order to take that initiative, but you have that right no matter what. So you should never let someone put you in a position like that or disrespect you like that without saying something. And you do it respectfully, like you did in this case here, and you get a positive outcome from that. So it's important to understand that assertiveness is about communication. And, you know, like we said in the read-through, communication with assertiveness through communication is about respect. You know, it's about giving respect, getting respect in return. And assertiveness is kind of the highway to get you to that point. So we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the problems with being too passive. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about assertiveness, and now we're going to talk about the problems of being too passive. So Paula has a style that's too passive. If you ask Paula what movie she wants to see, she's most likely to say, I don't know, what do you want to see? She usually lets others decide things, but later she regrets not saying what she wanted. It bothers her that her friends do most of the talking. But when Paula tries to break into the conversation, she speaks so softly that others talk over her without realizing. People who act too passively often end up feeling taken advantage of. They may begin to feel hurt, angry, or resentful. When you hold back what you think and feel, others don't get to know or understand you as well as they could. The group doesn't benefit from your input or ideas. If you start to feel like your opinions or feelings don't count, it can lower your confidence and rob you of the chance to get recognition and positive feedback for your good ideas. It can even lead to feeling depressed.
Now, of course, there's also trouble with being too aggressive. Janine has a style that's too aggressive. Janine has no trouble speaking her mind. But when she does, she comes across as loud and opinionated. Janine dominates the conversation, often interrupts, and rarely listens. If she disagrees with you, she lets you know, usually with sarcasm or a put-down. She has a reputation for being bossy and insensitive. People who come across as too aggressive can find it difficult to keep friends. They may dominate conversations or give their opinions too boldly and forcefully, leaving others feeling put off or disrespected. People with an aggressive style may get other people to do things their way, but many times they end up being rejected or disliked. They often lose the respect of others.
So why isn't everyone assertive? So Ben has an assertive style. When you ask for Ben's opinion, he gives it honestly. If he disagrees with you, he'll say so, but in a way that doesn't put you down and make you feel wrong. Ben is interested in your opinion too. He listens to what you have to say. Even when Ben disagrees with you, you can still feel he respects your point of view. Why do some people have assertive communication styles when others are more passive or aggressive? Part of it's just personality. The habits we develop or the experiences we have are another part. But we also learn to be assertive, passive, or aggressive from watching how others act, especially the people who raise us.
So here are some things that can influence people to act too passively. And we've talked about a number of these already. A lack of confidence in themselves or the value of their opinions, worrying too much about pleasing others or being liked, worrying whether others will disagree with or reject their ideas and opinions, feeling sensitive to criticism or hurt by past experiences when their ideas were ignored or rejected, and not developing the skills of being assertive.
Things that can influence people to act too aggressively include being overconfident, focusing too much on getting their needs met and their opinions across, not learning to respect or consider other people's views or needs, and not learning listening skills or how to ask for input from others.
So things that can lead people to act assertively or just right include self-confidence, believing their opinions count, their ideas and feelings matter, and they have the right to express themselves. Being resilient, or being able to deal with criticism, rejection, and setbacks. Respecting the preferences and needs of others. Having role models for assertiveness, and knowing their ideas were welcomed or assertiveness rewarded in the past. So it's worthwhile to kind of run down these and just take a look at some of the reasons for acting too passively. We've already talked about a lack of confidence in yourself. Do you value your opinions? Do you think your opinions matter?
I mean, yeah, I do have a value in my opinions and behind closed doors. I speak very passionately about what I believe in. So I definitely hold my opinions to a high standard.
I would agree with that. You already said you're a people pleaser, so worrying too much about pleasing others or being liked. So the pleasing others part, I think we can certainly check that box. What about being liked? Are you concerned about other people liking you? And is that something that makes you more passive?
I mean, I wouldn't mind if people liked me, but I guess they may not be my biggest concern. I know I can't get everybody to like me, and I'm not I want to be friends with everybody. So I wouldn't say that's as big of a concern.
Okay. What about disagreement or rejection? Do you worry that others will disagree with what you might have to say or might reject you for what you do say when you're assertive?
Yeah, I'm kind of scared, especially when I talk to teachers. If I ask them things, I'm like terrified of them saying no. Like for no real good reason, I guess. I get scared whenever I have to ask my teachers something and like it's a yes or no question, cuz like I don't know, I guess I associate no with being a much more negative answer and I'm just somewhat terrified of it.
Well, and let's put things into perspective. These aren't life and death questions you're asking. They're not pass or fail. They're not going to fail you, right? So what's the worst thing that a no could do?
The thing that I want just doesn't happen.
Right. But if you don't ask, it's probably not going to happen anyway, right?
Yeah.
So, Wayne Gretzky once said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He was a famous hockey player.
Yep.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if you don't ask that yes or no question, it's always going to be no. If you ask it, there's a fair chance it might be yes. So that's something to keep in mind when you're struggling with that.
Yeah.
What about criticism? Are you sensitive to criticism? Have you been hurt in the past when you've expressed yourself? Were your ideas ignored or rejected? Is that something that's sort of in the back of your mind in these situations?
Well, I mean, I definitely think I'm able to handle criticism. As long as, it's proper criticism, I feel like I can certainly handle criticism in a passive way. Having my ideas kind of ignored and rejected, it probably hurts a bit more. So
I think that, that hurts everybody's ego and opinion when their ideas are rejected. But when your ideas aren't even heard and they don't even get a chance to be rejected, how does that make you feel? If like your thoughts, like you have all these great thoughts, you've got this incredibly creative personality and creative brain, and you express that in various ways. If you didn't express that and you kept that all bottled up inside, doesn't that have its own negative connotations and consequences?
I guess so. I mean, like, I really do enjoy creating stuff, and I like having the outlet for it, and I can definitely say that if I didn't have that outlet and it was all just kind of stuck in my mind, yeah, it would probably be pretty negative.
Yeah, so I think maybe you exhibit some of the symptoms that we have here, but I don't think any of the things that you exhibit are an impossible obstacle to overcome. So I really think it literally is just about building the skill set for it. Do you exhibit, let's take a look at the too aggressive. Do you exhibit any of these? Are you overconfident? Obviously, that's not going to be an issue in this case here. We're still working on our confidence levels. Do you focus too much on getting your needs met and getting your opinion across?
Probably not my needs, because I recently had the development of the stomach problems. I refused to go to the nurse. And like at the end of the day, it was like, yeah, you probably should have gone to the nurse earlier. So it's like, yeah, I don't hold my needs as high as I probably should.
Yeah, that we need to work on. How about not learning to respect or consider other people's views?
I wouldn't say that. I personally really respect other people's views and opinions, and I don't like want to not consider them. Like you and I have our like healthy arguments.
Sure. Yeah, I think you're covered on this one here. I think you're just to the point where you're just right for your respect for others and their needs. What about listening skills or taking input from other people? Do you think you're open-minded with that?
Yeah, and in fact, I'm actually kind of an outlet for a lot of my friends to kind of talk about stuff with them because I'm a good listener, and asking for my input on others from others. Occasionally I'll show people like work I've done or stuff I've done and ask for their opinion on them.
Yeah, so based on this criteria of too passive and too aggressive, you're kind of in the middle, which is kind of where you need to be. So I would probably grade you higher. You said you were a 2.5 on that scale of 1 to 10. I'd probably put you at about a 4. You're probably a little below average, but I think you're much better off than you think you are when it comes to assertiveness, especially when it comes to things that are important to you. When something is important to you and it's something that you believe in deeply, you can be assertive. You're passive most of the time, but there's those few causes that you'll get behind that demonstrate that assertiveness. And again, it's one of those things where it's a matter of practice. I didn't get to be loud and obnoxious like I am now. I mean, you know me, when it comes, especially if we're talking about something Disney and, Disney, my expectations for Disney aren't met. I tend to be overly assertive when it comes to stuff like that.
Yep.
When it's things where it's protecting my family or it's costing me money or something like that, I tend to be very aggressive when it comes to stuff like that. But that comes with practice. I've had years of practice dealing with that stuff. And in my line of work, I have to deal with vendors all the time. And if you're passive with vendors, it costs the company hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars if you don't do it right. So it's one of those things that took years to get to, but it's definitely a learned, acquired skill. So we just have to practice more. I think you do it when it's important, when it really matters. You're assertive, and that's the most important thing. So we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about how to be more assertive. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking about assertiveness. So how can you be more assertive? That's, I guess, the important question here. Being assertive is a matter of practicing certain communication skills and having the right inner attitude. Some people are naturally more skillful when it comes to being assertive. Others need a little bit more practice. But everyone can improve, and here's how. Start by considering which communication style, assertive, passive, or aggressive, comes closest to yours. Then decide whether you need to work on being less passive, less aggressive, or simply need to build on your naturally assertive style.
So some tips to work on being less passive and more assertive include paying attention to what you think, feel, want, and prefer. You need to be aware of these things before you can communicate them to others. Notice if you say, I don't know, or I don't care, or it doesn't matter when someone asks what you want. Stop yourself. Practice saying what you'd prefer, especially on things that hardly matter. For example, if someone says, would you like green or red? You can say, I'd prefer the green one, thanks. You should also practice asking for things. For example, Can you please pass me the spoon? I need a pen. Does anyone have an extra? Can you save me a seat? This builds your skills and confidence for when you need to talk for something more important. When you need to ask for something more important. You should also give your opinion. Say whether or not you liked a movie you saw and why. Practice using I statements such as I'd like, I'd prefer, or I feel. You should also find a role model who's good at being assertive, not too passive and not too aggressive. See if you can imitate that person's best qualities. And finally, you should remind yourself that your ideas and opinions are as important as everyone else's. Knowing this helps you be assertive. Assertiveness starts with an inner attitude of valuing yourself as much as you value others.
So to work on being less aggressive and more assertive, try letting others speak first. Notice if you interrupt. Catch yourself and say, "Oh, sorry, go ahead," and let the other person finish. Ask someone else's opinion, then listen to the answer. When you disagree, try to say so without putting the other person's point of view down. For example, instead of saying, "That's a stupid idea," try something like, "I don't really like that idea." Or instead of saying, "He's such a," word that I don't want to say on here, try saying, "I think he's insensitive." And again, find a role model who's good at being assertive, not too passive, not too aggressive, and see if you can imitate that person.
Even naturally assertive people can build and expand their skills. To work on improving a naturally assertive style, you should find role models who are good at being assertive, not too passive, not too aggressive. See if you can imitate their best qualities. You'll notice this is the same tip we gave for helping with a style that's too passive or too aggressive. That's because we never stop learning. Notice when you're best at being assertive. People behave differently in different situations. Many people find it's easy to be assertive in certain situations, like with friends, but more challenging in others, like with teachers or when meeting new people. In tougher situations, try thinking, what would I say to my close friends?
Sorry, I was joking there.
Sorry.
When you speak assertively, it shows you believe in yourself. Building assertiveness is one step to becoming your best self, the person you want to be. And I think that's an important aspect of things to keep in mind here is the idea of being assertive is about improving yourself. It's about learning. It's about respect. It's about self-confidence. And all those things combined help to make you a better person. Do you want to be more assertive in your day-to-day life?
Honestly, yeah. I don't want to be too assertive to the point where I don't listen to other people's opinions, but I'd like to be more assertive than how I am now, in which I kind of just don't mention a lot of my own opinions, and it'd be nice to be more assertive in certain situations rather than just being assertive in only a few.
So after talking about this, do you envision situations where your lack of assertiveness may have caused you a disadvantage, or you may have lost out on things because you weren't assertive?
Well, the best example I can think of is even though I technically didn't really lose out too much, but basically what ended up happening was I had a history project. And it was a big poster. It was going to be due in a week, and we had a lot of stuff that we had to do for it. And the thing was, it was partner-based. And you got one partner each, and you can only work with one other person, basically. There were 11 students.
That math doesn't work out very well.
No, it doesn't.
Shame it wasn't math class. They probably could have figured that part out.
Yeah. And I was the one person that didn't get a partner. And, I kind of didn't really like that because I was put under a lot of stress at first because it was well, I feel like I'm doing the work of two people, so that's just great.
Right.
With like the same amount of time. And even when you guys said like, hey, maybe you should mention something to your teacher, I kind of didn't. I kind of didn't, and you guys actually had to step in for me.
I mean, how did that work out?
Well, I was given extra time if I needed it, but
which you didn't.
Yeah, but he ended up being sick at one point, so he gave us an extra day anyway. So it's like,
Okay, that was convenient.
Yeah.
So that's a good example of a situation where had you been more assertive, maybe you could have rectified that instead of having to be burdened by being the only person working on that project or by getting extra credit for being the only person. So I think the important thing to understand is there are times that not being assertive can be disadvantageous for you. And I'm not saying you need to be assertive all the time. And I think for the most part, this being a glaring exception, for the most part, when it's important, you assert yourself. If it's something that you need, something that you want, something that bothers you, you rise to the occasion. You're not assertive all the time. Maybe you could be more assertive. But I think in those times that it's important and you stand up for the things that you believe in, your assertiveness comes out. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say that, like, especially when it concerns issues that I care deeply about, yeah, I can certainly be much more assertive.
And I'll tell you, even the stuff that's not that important, if you come to me and you have a creative project you're working on, stuff you were doing for mommy for her birthday, for instance. You have your creative ideas, you come to me, you pitch them to me, and I'll, as delicately as possible and as creatively as possible, critique them. And I'll give you my opinion on them. And when you don't agree with my opinion, you don't have a problem disagreeing with me. And then we'll talk it out and we'll respect each other's opinions. So even on situations where it's not that important, you still demonstrate your assertiveness. And I'm sure that comes from a comfort level that you have with me, knowing that you can have those kinds of discussions with me and we're not going to get angry at each other or anything like that. I think the important thing is you have to get to that comfort level with others as well. And I think if you do, you'll find that being assertive is a two-way street. People are going to be assertive with you. You'll be assertive with them. That assertiveness builds that respect. When you come to me with an opinion and your opinion differs from mine, I still respect your opinion. In fact, when you make your point, that builds that respect. The fact that you can stand behind it, you don't back down. If you really think that something should be a certain way, I respect you for that. And other people will too. It's difficult using myself or mommy as examples there because of that level of comfort. But you have to believe that you'll get to that level of comfort where you'll have that respect with others. So that was all we have. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get your closing thoughts.
All right.
We'll be right back.
All right, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that assertiveness is something that is very important for you personally, and it will really help you throughout your life. It's important that you find a perfect balance, much like everything in life, because, you can't always have it one way or the other. Being too passive could cause you to be stepped on, could cause you to never be able to have your ideas expressed thoroughly, and thus you're always going to be unsatisfied. Being too aggressive could cause you to not consider other people's opinions and could cause other people to lose respect in you. So really, it's important to find a perfect balance where you can respect other people's opinions but also respect your own at the same time.
Okay. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
That was it. Before we do go, though, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Audio and visual versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Nope, Insights into Things. Scratch that. Sorry.
Isn't that like the second time you've messed that up?
Yeah, and I have a script. I have a script, and I have a screen here that I have it up on. So, and I've done 165 of these. So you think I'd have it down by now? Anyway, we would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcasts. You can find us streaming 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, as well as YouTube, where you'll find all of our episodes, all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings, where you get links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights and Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, in which you guys are actually doing a podcast, so nice. And Insights and Tomorrow, our not really monthly podcast anymore, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
All right, that's a sales pitch if I ever heard one.
I know, right?
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens.